the fucking, like, you wake up, you go live in the morning, like everything, and like also like, I'm gonna be real, everybody in the morning is chill. Because you're either fucking, you've been awake all night, so it's like you just stay home all day usually, so like you have nothing to get upset about, right? And then like everybody who wakes up early in the morning, it's too early for you to get mad about some stupid shit, right? So like you're live at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, ain't nobody getting pissed off at that hour. Nobody's getting pissed off at that hour. Like, people are just chilling at that hour. Nobody gives a fuck. And so, yeah, that's what it is. EU, yeah, exactly. And so that's really what's nice. Wash hands today. I don't know how to do that, man. That's it, yeah. And also EU people, too. Yeah, that's definitely fucking true, man. It started already. Let me get into it in just a minute. I'm gonna get back watching into that and look at some other stuff, too. But yeah, I was looking yesterday, man. I was so fucking tired, like, starting that stream. And today, it's weird. Like, I actually feel weird because I don't feel bad or anything like that at all. So, let's see. We'll go ahead and get this started and get into everything, man. And let's see here. What the fuck? What about NMP? Well, NMP, he gets up early too. That's the thing. Let's see. I'll try and open this up and find it. Where the fuck? Where is it? Do you have more people watching in the EU or US? I have a lot of people that watch me in the EU. Like, for any North American streamer, I've heard that I'm like pretty much number fucking one for having people that want to watch me in the EU. So I think that's great. I'm happy about that. I feel like I'm very lucky in that regard. So where the fuck is where is it? Johnny Depp trial 2020. Like, it's not popping up. It's not showing up. Did they take down the big one? Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, this is the one I was watching. Okay, hopefully this one's it's not scuffed. So we'll see what happens, okay? And again, guys, we gotta... there's some other stuff I want to talk about today, too. You know, there's like some Twitter stuff that's been going on, the gambling stuff, etc. But, I mean, the truth is, like, it's not really that big of a deal. I don't really give that much of a fuck about the gambling stuff. I think I pretty much already talked about the rest of it. Amber's wearing white. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Quantum TV is back. Hey, it's Revenge of the Empire, whatever the Empire Strikes Back. You made like 3 million views on YouTube. It's crazy, dude. It is what it is. Like, it doesn't matter. Things go well. Audio scuffed on the channel. Let's watch it and see. Let me go ahead and mute this and get started. And let's see this. Watch the poll. I know it says like fix audio.
Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Oh, that's
well,
fixed.
Technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Oh, they fixed it right whenever I went on. That's good. I appreciate that,
Where
guys.
did they have
their
bedroom?
Thank you.
In which penthouse?
Their bedroom.
They did it because I was gonna watch, and so they don't want me to look bad.
3.
Right?
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that... Well, Josh,
It started
myself,
already? Yeah, it did. I
Amber,
woke up early.
Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends.
Amber looks cute today, to be honest. Yeah, maybe she's...
I think Amber's
maybe
dad
she's telling
was
the
there.
truth, guys. Yeah. You know, maybe
Jack,
she is telling the
Johnny's
truth.
son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
You like that?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
I got pizza yesterday. I literally ate 2 pizzas.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him
Okay,
leaving.
there
I
we go.
remember noticing that he was gone.
What kind? But
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
what toppings? I get pepperoni and a lot of oregano.
Either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Miss Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
So tired. I'm good, bro.
Yes.
It's lit.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
They love wine. They really do.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Miss Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
That's crazy.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp
No
and Miss
injuries
Heard
again.
came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
It's crazy how this happens.
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes.
How she can put on makeup
I do
that
remember
fast.
that Amber changed clothes.
She put on
Do
makeup
you remember
that fast.
anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came back downstairs?
Just get it all there.
I believe Josh and myself.
Yeah.
David Heard. And
What did he
I
do?
don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified
You wear
that
makeup for
when,
the stream?
quote, you went
Yeah, I
to
do.
look and found that a full bottle of
I wear
wine had hit
lipstick.
and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
So there's glass on the
And
bed.
where did you see this? In what room?
Cole, thanks for flash up.
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I like how they're just all named the same.
I went
Penthouse 3, 5.
upstairs
Like,
in penthouse 5,
how she's hiding out the camera.
across the top story, which all three
Bro, she's
penthouses
not a
were
professional
connected,
actor.
through
What do
to
you
penthouse
expect?
3. The bedroom was also on the top story,
You could see this on Nick
and
Merck's stream
all
too.
the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled
mean-
wine?
It is what it is. His witnesses are born. Yeah,
I think there was wine.
yeah. She was born. She's almost done. So
Yeah, I
it's-
think
it's-
there was
it's
also
whatever.
spilled wine
I don't mind this because I
on
get
the
to
bed
just
and
chill.
on the ground.
Movie on. Thanks
Do
for
you
5
remember
cents.
whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
Nick Merck's clap to you.
I don't remember that the bottle
I'd love
was
to do that.
broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
Yeah, there's glass everywhere, of course, right? What a surprise that
So you
is.
specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
How'd they get glass on the
What
bed?
kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
How you get glass on the bed?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
It was a mega bottle.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of
Slug, thanks for 5 cents. Thank you.
Eleanor Finney, I believe.
What did... Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle. True?
Could have.
That could have happened. I wonder if it did.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
So she could have?
She could have thrown the bottle.
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Thanks for 10 subs. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any. No.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
But I love how
Do you
much
have any
she just
independent
like
recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
she just doesn't care. She's like I don't know.
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I don't know. It's just it's like I don't know. It's glass. No, I don't.
I'm talking about your deposition
Sure.
during the divorce proceeding.
She's at the
Do you
direction.
remember?
This is so good.
I remember the depot, but it was a very long depot, and a lot of topics were covered.
She's being
So,
careful. She don't want
do
to
you
lie under
remember
oath.
during the depot testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't
Okay.
remember the specifics of the testimony.
Maybe because nothing happened.
So can
I'm just
videographer, would you mind or
Maybe that's
pulling
what it
up
is.
Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
Stand by.
Depot. What is this? Wow Arena.
July 14,
Take off the last
2016.
syllable.
It's volume 2.
She don't remember? Yeah, exactly. It's Johnny Depot. Yeah.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yeah, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23. And if
What, bro? Why is this so bad? Why is the official YouTube channel one so bad? Why does this happen?
You have control.
There we go. Okay, we're good.
You have control.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I don't have like the scrolly thing, so I just have to...
All right, let's see what this is. Bro, wait, this is actually crazy. I might have to swap to another one this early on. The scrolly thing? Man, she is too young to fucking use any excuse for not knowing how to fuck is the scroll wheel. Like, come on. Like, you are not that old. Like, I don't want to hear this fucking excuse. You don't know what it is. What is this audio? It's early 30s. She's probably 35. Like 35 to 38, I would assume. If I had to guess. Scrolly boys.
What line am I reading down to?
Oh, bro, like this is actually nuts. Like, what is this? What is this, bro? Like, I literally can't even. Like, I'm about to actually just swap over. Like, this is just so bad. Like, how is this so bad? Like, what is this? Like, might just be the deposition stream. Let me see. Wait. Are they both bad? There's just somebody coughing in the background. It's her recording. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Man. This is really crazy. Is this part of the deposition too?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate
Okay, here we go.
description of what you observed, Mr. Depp, that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry?
Camera they use?
That
It's
he
probably
just put on a
webcam
facade?
built-in one.
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
And how would you possibly know?
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
I thought he
And
was
you couldn't
totally
tell if he was
different
angry that evening either?
when he was drunk.
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So he wasn't mad, he wasn't drunk, there was glass on the
So fair
bed.
to say that Mr. Depp not seem angry to you when
Huh.
he came downstairs afterwards for
I
Thanksgiving
wonder
dinner,
how it
right?
got there. I wonder what happened.
He didn't
What
seem any
could
particular
have
way
possibly
to me.
happened with that
You
glass?
testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that
Mm-hmm.
a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was
Who's dying in the
bloody,
background?
where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
Yes.
It was,
yes. Yes.
It wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Okay.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
What the fuck?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
That's
Where
how.
was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did
Really?
her nose appear to be swollen?
Maybe like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Miss Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
She's going with the Nick Merckx camera angle.
Was
Oh,
there
never
blood
mind.
on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Okay.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
She's just like, what the fuck?
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
The script? No, she's got a lawyer with her.
Before
So
we
she
go
doesn't
there,
say anything that
have
makes her
any independent
look bad.
recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
She said depo instead of deposition, which means that she's probably well versed in legal stuff. So she knew
There
to
were
do
many
this.
times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or
Think about it.
point me to another place where I can remember which injury was
Sorry.
in which instance, then I can answer the question.
Also
So you
self-incriminating? Yeah.
testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
How do you remember that?
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or
Jesus.
left side?
How do you remember that? How can you not remember?
I don't remember.
know.
Was the laceration bleeding?
It's pretty important,
I don't
I
think
guess. I don't know. Like,
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Ms. Heard that evening that you remember?
maybe I wouldn't have forgot. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I would have forgot stuff,
If we could
man.
go back to Ms. Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great.
Did the audio change for you guys?
Paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse.
Is it like really low?
Concierge medical service, which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this on me?
Is Erin Baran the private nurse you're referring to here?
Bro, I've been having problems with my headphones, so I thought it was me.
Yes.
I'll give it 30 seconds, and if it's still fucked, I'm gonna swap over, okay?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Baran coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
Quiet. It's their audio?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Baran providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
The audio guy's terrible? Yeah, whoever did audio for this should
think
not
she
do audio
said to,
again.
Maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech.
Yeah, it's crazy how bad like this has been on like this whole thing
Keep an eye on her.
has been awful with like this channel.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15th, 2015, you took pictures with Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Pragan, thanks for 5 subs, appreciate it.
Did you
Well,
send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way?
I'm gonna turn it up even more.
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
It's probably gonna blow my fucking
No.
speakers out the moment they fix
Do
it.
you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3.
Okay, let's see it.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, those have been
Pull
out
up
for a
Pennington
while.
Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes. Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
Okay. That's clearly what it is. I think we can all tell that. Yeah.
You testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
So
Where did you see this clump of hair?
So
It
she had hair
was,
extensions though.
In PH4 in the bedroom.
I don't know.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp, and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
I don't
But
know.
you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
So she didn't
So
see
your
it happen.
understanding that this was Miss Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Miss Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Could have done it to herself. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Miss Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please.
Okay.
Miss Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
There it is.
Yes.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
Yes.
This could be Amber's hair. Yeah.
This is a picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony.
I would pull out some of my hair to
Extra
compare,
vague.
but I don't have much left, so I can't do
Yes.
that. Yeah,
Did
that's
you
not
take the
going to
photograph?
happen.
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
So she took these pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs,
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
There it is. There it is.
Do you recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
Oh, this is the one that they broke with the knife. Yeah. I
And
remember
did you
this.
photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
That's interesting.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Yeah.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
This is whenever Johnny stomped on
room?
the bed and broke it
The
while he
bedroom.
was punching Amber in the head.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked
Like that.
Pennington
Like
Exhibit
just going
8.
crazy.
Bears a base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Miss Pennington?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he did. With the rings on, by the way.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter. There appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure.
It's like, what the fuck? Are we gonna zoom in? Is we gonna zoom in?
You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Oh, I see it now.
Yes.
I see it. You
Is
guys
this
see it
something
now?
that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
Yeah.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
No, Amber put it on the bed
And you don't
after
know
she
what
broke
that
the
is?
bed frame.
No.
I think.
So I believe you already testified that the next day Miss Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Yeah, that's whenever it was.
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
Uh-huh.
You were with Miss Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
Testification? Yeah.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
5.
You're going
You
again.
remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were
Yeah.
there assisting Miss Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
So woodworking lawyer? Yeah, I
Amber's
saw it.
makeup artist.
We saw it.
And who is Adir?
Her Amber's hairstylist.
I wouldn't have believed it unless the knife was on the bed. On
Do
the
you
bed.
recall
I mean.
anybody else being there?
Yeah.
No.
Did you hear Miss Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Uh-huh.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Oh.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Miss Heard's birthday in April of 2016.
Oh, this is another event where Johnny beat the shit out of her. Yeah.
You
That's
remember
right.
that after Miss Heard's birthday dinner, you and Miss Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Miss Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Can you tell where it comes from?
Okay, here we go.
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
It's Mega Glass? Yeah.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Miss Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
Those are the ones that were out the
Do you
window.
recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Miss Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
Uh-huh.
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived,
Yes.
she was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
Okay.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Miss Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on
Okay.
May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what
She's
exact
upset
day
and crying, yeah.
she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st,
Tears?
2016.
Is she crying? I don't
when
think
Miss
she's
Heard
crying.
alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So,
Through a phone?
do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Holy shit.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing?
I'm just trying to think, like, do I remember parties I was at 10 years ago?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you
No.
to prepare for that show?
No.
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
Okay. That's crazy. Very selective memory. Yeah, it's weird to think it, like, yeah, how to, it's so
At some
weird.
point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Wow,
Sometime
everyone can
after Ms.
remember?
Heard
Yeah, I
left to go
know.
back to Penthouse 3,
It
you
is.
received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
They all use the same language.
Where
I
was
just
Mr.
think that's
Drew?
so funny. I can't get over that. They've got
With
fast
me
travel.
in
They're like right next to each
PH1.
other, I think.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I
Someone
went
dying?
straight over
No.
to PH3.
He chilling.
Did you remember when you went straight over to page 3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
The hell is this?
When you went to Penthouse 3, did you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do
Okay.
you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
The pacing of this reminds me of
I
how...
believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected.
Straw Hat,
Is that
thanks for 5
correct?
subs. It reminds me of, like,
Correct.
whenever you play Dungeons and Dragons.
So you can get from Penthouse 5 to Penthouse 3
And you have to
without
roll
going
for,
out
like,
the main hallway.
everything.
Is that right?
It's like,
Correct.
okay, you get to the door. You open the door. The door's locked. You lockpick the door.
When you entered
Roll for
Penthouse
initiative.
3, only Mr. Depp and Miss Heard were in the penthouse, right?
You know? Okay.
Yes.
Roll the 7. Do you want to use your reroll for the day?
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Pray to your patron
Yes.
God for your reroll.
Where was
Roll. God doesn't hear
In
your prayers.
the living room.
he? What part of the living room?
Oh my God.
The sort of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Miss Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
Okay.
And were they approximately how far apart?
Okay.
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
She's so boring,
What's the
bro.
first thing you remember, Miss Pennington, when you entered
I don't
the
know if you
penthouse?
guys know this, but like, she's not there to entertain you. This is not entertainment. Like, they just.
The first thing I remember was
Yeah. I mean, what do you expect?
just hearing them.
You got to keep this in mind.
I don't
all
remember
right?
what they
this
were
isn't
saying,
a movie.
but it was verbal argument, and
Okay, here we go.
then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between him.
You know what we should
Where
do
was
after
Mr.
this
Depp
court
when
case
you
is
stepped
over?
between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape.
We should watch Cops.
Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L, with the coffee table between them.
Yeah. Get Rocket Man on the stand? I wish.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Beck?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
We need an
And
MS
you were
Paint
with
of the
Miss Heard on
scene.
the sofa?
No shot I'm doing that. That's a good
Yes.
idea, but there's no shot I'm doing that. Yeah.
Mr. Depp eventually left Penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Miss Heard in Penthouse 3?
Is it 9 a.m. for you? It's 8:40 fucking 9.
Yes.
From the moment you entered House 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Miss Heard?
Did he touch her or not?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
Oh,
What did you do after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3?
so he threw something, but not at her? What the hell? Why don't we talk about that? That's clearly what she implied with her voice.
We took Amber to Penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
There's no, like...
I don't know where they were
How's nobody seen this shit?
specifically.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
She was throwing
What
a
did
party?
you do once you and Miss Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
Makes sense. She's super rehearsed. She is. She's clearly very rehearsed. Absolutely. She doesn't want to get incriminated. You're 100% right. She's rehearsed. Duh.
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Uh-huh.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
Okay, there's damage to the house.
What
All right.
damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
Let's see it.
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that.
I think we have a lot of evidence that Johnny knocked over a fruit basket by now.
That was the main damage in PH3.
I think that probably happened.
What damage did you see in PH5?
Here, let me fix this for you guys.
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
There it is.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
Yeah, let's see.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
That's whenever the phone hit her on the face.
Do you recall
apparently.
when you noticed?
That's what
her
she
cheek?
said.
No.
Okay.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
That's weird.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Okay.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were
Okay.
you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
How do you remember all this, man?
PH3.
That is crazy.
That
That really is something special.
To the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter penthouse 3?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They look around penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter penthouse 5, the first set of police officers?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
Well, they said they didn't see damage.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that was whenever they. Yeah,
Correct.
I remember
Between
this.
the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
That's a long time. That is a
In
long
this
time,
do you
bro.
recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
Wow.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
So that's like over 3 hours. That's what the guy said, is they called somebody and informed their stories, and then they called the police
No,
again.
I don't remember if she did or not.
My headphones are dying. It's really annoying.
Did these officers, the second
I gotta
set,
buy new
look
headphones.
around penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you
What?
ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
Okay.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
There it is.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
Did you ever kick
No.
her? Oh, yeah.
Did you ever see
What about a
Mr.
headbutt?
Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
Okay.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
It's obviously a no. Oh, here we go. Here we
Your
go.
Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but may we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please?
Okay.
Holy shit, yeah. No, they're gonna, yeah, Rotten Boy is gonna be asking some questions in just a minute here. That's it. And so you've got to understand, like, we haven't got any time. The thing is, like, I actually am ready to hear some questions from him because everybody fucking hates him. And I think it'll be entertaining to hear what he asks because, man, they gotta get that. Man, get her some sunglasses. Like, what the fuck? She gotta type that fast and she got that light going in her face? God damn, bro. Like, imagine that. Yeah, that's my boy, Rotten Boy. Yeah, that's Rotten Boy, exactly. Is good still? We'll see what happens. Like, I just, I don't know really what to think about this because it's like this girl was like Amber's friend and the girl was the one that took the picture. So, like, if anybody would be like, I don't know, like kind of on Amber's side or in on Amber's side of things, it would be her. And don't you find it odd that the cops don't show up until 3 hours later? And Amber said that she called like a lawyer, and people say that she called her publicist and things like this in the meantime. And then they call again, and this happens. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it just seems like it's so convenient. You know what I mean? It's so convenient. If the bed's rigged, it's proven. Then all of our testimony is biased and rigged. Well, it's not proven that the bed is broken and rigged. But like, here's what this is like my perspective on the bed situation is like, I feel like there'd be more pieces of it falling off after the first piece broke off, like more splinters and shit. You know,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Not just like one clean break. Like that's what I would guess.
Are we
But
ready
like,
to
Yes.
I don't know. Like that's what. Like, that's the way I've seen wood break before. Yeah, I saw the Law and Lumber video. But I mean, like, after that, if you, like, scraped a shoe over it after that, I bet more shit would fall off. Like, just little pieces and shit. Because, like, the first break is, like...
Now, I understand that you've testified a number of times about some of the events that we touched on yesterday, right?
Is she gonna do this thing where she stares at the camera
Yes.
again?
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
No, I lied
Yes.
about everything. This is a fake.
Are you here today on behalf
Surprise.
of one side or the other? And by that I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
What's she gonna say?
No.
But
Would
she's
you
Amber's
consider
friend.
yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
I don't think Johnny liked that answer.
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name for what you describe as
He's like, yeah.
Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
The monster.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard
Yeah.
or saw it written in a text.
Did you receive texts from Mr. Depp
He's not a monster. He's a warrior.
referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
What are you getting emotional
And over the course
for?
of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
That's nice.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny,
Damn.
because he is my friend too.
That's awful. That
And
that
I
would
really
happen?
wanted them to be able to get it together.
Popping ult early? Where's the
Why were
lawyer
you
this
scared for
time?
Amber?
It could be very unpredictable.
Fucking piece
And
of shit
she
headphones.
didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
Yeah. I got my headphones coming. The new ones coming in.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
She's so much different than the other interview. Like, I don't know, man.
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident,
Yeah.
I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned,
Hi.
he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
That's phase 2, gentlemen.
When you say, talk about
That's phase
abuse,
2.
is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Shut up, Bill Clinton. You
You
know what he
observe.
means.
Physical effects on Amber of that abuse.
Physical effects. She's going to say yes. But the implication
Yes.
is that she observed the violence.
You-
What a
you
bullshit
testified
question.
a little bit yesterday about
Fuck that.
an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Effects.
Tell me as
It's
best
an
you can
ongoing
everything that you
statement.
remember about that.
Oh my god.
We were sitting around the campfire.
Oh my god.
I don't remember who the larger group was. And
Okay.
Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign two friends sitting on the same chair hanging out.
Yeah, he got
And-
mad for no reason, really. Sure.
It was also surprising
Okay.
because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened.
It's just, yeah, I
And
don't know.
Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
Shouldn't they ask, like, has she ever been like?
How would
more
you
than friends with
describe
Amber?
Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
He was mad.
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going.
Wasn't that exactly what Amber said? I mean, just like the way that
And
she
then at
says
some
it.
point, I think Amber realized that it was
no.
not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Maybe it happened to both of them, right? That's another option. But just like the way that
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
Surprising he was so abusive? Was it surprising?
No.
Oh my God, he's so bad.
And why not?
I feel like they're
He
trying
switched
so hard.
sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Are these statements allowed?
Johnny
They
would
testified
be
they were all on
acting
shrooms. I don't know how they're allowed. That's a great
Like
question.
his wonderful
Yeah, everybody was on drugs.
self for a certain portion of
Yeah,
an occasion where people were hanging out or sometimes just privately at home. And
was it
I never
yeah,
knew
of
what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
That's the warrior. That's the warrior within right there. Mm-hmm. The Dark Lord. It's
What
not
do you
the Elder
recall?
Lord, it's the Dark Lord.
And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times
Yeah.
when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. That's all right.
And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left, though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Let's see it. This is the
Like
trailer.
I said yesterday, the light fixtures
This
had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
okay.
Over the course of now, you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
Yeah.
No.
Who would know
Have
that?
you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
Who would ever know this?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
That's whenever she said she got
Yes.
fucked up. And then they showed the pictures and she
What
wasn't.
do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night
Well, here we
before.
go.
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence
Yeah, he's telling her to ult.
the day
Yeah.
before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Here
Yes.
we go.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but that's everything to remember.
So
Okay. Here we
she
go.
asked me to come over to her residence,
All right.
PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered.
Yeah.
And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen.
That's horrible.
The hair had been ripped out of her head.
Yeah. Wow.
I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night
Wait, what?
watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Because she had it's leading. It's obviously leading.
Why wouldn't I?
If
Ms.
she was,
Pennington, I'm going to, you saw
I'm mad.
a few selected pictures yesterday.
I'm
I'm going to show you a number of pictures
Oh, here we go.
today that we need to go through and I'll ask you some questions about them.
You should
Okay?
have asked if she was
you
sleeping
able to see
laying
Exhibit
down or
15?
sitting up.
Yeah, I can see it. Can
Because you
you,
would
Ms.
know
Pennington?
that if you're laying down and you have a concussion, it's like worse than sitting up. So if she was laying down sleeping, the odds are they didn't even care about the
Ms. Pennington,
concussion,
does this picture
and she wouldn't even know that.
truly and accurately depict
They could have caught her off guard with that,
Miss Heard's appearance
but he didn't ask that.
on December 2015 during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with her? Yeah.
Do you know whether or not you took this
Is
picture?
Amber's lawyer? Yeah, I know.
I do
It's
not.
just-
That you were with Miss Heard that evening
Uh,
after the incident?
I was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of
Oh.
Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
okay.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
Okay. Next.
What is this picture of Miss Pennington?
It is a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear? There's a picture on the wall, and then a writing, a note above the picture.
What the hell?
Yes.
The fuck? I didn't even notice that.
What is that note signed?
Yours, Steve.
You can
that's
tell.
what it says.
Steve.
What the hell does that even say?
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
Wait, did he say "fuck you" eternally?
And what does it say right above that?
I think
Says
it does.
You're Steve.
What's the line above that say?
Wait, it says "I love you" eternally. Oh, that's different. Actually, in this relationship, is it?
Eternally? Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points.
Basically the same thing. Yeah.
Love you eternally, you're Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard.
The
correct?
same man?
Yes.
Is he Voldemort now?
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by
Who's
that?
Steve? It's Steve Harvey.
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
I was surprised too when I heard it.
What other injuries
Yeah,
are
he
you
got in
referring
there.
to?
The
Fucked up, man.
hair being pulled out.
Minecraft, Steve?
Exhibit 17 is up.
No, it's some pet name she had for Johnny Depp.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Amber's face
Yeah,
turned at a slight
I
profile
see that.
with a bruise on her eye,
It seems that way.
swelling on her nose.
There it is.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
Okay.
What is this document, Miss Pennington?
It's a
That's
photo
in the
of Amber's face
Yeah.
with 2 black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this photo?
I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
I don't. Is that a swollen nose? Like, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part,
Yeah, I
Miss
mean-
Heard's appearance on that night in December 2015?
Like, to me,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You believe that you took this picture?
She says no
I
makeup.
don't know.
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
You know what I find to be very compelling? She does. I don't think she has the lawyer with her.
And I'm
this
sorry
time.
this is so hard, Miss Pennington.
You notice that?
We just need to get through as
Yep.
the best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face turned a profile.
This is hard.
Showing more
Yeah.
of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And, it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was
Yeah.
anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
That's convenient.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
Thank
No.
God.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be,
Uh-huh.
yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
Go on with whatever Heard wants.
No, it
She's
does
building the
not.
Heard. What's her friend?
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline.
Wow.
And my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015
Uh-huh.
that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
One or the other.
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
But it's already been proven that she
Exhibit 21 is
photoshopped shit, though. Like, I mean, not proven, but I mean, like, bro.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
I mean, like,
This is a close-up picture.
you know what I mean?
of
Like, I
the
mean,
side of Amber's nose and mouth.
like, I'm not gonna.
She has,
Did you take? Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
That's true. It's a split lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the
Quick
top
show.
of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark.
No,
or
obviously
bruising
not.
underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
I wonder how that
And over
happened.
the course of your
What do you mean?
friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
Bro, I'm like, I want them to go on break. I want to start talking.
And you just testified,
I wanna
believe
start
it wasn't the
talking.
only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Yeah.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
I'm literally right. I'll write this
Yes.
shit down so I don't forget it because there's so
Do you
much shit
recall
I have
taking
to
this
talk
picture,
about.
Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp?
But
During the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
that's what she said the first.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of a clump of Amber's hair
Okay.
on the black carpet of the bedroom of PH4 with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Yeah.
Either the night of the event,
Looks short. I
the
don't
night
know.
of the event, the
I have no
December,
idea.
the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Be dog hair? No, it's not
Yes.
dog hair.
And how
I
did
don't
you know that
think-
that was Amber's
I
hair?
don't think it is.
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
It's probably her. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The guy friend said she uses extensions? Yeah, he did. He did say that.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse
true.
5?
4.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
I would hope not.
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Okay.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber.
She looks fine to me
She
in that
has
picture. I'm gonna be
mark
honest.
underneath her.
Like
right eye.
that looks the same to me.
She has her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen.
Like
She's in the kitchen.
yeah, that seems the same. Like that's
Of
I could see a
PH3.
person like this just in the living room, you know, or like in like living room somewhere, or like just in front of a gas
Do you know
station.
when or approximately when this picture was taken?
Like, I mean, really, it's not weird or anything like that to me. She looks like me? No, she doesn't. What the fuck do you mean?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Same shirt.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Uh-huh.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture
Looks
of
like my living room.
the nightstand
I don't
on
know
the
what to
right
say.
side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom
Yeah.
in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass,
It seems that way. What about the lemon?
and a small blue book
Is that a book?
on the floor that I can't.
I don't
make
think
out
that's
what
a.
that
Oh, at the
is.
top. Yeah, I see.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
Next to her bed.
No,
Next to her bed. Good one, Rotten Boy. Very clever. That qualification.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
my knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yeah. Let's see it.
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture. December 2015, ALH _509
She says she
_B.
didn't see Johnny throw anything.
You've seen this picture before.
No, she said
What's this
she
a
didn't
picture
see
of, Ms. Pennington?
Johnny threw anything at Amber.
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
Okay.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
Okay.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry. 2015.
Yeah.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Okay.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Miss Pennington,
What a great
in all the
question.
photos
Yeah.
that you
Great question, guys. Incredible.
have taken
Yeah.
of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
They just
I want to
randomly
talk about
changed
the
the
day
volume.
of the Late Late Show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring
My
to
ears. I'm sorry,
Amber's
guys.
appearance on the James Corden show?
Is this still good, or is
Yes.
it still too loud?
The Late Late Show with James Corden. Were you with Amber?
This is fine?
When
Okay.
she,
Sorry, guys. It just
when she got
happens.
ready for her appearance on that show.
Yes.
Who else was present?
Okay.
A deer that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Did were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip? Did you
What?
observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Miss Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next
That's
night,
just, bro.
the next day, and as they
Bro.
continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
In his words.
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments,
I see.
physical arguments.
Physical arguments. What does that mean? Why?
And that was what he made clear to you.
What does that mean?
In things that he said to you. Is that right?
Yeah, they got
What
into a
he
wrestling
made clear
match.
to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to
Uh-huh.
think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
When?
What does that mean? What are you
A lot of times.
What?
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor. At this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning
Holy
recess for
shit,
15
thank
minutes.
God. All right,
Again, do not
let's
discuss
go.
the case with anybody and don't do any
Let's
outside
go.
research, okay?
It's lit. All right. So guys, holy fuck. I gotta go into this. I gotta talk about this. We gotta go through it halfway. It's halfway through. It's effectively it's 75% of the way through because it was an hour and both of them had an hour. So we looked at 1 hour and we've watched 1 half hour of this one. And so it's one more half
Just go
hour
back
and
11
that's it.
o'clock then, okay?
So-
Great, thank you.
That's what it is. So I got to talk about this shit. Number one, actually, I don't even know where to start with number one. There is so much shit that I need to get into with this. Let me just put on a little bit of relaxing music, and we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna talk about this. I just, oh my God. Okay. All right, let's start here. Is the volume good? It might be a little bit loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. There we go. Okay, that should be better. So let's talk a little bit about this. I got 15 minutes to mauled, and I'm going to use my entire time. So number motherfucking one, is the fact that isn't it weird? Isn't it odd that this woman has the lawyer with her for the interview, and I actually want to watch something here, okay? Give me a second. I want to pull something up. I want to double check something. So, let me see this. Where's whenever she's full screen? There it is. January 20th. So she was first interviewed in January 20th, and then she was interviewed again in January 21st. So it was 1 day after. Does this logically make sense for her to have an emotional response the second time but not the first when confronted with the same evidence within 1 day of each other? That's odd. That's very odd. That, I would say, is an interesting situation. Wouldn't you say? Would you guys say that? Would you agree with me that this is an interesting situation? Yeah. So number one. Number two. She did not have her lawyer with her, or at least on screen. Maybe she did. I didn't see them. She did not have her lawyer with her on the interview that she did with Amber's lawyers. Why is that? My opinion of this is that she was coached to not do that. And I think that she was also coached potentially on what to wear. I think that there's a possibility that somebody like this could have worn clothes that presented a more warm and intimate tone so she would be more believable as, I guess, like a personal friend, a witness, a woman, or something like that whenever she's giving the testimony for Amber versus whenever she's giving the testimony here, she's in full business attire looking like she's about ready to, fucking solve a crime. That seems interesting, doesn't it? You're reaching? I am reaching with that. And I think that there's I could be completely wrong. But don't you find it odd that these coincidences seem to occur that indicate one direction of thinking and of bias? I don't know. That's why I'm saying this is interesting. It's a possibility. I'm not sure one way or another. I noticed it immediately. Yes. I think the crying is another point. Body language, I don't care about the body language. That's bullshit. Another thing I wanted to talk about was the picture with Amber's lip, where it was very red right here. Now, have you ever turned up the saturation on, because there's already a precedent. We already know that Amber photoshops pictures, right? Like, you know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So, whenever you turn up the saturation for a photo, it affects the extremes first. So if you have something that's red, it makes it really red. So whenever I see a photo like that was taken in this, it was about this kind of lighting. So let's go ahead and let's look at it right here, okay? So you see what I'm saying? I know this was different cases, but I think this could be the case. I don't know. And again, I feel like all of these things are not definitive. None of these things are definitive, but I feel like all of them put together do shine a certain degree of a shadow of doubt on this. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, she said Photoshop. You suck with it for 10 seconds, it looks like that. I know, I've had that happen to my own lip too. Yeah, and so that's another thing. I feel like that's a big fucking thing. Also, I really didn't like how they asked her if she was beholden to either party, because it's very obvious that she was Amber's friend. It's like, I don't like that because it's giving off the impression that she's an unbiased third party, which is not true. Like, for example, whenever they had the guy on, the bald guy with the beard, that Johnny Depp is like, you know, was his patron, it's obvious that this is Johnny's friend. It's obvious, like, everybody knows this, like, this is Johnny's friend. This is a person who's going to come in and tell Johnny's side of the story. And it's the same thing with Dr. Curry as well. Dr. Curry came in, she immediately disclosed that she had a relationship with Johnny Depp, I think professionally to a certain degree. She had met with him and talked with him, and she immediately disclosed that. And let's contrast that with whenever they had that psychologist on. I don't remember her fucking name. I don't care. The feminist one that made up all the bullshit. So whenever they had her on, they explicitly implied the opposite and even said that Amber Heard was not a client, while at the same time Amber Heard was receiving services from her, but somehow was not a client. Now, I think that they're right. I think that she might not be a client under some technical legal definition or something like this. That's probably true. But I think this is intentionally misleading to a jury of people who are not experts in the field. I think that any reasonable person would look at the relationship that Amber Heard had with that psychologist and think that she was a client. So it's intentionally misleading while simultaneously being technically correct, which I think that whenever you try to do that, here's one thing that I've always said, is that if somebody tries to mislead you in something, there's a reason for that. If somebody is not above the board, there's a reason why they're playing below it. Every single time. And this is really important whenever you're doing any business illegally, is that if anybody deviates even slightly from what the agreed upon thing is, if they're off by $5, if they're off by $20, you get that $5, you get that fucking $20. Because if you don't, then they're just gonna fuck with you more. It's gonna be other bullshit. It's gonna happen more and more and more and more. Right? So you cannot let this happen because you can't enforce the law, right? Because it's happening outside of it. So I think that this is another case of that, where they're bringing on this girl, and this woman, I don't know, I have no idea. She's older than me, right? But it doesn't matter. Point is that they bring this woman on, and they introduce her as a unbiased third party. Meanwhile, she was the only person with Amber who took these photos. And this is the second time they did this. They did this the first time with the psychologist, and they've done this again with this woman here. It's just bullshit. Yeah, they're friends since 2003. Like, that's fucking ridiculous, man. Also, whenever they were telling her about, whenever she was, like, talking about calling the police and how they called the police multiple times, well, guess what? she said, like, basically the lawyer asked her how much time between the first and the second phone call between the police. Why was that question asked? That question was asked in order to give credibility to the statement that was made by the guy who said that in between the first and the second and the third call, Amber and her friends had gotten their story straight with a publicist or somebody that was a lawyer, and then called again because the first call didn't achieve the result that they wanted. And she gave the answer less than 3 hours. Now, if it was 30 minutes, would you say less than 3 hours? No, you would probably say less than an hour. So the odds are that this probably took at least an hour and a half, and I would say at the very minimum 1 hour. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just, where Johnny Depp might still lose the case. Amber's lying and abused Johnny. All I need to do is prove that he abused her. That's what's on trial here. There's a good chance that he could lose. You're right. I know that. Secret Chipmunk, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. So it's just, it's very annoying for me to see this. I would say that I'm kind of mauling about it. For evidence of bruising and injuries, Depp's team has 3 cop testimonies, house manager testimonies, Ben King, the island lady, the vape lord, the bodyguard testimonies. Amber only has her friend. Well, not only does she only have her friend, she also doesn't have very compelling photo evidence. And some of the compelling photo evidence that she does have, she's already proven that she's, I think this, in my opinion, so I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. Whenever I read an article, and this actually goes back to the point that I literally just made. Whenever I read an article and I see one inaccuracy in the article, I assume that everything else is suspect. And it's the same thing with this. Whenever somebody lies about one thing, that's why I call things off, because it's like, why are you lying? Like, why? Like, and also, like, one big important difference here is that if somebody lies and it benefits them, like, for example, if she lied and it was just like, oh, it happened on one day and not the other, well, whatever, right? I mean, people are going to forget this kind of stuff. But, like, whenever your lies benefit you, coincidence and personal gain very rarely converge. Usually it happens on purpose, and it's not a coincidence. That IO dude yesterday said she was not friends with Johnny anymore because he's a monster. Johnny, what's this here? Got mad at him when he did a photo shoot, a 16-year-old kid, and leaked out that she's gay. I have no idea about that. I'd have to look into that more thoroughly. I have no clue. Do you remember yesterday, other Hertz friends kept Johnny was good when he was sober. They know people wouldn't believe the monster side, so they stick it to the drunk Johnny. Yeah, you're sexist. You're too biased towards Johnny. Sure. I mean, like, the thing is, like, I think that Johnny's being set up. Yeah, I think that he's being set up. I think Amber Heard's lying. I think her friend is lying. I think she was being coached and prompted by Rotten Boy's questions, and I think that it's bullshit. That's what I think. And I think that because of evidence like this. I think that because of all of the inaccuracies and all of the inconsistencies that have happened throughout the entire case. And like the evidence that I'm presenting, not even evidence, the points that I'm bringing up here about, you see what I'm saying about how, like, she's like being really emotional in one interview but not the other, whenever being shown in the same stuff. It's like, oh, maybe she had a bad day that day. Yeah, sure, write that off. But, like, how are you going to write off all of these things that all coincidentally converge to create the same narrative in one direction, right? I mean, like, come on. You see what I'm saying? Like, everyone's coach, no situation is binary. I don't think that it's binary, but don't you think that the questions that he was asking, like, here's an interesting question. Do you think the question of, have you ever known Amber Heard to break glass near her bed, do you think that is a valuable question? I think Rotten Boy added that qualifier because he knew that Amber Heard had broken glass before, but he didn't want to have her say that because having her say that would create the shadow of doubt that she could have broken the glass in the picture that he was showing her. So he added that in there. It's a trick question. Yeah, exactly. It's a trash question. Yeah, it's a trash question. And like these people, like Rotten Boy's not stupid. Okay, he's not stupid. So whenever he says something, there's a reason why he says that. You understand, like he's got, this is a pizza box, right? But he's got a list of questions that he has written down. Like it's not like he just randomly, thought this one up off the top. I'm sure sometimes that happens in court proceedings. I mean, absolutely. I mean, yeah, sure. Sometimes you're like, oh, wait, I should ask this right now. Sure. But in many other cases, they have these written down. I'm fucking annoyed, man. Google images for real domestic abuse to compare to Amber's swollen eyes. I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is that, as I said, I used the Rihanna example before. Obviously, there's a spectrum for these kinds of things. But yeah, I mean, like, again, what do you think the odds are that somebody who is wearing a bunch of different rings and everything like this, this individual is pummeling somebody, pummeling them? And there's no prints of the rings. There's very minimal like skin damage at all. There's no tearing. There's no blood. Like there's no medical record of this. I mean, guys. I mean, come on. But she did drop the Mad Grumpy Dirty. What's this here? Oh, the fucking poop? Yeah, I know. We're gonna go into that. Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, it's not unreasonable to think what I think. I feel like a lot of people are on the same page with this shit. Best thing, Johnny was concerned for her safety of being abused. It was just Johnny overreacting or being a baby, narcissistic behavior. No, it's not narcissistic behavior at all. I think it's unironically toxic masculinity. I do. I think that, Amber Heard, apparently, like, probably her father was abusive, her family was abusive. There's a lot of that stuff that happens. And, oh, God, no, that's actually true. Like, you understand, like, toxic masculinity is used towards men more than it's used towards women in a lot of cases, especially casually. So, like, whenever you have guys that are like, oh, guys shouldn't cry about stuff, guys shouldn't project their feelings, guys, should be X, Y, and Z. Like, these are things that men are upheld to by other men, but in many cases by women as well. Yeah, women are the ones that are upholding them to this too. And I think it's important to keep that in mind because so many people forget about it. Yeah, I mean, Johnny's an imperfect victim. Well, who's a perfect victim? Like, I mean, come on. It's impossible to have somebody like that. Yeah, I'm sure Johnny did some things wrong, right? I mean, sure. It seems like Johnny's an asshole when he gets drunk. Like, I don't know. I think you can you can, but like on like a spectrum, right? Is like being a nice guy, being an asshole when you're drunk, and then this is like actually hitting somebody at all, right? There's a lot of people that become assholes whenever they're drunk, and nobody ever gets hit. You see what I'm saying? Jam's not perfect. At least his testimony has a contradiction. Well, and that's what I'm really saying is that, like, I'm basing this off of, like, the evidence. This isn't, like, my opinion on it, right? I mean, I don't know Johnny Depp. I don't know Amber Heard. I have no real stake in this. It doesn't really matter to me, like, what the outcome for this is. And in my opinion, I think the outcome's already been decided. I think the most important outcome of this is that the public sees that women can be abusers. And I think that this has been a narrative that's been not really pushed enough. I think that it's taken in a position that makes men look like they're always the abusers, and I think statistically that's probably the truth. But if they're the abusers, like let's say 80% of the time, that still means that they get abused 20% of the time. That's 20%. That's fucking huge.
Okay.
That's a lot. And that's just a random number I'm throwing in. I'm just trying to, you guys see where I'm coming from? You picking up what I'm putting down here? Yeah. 70-30. What if females are also the abuser to other females? You know lesbians exist? I didn't know lesbians existed. Thank you so much. Thank you. I had no idea about that. I didn't. So that's like whenever like a girl likes another girl. Like, how's that work? What do you mean? Like, shut up. All right, let's mute this. We get back to it. I'll have to research this. All right, let's see here. Let's live with Amber and Johnny. You haven't seen Johnny be violent towards Amber? Johnny's witnesses saw Amber be violent?
Yes, we'll resume with the testimony of Raquel Pennington, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
All right, let's see it. Just keep in context everything that I said. This was a day after she got interviewed before, and she was stone cold in the other interview. Talking about the same situations.
I want to talk about the events of
looking at
May
the same
21st,
pictures.
2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
So
Walk us through
Yeah, she's crying.
What you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
All right, let's hear it.
So, in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5, and at
Liz
some
Mars?
point- Liz
Did you
Mars,
follow
yes.
Okay. And
She's
your
not
fiance,
sitting in front
Joshua
of a
Drew,
bed.
is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and
Yeah.
talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home.
Okay.
And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over.
Yeah.
And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there, and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments.
So she was well trusted.
And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling, and I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop, just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away, and so I just went straight over to Amber.
Damn.
She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her, and he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And
Jerry's dead, so we can't
then
get
Johnny
his
grabbed
testimony.
like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear, until a little bit later. And then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
You can't stop the Elden Lord.
And when he
What was
hit
she
your hands
thinking?
away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
Jesus. He's already in
How
phase
would you
2.
describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Okay.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Obviously.
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit to it, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up.
Uh-huh.
To get the fuck up.
I think I might know what he was saying.
Did you let her?
No.
Jesus Christ.
And where
Oh
were
my
you,
God.
just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse.
What?
How do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Miss Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer
That settles it.
has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp.
Well, of course she's...
Is that statement true?
What do you think she's going to say?
No.
That's
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
Yeah, half of it.
No.
Did
What do you expect?
Amber stage anything, to your knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
To your
No.
knowledge. That's good.
Describe for us the
Plausible
damage
deniability.
that you observed Mr. Depp cause
To your knowledge.
to the penthouses, to Penthouse 3.
Rotten boy in there with the twist.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He
Damn.
was
With
smashing
his-
stuff
With what?
with a wine bottle.
What other
It-
damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been
Uh-huh.
getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs.
Oh, that
of
was
the
her
incident
stuff.
that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Of course, it's her stuff.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew.
Why wouldn't you take photo? I thought that was your stuff.
That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
That's her stuff, right?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads
Oh my
that I had been
God.
working on and the stand that I used to display them
my God.
thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill.
Yeah.
The stand is broken.
This is just like, all right.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
It doesn't look broken, to be
Exhibit
fair.
30 is up.
It looks like there's two pieces of the attachment. And the
What is
attachment
this
that was
a
right
picture
there
of, if
just
you
got
know?
unhooked.
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bed.
Okay.
Bedroom bed in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
Stacked.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
They do. They're obviously
These do,
intact.
yes.
In your experience, did those photos normally sit on the bed?
Yeah, of
No.
course they did. No?
Does this,
Oh.
did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr. Depp did in Penthouse 3?
He's
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053,
I
please.
feel like if I was laying them down to just keep them in
So my
place
question, Ms.
without
Pennington, will
damaging
be,
them,
what
that's
is
how
this a picture of?
that's how I'd put them down. It doesn't look like an angry person did that.
Can the info thing move off to the side?
No, I don't. Not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
So there's shit on the floor. Okay. Or on the back. I don't even know what the fuck that really is.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
Yeah. Seems that way.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
I think that's broken. I think that could be broken glass. Sure.
Did you ever know Miss Heard to smash glasses on staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Miss Pennington?
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
These are stairs appearing to the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
Mm-hmm.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being
not that
broken
big of a deal.
on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the space between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen island. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
The Elven Lord.
Yes.
Who was it?
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you saw on May 21st,
Yep.
2016?
There it is.
Yes.
You know it. I know
Exhibit
it.
35 is up.
Everybody knows it.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on.
Mm-hmm.
And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned, and there's papers all over the floor. And
is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
no.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May
about how I
21st,
do mine.
2016?
Looks about right.
Yes.
But there's more drinks on the
36 is
table.
up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
Okay. So yeah, it's a
What is this a
broken
picture
photo
of, Ms.
frame.
Pennington?
Yeah, we've seen this. Yeah, we've definitely seen
This
this.
is a picture of two photos on the column, the staircase, leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Okay.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
Oh my God. That's the mega bottle. That is crazy, man. That is absolutely
picture of?
insane.
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging, if you know?
I don't know.
Uh-huh.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice you or misheard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of?
Wow.
I meant the whole scene.
I guess not. Thank God.
It's a picture on the floor.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Did she lean
you,
back in her chair?
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
Oh boy. Yeah, she zoomed
didn't
out.
see it
She
knocked
zoomed
down.
herself out. Yeah, there you go.
Did other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Did you see any injuries? I mean, like, I would kind of expect so, you know?
Just a swollen, like red,
Yeah.
swollen cheek.
From Johnny, I'm sure.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please.
That's the other cheek.
And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
Uh-huh.
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, there it is.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
This is Amber's face.
Yeah.
It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right. left.
Does this fairly inaccurately depict Miss Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
Oh my
This
god.
is Amber's face turned at a slight profile.
Oh, he's gonna show
Her
the two
eye
pictures.
is red and
It's coming up.
bruised.
These.
The side.
Wait, wrong one.
The side brow.
He's gonna show
temple,
these.
And cheekbone.
Does this
All right, here we
fairly
go.
inaccurately depict Miss Heard's
This is
condition
it.
that you witnessed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
Were there two sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you
Uh-huh.
to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Miss Heard say, express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Miss Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Then why'd she do it right before a movie came out? Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, I mean that, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's weird how that happens. Like, not directly from him, no.
Now, at some point after May 21st, 2016, Miss Heard filed for divorce from Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Shit.
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I forget, you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from
Vestibule.
the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio
World
of
of Warcraft?
PH5.
Was the okay? Was it if someone were
Rich
in the
people were-
vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
Uh-huh.
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Miss Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please.
Okay, let's see it.
And while he's doing that, do you
Is
know if
that
Miss Heard
her?
wore any makeup that morning?
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Okay.
Is that rare for Miss Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is her with the thing on her
This
face.
is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting
Ah.
on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
I wonder who she was on the phone with.
When?
The day
Does anybody
that
want to guess?
the restraining order was filed.
Do
Yeah.
you see any injuries on Miss Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
Uh-huh.
On her cheekbone, right cheekbone is bruise.
Okay.
And how long after May 21st was this, approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Miss Heard's face?
Did she ever see it happen?
No.
Can you please pull up
Did she ever see a makeup artist? Two qualifying
Pennington.
statements there.
1295,
Did
please?
you ever see a makeup
and before
artist
we
put it
before we
on
do,
her
does
face?
this picture fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition the
Oh,
morning
man.
she, or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
Okay.
Ask, to the best of my recollection, I took that.
Okay.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Miss Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
There she is. We've seen this one before. This is whenever she went to file the proceedings.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slight profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair's behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that Amber did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand
she did
at
it
some
because she's
point.
crazy.
At some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
He lost it. Where did it go?
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
He had cut off the tip of his own finger.
Said,
Yeah, he cut it off. That was
I don't
really
remember how
cute.
he said he cut the tip of his finger off.
That's
but
cute. I like that.
While the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is you've given a number of you've testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth exactly as I remember it at all of the points of time.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes the testimony of Raquel Pennington. Ms. Hurd calls Joshua Drew as her next witness.
Okay.
And if we may approach just to discuss a couple
All right.
exhibits.
And that's by deposition, is that correct?
It is by deposition,
All right.
yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's see it. So, her talking about the finger. Let's talk a little bit about her talking about the finger. So, let's look at this right here. This is a photo. I don't know exactly how this has come together or anything like that. So we've got a new person here, and this is, these are Amber Heard's last two witnesses, two people who made fun of Johnny Depp's finger injury. Two friends of Amber who lived on Johnny's money. Look at that. Isn't that an interesting little situation? You guys like that? That's so cute. Yeah, wow. I can't believe this. Like, it's just, it's like, not again. Yeah, not again. That's what it is. And so, like, it's like, why would you make fun of it? You know what I mean? It's like, it's one thing to just, like, not give a fuck. But it's another thing to go out of your way to make fun of it. Like, that's a whole lot. I mean, like, I see this kind of shit, man. And it's just like, it's so shameless. So it's like her talking about, like, his finger injury or anything like that. It's nuts, man. Disgusting people. Yeah, they're psychos, Amber. What a surprise. So one TMZ SoCal, thanks to the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. You know what'd be really funny right now if TMZ leaked? If TMZ leaked the call record with whoever they found out that Amber Heard was getting a divorce with. Right? Like, just let us know, because, like, you know, they wrote that shit down. Like, it's like, that's what they do, right? So just let us know what's going on, right? Like, TMZ wouldn't do that. You're right, they probably wouldn't do that. But, like, it would be crazy if they did, wouldn't it? That would be crazy, and we do live in a crazy time, don't we? I would say that we do. Guaranteed they record every phone call. Guaranteed they log every phone call, maybe not record it. No, revealing sources is a journalist suicide. Yeah, so I'm talking about TMZ, so that's not going to qualify. So here's the facts, is that you've got a lot of these cases. Some of this stuff happens, and I'll take that back if you guys give me another 10 subs, by the way. But listen, like, this can happen, and it's just, honestly, guys, I see this stuff go on. I see it go on and happen, and it's just very frustrating for me because you see so much evidence of the other direction. You really do. It's annoying. It's very annoying. I am just, I'm getting frustrated just thinking about this, just looking at it, man. That's it. Is the image shown in court? I think that a lot of those images are shown in court, but not the one that I had just shown. No, it's not. Soaked Phil with the 10 gifted community subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. I sure hope my audio still works. Let me test a song real quick. I have to just make sure this works properly. Okay, it does. As I said, like, I'm having a lot of trouble with my headphones today, and last night they were, like, cutting in and out. Like, part of, like, the bass and, like, the... It's just not working properly, unfortunately. Okay, I think actually, I hate to say it, but I think I just fixed it. So, yeah, I'm just going to have to do that every once in a while. I've got a new pair. It's on Amazon, the thing where they fucking do the thing. And so it's going to be here tomorrow. Meadoshi with the 10 gifted subs. I've also got another pair of headphones that I might use as well. We'll see what happens. Smokeopotamus, thank you very much for the 5 Get the Unity subs. I appreciate that. I'm using Sennheiser Game 1 headphones. I've used these for 5 years. This is the third pair I bought. And what's this here? While listening to the car, squeaky chair makes me think of car trouble. Buy a new one. I'm not gonna buy a new motherfucking chair, dude. You think I buy a new chair whenever people send me like one of the why don't I get one of those expensive like $700 gaming chairs and we'll see what it's like. You know, like I'd be all right with that. Why not? And any plans to play V Rising? I might take a look at that. We'll see. But anyway, let me go back. I got to talk a little bit more about this and get into it. This whole situation is just like, as I said, man, like you see these photos of like her friends like making fun of him. Like who does this? You know what I mean? Like who the fuck does this? Like, it's just, that's so weird. Now, obviously, maybe the context is wrong and it's actually something different. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just, yeah, it's classless people. I think that, honestly, it's just, what a surprise that she is, you know, like, Amber Heard seems like a pretty nasty person, right? And, like, I'm not basing this off of what anybody said. I'm just listening to the fucking, the text, the audio, man. Like, she sounds like a demon. Like, I'm telling you guys, it's like the beast within, the demon within takes over. And she just starts like she needs a priest. Yeah, I mean, really, we need to do an exorcism, Gold Digger. I don't know. I don't even know if she is. I honestly don't even, like, I think that she could be so crazy that that's not even part of the equation. I do. I really believe. I think I think the Gold Digger part is probably not even part of the equation because she was entitled to more money out of the divorce and she didn't take it. You know why? It's because she doesn't care about the money. She cares about her fucking ego. That's what it is. That's what matters to her more than anything. The money doesn't make a difference. It's her ego. 7 million? Yeah, but she could have taken over 30. Why did she take 7 and not 30?
Are we ready? Not quite? Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is Miss Heard calls Joshua Drew. As I
Thank you.
mentioned. Thank you.
All right, here we go. Let's see him.
Do you live Los Angeles? What is your occupation?
I run my own hospitality development consulting firm.
Are you also a chef?
Not anymore.
What, if any, education have you had since high school?
I have my Associates of Science in Culinary Arts.
And from what
Great.
institution?
Johnson & Wales University.
Did you receive a degree from there?
I did.
In what year?
That would have been 2003.
Who is Raquel Rose Pennington?
My ex-wife.
Oh.
Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel?
Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine.
Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct?
Correct.
When did you start dating Rocky?
That would have been June of 2014.
And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky?
Correct.
When was that?
That would have been in summer of
His volume's good, right?
2015. Yeah, I believe.
Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky?
Officially September
Captain
24th
Purple
of
Horse?
last
Ricky?
year. We separated officially
No.
October of the previous year.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating very
Ron
early on.
Swanson and
When did you
Ricky.
first meet Johnny Depp?
Shortly after I met Amber, I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating.
Okay.
And I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him?
Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny
We've heard of
and
this.
Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment eating burgers and watching movies.
Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night?
I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly for a large portion of it fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular interactions over various periods of time.
Okay,
Your
that
counsel
makes
is not
sense.
going to let you speculate. But I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times?
Yes.
More than 50 times?
Yes.
From the time that you first
Okay.
met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, Have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard?
No.
Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her?
No.
Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist?
No.
Have you ever lived at a building located at
He said strike her
849
earlier.
South Broadway in Los Angeles, known as the Eastern Columbia Building?
Correct.
Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1?
Correct.
With whom did you live in Penthouse 1?
Raquel Pennington.
From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington?
Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. Man, you'll have to bear with me a minute here.
I like this guy.
So while I
Straight
was
to
a
the
frequent
fucking point.
guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say
Yeah, this
about
guy's great.
October or November of 2015.
No bullshit.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse 1 at the time?
Johnny Depp.
While you and Rocky lived together in Penthouse 1, did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
Oh, that's the last boss.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Okay.
Did you or Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp
Correct.
any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider
Jesus.
the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr.
God
Depp
damn.
generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1,
Yeah?
did you ever
He's a
notice
speed
that
run,
there
yeah,
were
exactly.
security personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Taru,
Did
thanks
you
for
find
5
her to
subs.
be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived in
Yeah.
Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Miss Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes. As were we all.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
Did
Oh
you
my
ever see
God.
her strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Bro,
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the
Jesus.
relationship between Amber Heard and
My man.
Yes.
on how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Jesus.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
Bro.
I recall it was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late.
Jesus
and Amber spent the better
Christ,
part
man.
of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated.
All right.
Put on a show for everybody.
Yeah.
And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up,
Mm-hmm.
and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the dinner?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there, Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there.
A rabbi?
As
Oh my God.
well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity who else was there.
Okay.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Heard?
Correct.
Is
Oh, it's her
Whitney
sister.
Heard Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Yep.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
Bro, I was gonna get food. I can't. This
I
guy's
really
so
couldn't
fast.
tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was.
I can't
quite a
even- I
few
can't even
hours
step
after
away.
The party had started.
I'm gonna miss something.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's
No reason.
intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Heard been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you see Amber Heard the next
Uh-huh.
morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did, I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Heard?
Sporadically, yes.
Okay.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say strike that,
Okay.
are you say sporadically? How frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she
Okay.
reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
I'm going to come back to that. When you said you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd, is that because you didn't see any marks on Miss Heard, or you didn't see her at all?
Make amends or make
I
amendments?
honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella, so it was a pretty frantic morning.
Who
I couldn't
gives a
say
fuck
with any
about
specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
Coachella.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Heard reached out to you.
Oh.
When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, you know, her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me, and she just wanted to make amends and, you know, reconnect.
Did she mention anything about this lawsuit?
Not in the initial interaction.
How did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded, and before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it, but more than likely people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side.
Oh my
that somebody
God,
would more than likely
bro.
be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall
Jesus.
approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. No, I'm sorry, it would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Okay.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to the evening of May 21, 2016.
Let's
which
do
you
that.
had referenced previously.
Because machine, yeah, I know.
Was Mr. Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Okay.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside
Why would her
the
team
door
bring this
of
guy?
PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a
I
text
don't know.
from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Okay.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
Well,
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
that was the woman they interviewed.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer.
What about the second time?
Was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white,
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
both.
What did you say to them? Do you? if
He
you
was the
recall?
generic
When they
white
arrived,
male.
I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through
This
the
was the
hallway
guy.
over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1. Took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one, and I was outside the door with the male officer, and specifically my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
Okay.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
So
were you present
that
when
guy
she
was right.
speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file a complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant?
Did what
Mr.
Goldman
Depp
said to
arrest?
Not that I'm
journalists?
aware
Yes,
of.
that's right. He just
Mr.
admitted it.
Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd,
The attorney was correct. Yep.
2016.
Big
Did
surprise.
you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you
Damn.
saw Amber on May 22nd, you
God
don't know
damn.
whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone, and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side, or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there,
Yes.
yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Holy
Was it
shit!
more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate.
Oh
It was
my
over quite some
God!
When did that first occur?
Damn!
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So,
Wow!
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Yes.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
Johnny's so paranoid. He's
I would
he's
say
so
pretty early
paranoid.
on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right-of-way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or I'm sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
Okay.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm a little, again, I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to
Okay.
say it was about 3 to 4
Rocket Man?
weeks
No,
after
Twitter Man.
The restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Bradley, thanks for 10
Yes.
subs. Thank you very much.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself.
Okay.
In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass
Okay.
and items strewn about the counters and the floor
Granddad,
in the
thanks
kitchen.
for 5 subs. Appreciate it.
Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically, so we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about, and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt, and I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about?
He's trying to help the
Something
dogs
like
out.
that?
Damn,
Did
this
you
guy's a
actually
G.
see the person who
Oh my God.
threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any
Wow.
destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time, so we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was, and to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
Some crazy
You
shit.
never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Ms. Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What
Okay.
did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose.
Okay.
And her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall.
Okay. Okay.
Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say
They're confident. That doesn't really matter.
that I witnessed personally.
Yeah, they're just
maybe
laughing
30
on
minutes.
camera.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
And were they large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening, it was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them.
Okay.
So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess.
Right.
Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like, "All is such a fraud," or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Earlier? Okay. So I think you testified that when you came in, you saw some writing in the kitchen.
Oh, this is going to be the writing.
I showed you a document which is a photograph.
Yeah,
that we've marked
there it
as
is.
Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
Why be a fraud?
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language?
Okay.
Is this the kitchen? Withdrawn. Is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
Yeah.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
Johnny.
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition "his" in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why? And are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And why do you? How were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
Okay.
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is
What a
written
way to
on
say
the
it.
countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you saw these, when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written
I think he did write
on the
that. Yeah,
countertop,
exactly. I think he wrote that too.
Were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
That something very, very bad had happened.
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read, you read into the record what it says. Could just correct me if I'm wrong.
It doesn't
That little
implicate him in
kind of
anything
red
bad, but
thing
yeah, I
there,
think he wrote it.
in the top right-hand corner of the photograph.
Sure.
Do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph.
No,
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss or things are strewn about. It doesn't portend anything good.
Makes sense, yeah. Okay. I think that's fair to say that. Sure.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment other than the kitchen that day?
Okay.
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? Like, you let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening. Hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check. Saw that written on the counter. Saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, "Go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her." Bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
Okay, when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as Drew 11. You can see from the top page it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit declaration as Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at
objection blind. Well, that's one thing they could say. Yeah.
And tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone, so there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face?
I did.
In December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember, and without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Drew, were you there? Do you just to refresh your recollection? You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
Okay. But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by
something good?
Rocky or anyone else?
What did he say?
To manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of
what did he say?
Changing a photo.
I'm confused.
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
Okay.
Yes.
Or a very different deposition, whatever.
I'm going to turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016.
You say you didn't remember seeing the busted lip.
connection with Ms. Herb's.
So it could have been the saturation thing.
What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words.
Cookie cake.
Again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Herb's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, but that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were sort of...
Yeah, it makes sense.
I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. They're just like, let's sit down and have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah. Played nice.
Okay.
He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining, be pleasant and polite, and her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with.
My man.
But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
Okay, that makes sense.
You cooked the dinner
Sure.
that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
Jesus.
I made tacos, actually.
Damn.
Don't ask me why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican spread.
Damn.
When you
Mega
say
chef,
that when,
yep, there you go.
Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated. Do you recall? Was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little tics, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like, just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Okay.
Okay, I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident. But
here we go.
I think you testified earlier that you
Here we
observed
go.
On a number of occasions dog poop or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Herb's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes, and if there was nobody there to take care of them, and at some point, there was pee and poop on everything. Couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
Let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10
Okay.
through 13. This is from Drew 7. Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did
Okay, let's see it.
chronologically in connection with this incident.
All right, this is the poop. Here we go.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or a Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and
that's cute.
Make necklaces and things like that.
Sure.
I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them, and pretty rapidly thereafter. I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway, and then a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1.
Holy shit!
And then I heard keys jingling, and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay?
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Okay.
Within a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what did you recall him saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening?
That makes sense.
Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to.
I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're performing on a stage and
It wasn't actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Okay.
Okay. So you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out into the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door, and Amber was catatonic. She was just 1,000-yard stare, just done. And Raquel was trying to calm down herself. And I was just, what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1, if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, the record should reflect the witness pointing to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle, and I went back, started banging on the door at PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Heard.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
Okay.
You said that Amber, when you saw them, that Amber and Rocky, I think you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he'd already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point still in your apartment?
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney.
What night? It was his wife.
Pictures of all the damage. Took pictures of the wine stain in the whole.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I'd seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
You believe this guy? I believe him. I'll explain why
afterwards. The
afterwards.
police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'll explain. I'll explain why afterwards.
Specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave and say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so two questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want to have him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
Okay.
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember.
Okay.
If you can
all
tell me
right,
what these
let's see
photos
this.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
And are you sitting here today?
Okay.
Can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Heard's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Heard's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify with any.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5.
That looks like somebody punched it.
And the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Placed, yeah.
Starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
And just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the
No.
apartment? Okay. Go to the next one.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo?
Okay.
I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I
Yep.
think?
That's the glass,
And,
yeah.
that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yeah, it's obvious.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
Right, yeah, he's pointing at the obvious spot.
to the sort of middle
Yeah, I think
of
everybody
the
can see
photograph
it.
on the right side, on the floor.
Yep,
on the
everybody
stripes.
can see it.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first
not
group of police
blood?
officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked
I don't
through it
think
before
so.
they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them.
No.
Last photo in the series?
Okay. I got a lot to say about this one.
Can you tell
Oh
me
my
about this?
God, I got a lot to say
That
about
is
this
a
one. Oh
wine
my
bottle
God,
and
I'm
spilled
ready.
wine on the floor.
I'm
Is
ready.
this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw,
Uh-huh.
first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, I have rhyming here, that
Okay.
you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Sitting here today, do you know
Seems
who
that
took
way.
these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection,
Yes.
lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes. To my recollection.
Those are the ones we saw.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Hurd's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document.
I mean,
that's
we
been
have the
marked
picture.
as, Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to
We
the
have the
photos
picture.
there and asking if you can identify where these photos
Yeah,
were
how would
taken.
he know?
The
It's not
photo
his
on the
fault.
first
How the fuck would he
page,
know? Oh, we haven't seen this one.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was.
Yeah, how would he have
from,
any
from which
idea?
penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these
Uh-huh.
photos are taken from PH5, where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
Next page.
Oh my
Same thing.
God.
Amber's closet.
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one.
The top one, same.
Came in like a wrecking
Bottom
ball.
photo on that page.
Bottom photo is
Uh-huh.
taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies.
Right.
Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet
Okay.
to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you've testified here today?
No. I did receive a phone call from IO, I want to say maybe 3 months ago.
Okay.
That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified
Okay.
that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that
Correct.
correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during
All
your
right.
hour lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
All right.
See you in an hour.
All right, boys. Are we ready? Are we fucking ready? The dog, no outside research. We're about to do some outside research right fucking now. No poop story. Well, this is the thing, right? It's like, yes. All right. So let's go, dude. I'm gonna do it in just a second. I'm gonna get into it just a minute. All right. A tiny dog did that
Come
mega
back at
poop.
1:45 then? Is that fine?
Let me
Okay,
see
live
here.
witness at 1:45, so we'll take the TV down. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to mute this. So we got to talk about this. All right. Obviously, this guy, do I believe his testimony? Do I think that he is telling the truth? Honestly, yeah. I think that pretty much, I don't think that he is willingly falsifying any information. However, let's think about this. Number one, he divorced Raquel, right? He divorced her. They're no longer together. Raquel said in her deposition that Johnny was never physical with her. But she told her at the time boyfriend, fiance, or husband that he was. So guess what? Yeah, obviously, it's like if your wife tells you that you're going to, she just got assaulted by somebody, I think that it's completely justifiable and reasonable for him to be really fucking upset and rush back over there and just say, fuck the bodyguards, I'm gonna be as aggressive as I possibly can be because I'm really mad, right? Now, was this a good decision? He said it wasn't a good decision. So I would agree with him. I think this would not have been a good decision just because, number one, it wasn't true, and number two, it's like it's probably never a good idea to initiate something like that. What about him corroborating staged photos? I have never said that the injuries were not, like, completely staged. Does that make sense? So, like, for example, I think that there's a very good possibility, and this is what had happened. Even Johnny Depp had said that she was moving her head around and she had hit her head into his head, right? That's whenever she said, you headbutted me. You remember that? Even he said that. You see kind of what I'm saying here? Like, yeah, this is something that officers, when entering the house on Twitter, yeah, I'll look at that. If you guys want to tag me on that, it'll be okay, right? Yeah. And so she did it to herself. Well, what I'm saying is, like, even Johnny admitted that there were physical injuries to Amber through some form of altercation. So the guy says, not to his knowledge, that things were not fabricated. Well, okay, sure. Like, that's fine. Because it's like, I'm sure if you showed that guy this picture and you asked him, is this photoshopped? He'd say, yeah. He'd be like, yeah, I think he'd immediately fucking admit this. The body cams, we'll look at the body cams in a minute, right? Yeah, he would obviously admit this. Like, of course. He said no. He's the one that took the pictures. You misunderstood what he said. He said that not to his knowledge was Photoshop used. He said no to the makeup and not to his knowledge to the Photoshop, because he would have been able to notice the makeup because he was taking the photos up close, and he would not have been able to see the Photoshop because that could have happened after the fact. Do you see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down here, right? Yeah, so that's what it is. He's giving his perspective of the situation. So no, I don't think that this is I hate him, he's against Johnny, but he's not though. Like, he's not against Johnny. Like, he said that, like, and also, like, Johnny, you have to keep in mind, Johnny didn't know. Basically, Johnny came back and he heard about the poop situation, and Johnny assumed that he was in on it, and he was in on the poop situation. Because that's what happened. He didn't know if it was Amber that shit in the bed or not. He had no idea. So, like, obviously Johnny was really pissed off at him. Should Johnny have done that? Obviously fucking not. It's completely, it should not do that. Like, I think anybody can understand that. But it's the same as, like, I understand the reason why he came back and he was getting really angry about Johnny potentially, like, assaulting his wife or fiance at the time. Like, I think that's understandable. And I think it's also understandable that Johnny was getting up close and being aggressive towards him because he thought that he literally shit in his bed. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Is like, this is a reasonable, and also in all of these circumstances, there was never a physical altercation. There was only a intense verbal altercation. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it was a very honest testimony. How come his ex-wife sent him home after they found a message on the kitchen counter? Seems sus. How come his ex-wife lied to him and said that Johnny pushed her, and then in her deposition said Johnny Depp never physically assaulted her? That's a better question. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like him doing that, and, like, I don't think that he was lying. I don't think that she said, oh, he didn't push me, and then like, he just went over there for no fucking reason because he had just walked out of there. So he had to have clearly learned new information. I think it would make sense that this is what was happening. And I think also, like, he wouldn't have gotten lost in the heat of the moment if he found out about Amber doing that, because he was already there in the first situation in which she claimed the same thing and he didn't do that. So it's very obvious that he was not going to, you know, jump to the call of battle based off of Amber, because that's already what he had established by his previous behavior. Now, of course, he's going to do that with, you know, his fiance or wife. I think a lot of people would do that. You know, it's like he was going to pull a Will Smith on him or something like that. And I think, honestly, like, and it's very different than the Will Smith thing because, you know, his fiance or wife literally said that Johnny Depp like pushed her down or hit her or something, right? This wasn't like some kind of this wasn't like some kind of bullshit, you know? Like it was actual, like it's not like, oh, Johnny Depp said I was fat. Like no, he actually like was physically aggressive towards him. So do you see kind of what I'm saying is like this woman tells him something that then through her own deposition confirms that it's a lie. I believe him. I believe that what he said is what he believes happened. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I believe that he's telling the truth because it's like it's also like it's his ex-wife as well. So like there's no reason for him to like try to protect her or anything like that. Yeah, I think he's very reasonable. Yeah, I mean, do you see what I'm saying? The busted lip is so fake. In my opinion, I don't think that it's necessarily fake, but you don't know why it happened. Don't you understand? Like, so, like, let's look at a few theoretical situations, all right? Her and Johnny get into an argument, right? Amber Heard and Johnny get into an argument, and then she hits him, and then he hits her back. In my opinion, I think she's totally in the wrong, and he's not in the wrong at all. Because if you hit somebody, you are the one who's wrong. Period. It's self-defense. And that's the way I look at it. Yeah, if you hit somebody and they hit you back, you're wrong and they're not wrong. I don't think both are in the wrong. Absolutely not. Yeah, absolutely not. If you start shit, it is your fault. Yeah, and of course she could have hurt herself. But, and like, so that's one situation, right? So this happened in the altercation. They were getting really physical with each other. And yeah, that eye for an eye. Well, not necessarily, because that would imply equality. I think that the person who initiates the physical confrontation is the person who's in the wrong. Like, just period, full stop. That's literally all there is to it. Yeah, it's the person who's in the wrong, who's, yes, the aggressor is in the wrong, and the person who responds to the aggression is not in the wrong. It depends on how much it escalates. There's always nuance to it, sure. But like, I mean, Johnny's finger got cut off, right? For example, they didn't ask him about this. I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't ask him about this. I wish they did. Yeah, I don't think that they did, at least. I'm pretty sure they didn't. Don't forget, he said the reason they got divorced was due to being a victim of domestic violence. Looks like the case that you're the company that you keep. So I thought of that, Private Cornflower, but here's why I think that's not true. Is he said that contextualized inside of the relationship that he had with her. So that does not imply that he ended the relationship with her or that she was the person who was domestically abusing him. So I thought that, and that's not necessarily the case. But you see kind of what I'm saying? You're forgetting it's Amber's witness. The bitch faked everything. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really sure about that. I don't think that she faked everything. It's hard really for me to say. But it does seem like the way that faking something is different than misrepresenting it. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? So like, yeah, faking something is different than misrepresenting it. So like some of this stuff I think might have happened. It's the same as like, I feel like a lot of these, like this mess around in the house, etc. Can I imagine this happened? Yeah. Can I imagine Johnny Depp might have knocked some of this stuff over? Yeah. Can I imagine he wrote that stuff on the table? Yeah, I think so. And I think it would be very, I don't think it's not a condemnation of him to say that he wrote it on the table. And the reason why it's not a condemnation is because this guy literally said, he fucking said that the reason why, he said like how many, like numerous times, he didn't even know how many times Amber had guys over that were not, what do you call it? That were not Johnny whenever Johnny was not there. Like multiple times, right? And so he says, why be a fraud? Oh yeah, I wonder if he said that or not. Yeah, over 30, over 50, something. I thought it was over 30, not 50, but regardless, it was a lot. Police footage? Okay, tag me in the thread with the police footage, and I'm gonna look at it myself because I think that makes it a lot easier for me. Let me go back over here and double check. And so yeah, that's kind of like Do you see kind of like where I'm coming from with all of this? Like, is that I don't think that he's necessarily lying, but he is giving his perspective on things, and the perspective that he was given, like, and the reason why I'm saying this is that there is one clear as day indication that he is being misled. And the one clear as day indication is that his wife at the time, or ex-wife or whatever, said that Johnny pushed her or did something physical to her. And whenever she was asked in her deposition, she said that never happened. That's a like just absolute like fucking cut and dried, like it's literally that simple. You see what I'm saying? So like this guy has clearly been misled at least in one case. And I think that not only is he being misled in one case, but think about it in the context of who's misleading him. It's not even Amber. It's his own girlfriend or you know, whatever, right? So if she's misleading him, I'm sure that, you know, like Amber is probably also going to have no problem misleading him. He's been misled either way. It was all set up. It's also weird his wife told him to go back to their place multiple times so she could check on Amber. I don't know. She did say that he pushed her arms in a deposition. He did. Yeah, she said there was like a physical... I'm trying to remember like what exactly they said. But it was very different than whenever... Because she would have told him that. And clearly in her mind, it was not a physical... Like, it was not physically violent. Because she didn't classify it that way whenever they asked her to classify it that way. She placed hands on his chest, but then she placed hands on his chest and he pushed her hands off. Yeah, that's right. She touched him and he pushed her arms away from him. Let me go back over here. No sides in this. Abuse is not just physical. You condemn first person act in violence. What about other abuse? I don't see any evidence that the abuse was one-sided. But I do see evidence that the physical abuse was one-sided. Does that make sense? So like, yeah, mental abuse is very different. Yeah. And I do think that, like, in general, physical abuse is worse than mental abuse. I'm not going to say it's worse in every single circumstance versus every single circumstance of mental abuse. I'm not going to say that. It's impossible to say that. But I'm going to say that in a general sense, I think physical abuse is a lot worse than mental abuse. In general. Let's see here. I'm going to see if I can pick up this this photo or this body cam footage, and we're going to look at it ourselves. Okay, let me see here. Both are bad. Yeah, I don't want to get into an argument of, like, which one is more bad. Because, like, I think it's just weird, right? Like, why even, like, what the fuck, right? Let me see here. Okay, they cut out a portion of his testimony. I'll look at this one here. I'm trying to find the body cam footage, and we're going to look at that, too. Give me 1 second. Usually physical abuse comes with mental abuse too, so they're mental without physical and not vice versa. Yeah, I mean, mental abuse is worse, but I guess it depends. Yeah, I don't want to get mired down in this. It's just such a pointless conversation. Let's see if I can find this. Okay. So these are more of these. Okay, let me double check and look at this here. And I want to make sure I get everything else over there. And a TLDR of today's events. I'll do a TLDR in just a minute, okay? Okay, here's the body cam footage. Okay, great. Yeah, we actually have the body cam footage right here. Let's take a look at it and let's watch it right here. Okay, here we go. So this is actually what happened. This is the body cam footage for whenever they went there. Let's watch it right now.
Hello. Officers. How you doing? Doing all right.
I think that's him because that's the same tattoo on his hand. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the same tattoo on his hand, I'm pretty sure. No wine there outside. It could be the other way. Do you want to compare the two? Let's compare them after this.
Hello. Officers, how you doing? Doing all right. You guys had somebody come out here earlier?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I can't remember their names offhand. We have the card inside.
Cyan, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called
So this
again.
is the second call?
We just need to check. One of you guys know someone in New York or something?
Yeah, she probably called twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just talk to your wife just make sure.
Oh, it's not my wife.
Okay. Whoever it
Different
is.
conversation.
Okay, yeah. Well, whoever it is, I'm step out. We just gotta check on them, make sure they're all good.
I'll go get the business card from the cops.
Yeah, I don't know. Just because we got another call and we came again, we still gotta make sure.
Give me 1 second.
Give
me 1 second. Back up. Please, back up.
Can we just, we'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay and that nobody's.
Okay.
I called twice. Yeah. I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So
It must have been a mistake.
we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Wait, what did she say?
Called, but we just got another notification.
Say
So
real
It
things.
must have been a mistake.
we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay.
Yeah,
That they're all good. Nobody else is in here.
No.
Okay.
The other officers came by and checked the apartment and the other apartment.
Was something a mistake?
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? You? Okay. And Johnny
Is definitely not here.
is not here? Okay.
Okay.
Probably like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Everything's all good then?
Now it's yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you, officers.
Yep, thank you. Good night.
Bro, that shit was just destroyed. I can't believe Johnny broke everything in that house. Like, that's why you don't do drugs, guys, is like you can turn into that kind of a person. Yeah, who was on the phone? I'm not sure. Now, let's compare. We're going to compare the two frames, okay? So, was it the same day, though? Yeah, it was. I'm like 90% sure it was, because they said they had received a call and the police had just been there, and this was the less than 3 hours of time between the first call and the second call. This was the second one. This is my understanding. So let's look and see what happened here, okay? Photoshop? Well, let's see. Let's see for ourselves, okay. So here's the photo. And let's see if that's the same frame. Okay. Where the fuck is this? Because, see, it has that notch on it. It's at the end. That's where I was gonna go. Okay. But it was the other way around. I mean, I'll tell you, like, I don't really see much of anything here. And, like, this must have been, this was, like, right whenever it could have been mirrored. It could have been mirrored. You're right about that. It's under the officer? You think so? He said the police officer walked over it. Okay, so you think maybe we could see it as they walk in?
Hello.
Officers, how you doing?
It's just, it's so hard to
You guys
see.
had somebody come out here earlier?
Yes, we
already?
did.
Let me
Okay.
let me turn it down a little. It's not there. I feel like it's not there.
Is it the same call from earlier, or if somebody called again?
The stripes?
One of you guys know someone in New
It's
York?
mirrored. Okay, let's look and see. Okay. No, it's not mirrored. No, it's not, because the stripes go the same way. So if it was right here, it would have been right here. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? It's not the same corner. It's the opposite. That's why it's mirrored. I guess I must be misunderstanding what people are saying. So you're saying it's here, but like I don't think that it could be here. Is that carpet or plastic? Yeah, the notch is way different. The notch on the wall is completely different. Look at the notch on the wall here. It couldn't even have been here. 105? Okay, let's look at 105.
I don't know if she called twice or whoever called. But
That's literally has nothing to do with it. The notch is at the door. Man. Okay, can we at least say that there is basically no fucking evidence of this? Like, there's pretty much no fucking evidence of this at all. Like, I'm not seeing it anywhere in the body cam photo. All right? Like, before, yeah, chat's trolling me. I think I'm being trolled at this point, too. Yeah, I'm not going to look at it anymore because it seems like it's clearly not there and that's all there is to it. So, I don't know. I feel like this call right here, I mean, this is, like, you look at it, right? The police come in, they're looking around, and let's see here. And let's see here, body cam footage. If somebody has another picture, you can, listen, if you think that I'm wrong about this, you can easily just screenshot it and make a circle around it and send it to me or something like that. But nobody's doing that because it's not there. Yeah, I like, then show it to me. You can tweet it at me, you can send it to me on Twitter, then do it. I'm not going to go and click through this 50 times and people say debated. Like, this is not a good time for me, okay? It's fucking annoying. So they come in here and they look around, and the police officers, everybody who's there thinks it's fucking fine. Everybody's totally okay with it. And yeah, I mean, my guess is that what's your picture and body cam footage from two different parts of the building? So maybe they moved from the ruined part of the building to a clean one to a relax. There is a good chance that this spill was somewhere else in the building, and they took the picture of it in order to corroborate it as evidence because they were both in the building. Like, this could have happened. I don't know. Two little dogs? Yeah, but like, little dogs can probably get upstairs like that too. Like, I'm not going to say that's a definitive, like, oh no, that's not it at all. Who let the dog shit? Well, they didn't train the dogs. Like, that's all there is to it. Yeah, they just didn't train the dogs. So, there we go. They said they had to walk past it. Here's the full body cam footage. Well, link it to me then. Yeah, link it to me. Like, if you think that I'm wrong about this, link me the thing that shows me that I'm wrong. Like, I have no, like, I'm not trying to, and like, no, I'm not going to tell anybody, look at this, look at that. Link it to me and show me the fucking picture. I don't care about what you say. I want to see it. That's all there is to it. Yeah, I want to fucking see it. And anyway, let's see here. I did? All right, I'm going to look right now. Okay. Okay, this is a full video. It looks like we've got a 7-minute video. Oh, thank God. All right, now we can look at this here. Okay, here we go. So this is the full cam footage. There we go. Let's see it. All right, so they're going in the elevator. I'm just going to skip forward with the elevator.
3.
I'm gonna unmute this. Okay.
Be advised, we're stepping on onto the penthouse floor.
I'm not seeing it here yet. Was that it? Was that it right there? It's very hard to even tell. Like, it's like, maybe that's it. Maybe this is it. The shadows? Yeah, I don't know. It's next to the notch, too? Yeah. Okay. Could be old stains. Yeah, of course it could be.
Hello.
Okay, we're gonna skip through this, okay? Because we've already seen this part.
Alright.
Alright, so this is them leaving.
Well, if you guys need anything else,
Let's see it
call
again.
back. Have a good night.
Cops that have asked or commented on it?
Yep, thank you. Have a good night.
There's a chance that's true. Okay, and let's see here. Is there anything else that happened? Okay, all right. So we're going to go back, and I'm going to just skip forward because this is all elevator scene. Okay, here we go. I don't know if this is just a maybe second call. Okay. Different officer. Okay, these are different officers that came by. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm really not seeing. I'm not seeing anything here, bro. Like yeah, it's really hard to see. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and skip ahead through here. Oh, actually, no, I won't. Okay, here we go. Handed his gun? Yeah, of course. They don't know what they're going to be walking into. They're fucking scared. Bro, it's like opening up loot boxes in real life, except for one of them can kill you.
You guys had somebody come out here earlier? Yes, we did. Okay. I can't remember the names offhand. The card is Science, maybe? Yeah, we got another call. I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called again.
Okay.
We just need to check. Some of you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah, she probably called twice. Okay. Yeah.
Why would cops walk right by bloodstains and not even stop? I don't buy it.
Different conversation. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, whoever it is, step out. You guys are fine. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Yeah, I don't know. Just 'cause we got
Okay, so this is the same one. We've seen this one.
Back up. Please, back up.
Yeah, we've seen this. It's literally wait. I think it's the same video. I mean, it looks it's like it's the same video. So it's like whenever they walk through it, right? And so we'll see. Sorry about the sound. Sounds really fucking annoying. I'm gonna mute that. And so it should be. It's like if there was a blood stain or something like that, or any sort of like a stain, wouldn't it be like a lot more fresh? Like I don't know. I mean, all I'm saying is like I'm watching them walk right over that, and there's just simply nothing that I can see in both videos. Now the quality is really bad. Yeah, the quality is literal fucking dog shit. However, you know, that's still the case. Oh, I understand. I understand now. This is the same call, and it's just from the different officers. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's different officers. It's like one call and the other. Okay, I thought these were two separate calls. That's what people were telling me. I'm just realizing that now. Yeah, this is the guy in the front. The other guy is the one in the back. Okay, so the guy in the front, like, maybe, you know what I mean? Like maybe that's it. I mean, I don't know. There. Like, do you guys see it? A stain? All right. Let's go back. Am I crazy? I'm just like bro, like, I have very good eyesight. I'm not seeing it. Like, I'm not seeing this, guys. Like, I'm really not. It's inconclusive. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Bro, it's wine. It's bright red. It changes shape. It's not a stain. It wouldn't be dull and unnoticeable in the video right after it was done. Come on, this isn't difficult. Yeah, I feel like that's the case. Like, I don't know. Because, like, this is what it showed. Like, I feel like, especially this discoloration, we would have seen this discoloration. Maybe this one would blend in since it's generally low light, but this would have 100% obscured the different the different frames here. Yeah, it's not even comparable. It looks photoshopped. I don't think that it's photoshopped. I think it could have happened afterwards. I think it could be an entirely different part in the building. Yeah, I what time was the photo taken? I'm not sure. You hear the officer's boots on the floor. There's no stain because it isn't carpet. Well, I'm not talking about inside the house. I don't mean that. It's body cam footage submitted into evidence to be seen. I don't know how I don't know how that's done, honestly. Metadata, the metadata was corrupted or for one reason or another untrustworthy. So I'm not sure about that. Cops on domestic violence call were looking for signs of struggle and violence. They would have taken note of it. Yeah, I think so too. And it's like also like the entire, like, do you think, like, let me ask you guys this question. Do you think that this evidence here is an indication of anything? Like, I don't think that it is. I think if anything, yeah, it's like nobody is like upset. Like, it's just, there's nothing going on. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I just don't think so. Body cam footage was lying. Stain was there, but it was photoshopped. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe the police photoshopped it out. Okay, let me see back over here. Cops didn't even acknowledge it. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, the metadata was not correct. I wonder why. Holy shit, talk about a smoking gun. All Amber evidence is fabricated. It smells as bad as her PM on the bed. Oh my fucking god, dude. Okay, all right, let me see if I can look at the rest of this. And so, yeah, we've already seen that. And it looks to me, as I've said, it looks to me like there's not really a lot going on. Let me go back and double check this. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can find this one here too. Okay. I haven't really looked at this yet, so like I'm not really sure what this is. If you haven't already, please check out the stuff that Amber Heard friend and Whitney Heard boss just dropped on Instagram. Yes, that's where they drilled. I live on a 10th floor. We have a doorman. This one is 10 things that have happened since I started to speak the truth of why some people came to live with me after they lied under oath. Okay. All right. Anyone finds it weird how a few Sundays ago my home was broken into? People drilled through my door and had professional tools, but nothing was taken? This sounds like some fucking weird conspiracy shit that has nothing to do with it. Okay, I wasn't really sure. Let me see if I can figure out the rest of this. And I'll look at a few more of these clips here, and we can look at stuff after that too. All right, let me pause this, and where is it? And here we go.
Did Rocky tell you that Amber Heard was having an affair with Cara Delevingne while she was still married to Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that the three of them, Elon Musk, Cara Delevingne, spent the night with Amber in November of 2016.
To the specific date, I can't say.
Did she ever tell you in words or substance, while Amber was still married to Johnny Depp, that the three of them, Amber Heard, Elon Musk, and Cara Delevingne, spent the night together?
Yes.
So they were having a three-way affair, correct?
My understanding, yes.
Man. Lincoln, thanks for 5 subs. Appreciate that. Man, that's crazy. Why was that cut? I don't know. I have no idea why that was cut. I have no clue whatsoever. But it's too bad. Wow. My man, yeah, yeah, for real. All right, since we're on Josh Truitt's, remind y'all of these texts with Amber Heard. Okay, let's see it. So Josh, okay, so he's yellow. Hey, lady, I'm gonna make us some dinner whenever I get back from the airport. Are you and Johnny interested in joining us? She says, duh, get the fuck out of here. It's awesome, no problem. We'll bring it over when it's ready. Johnny's getting a tattoo at my house tonight at my house. 9:30 would be perfect because it gives Johnny and I time to talk. Otherwise, no is me threatening his life if he misbehaves while I'm gone. We'll keep an eye on him, okay? Picking him after. Jay and I have to have a little talk tonight when we get home, probably till 8, then we're cool. I don't really, like, what does that even mean? Does this make any sense to you guys? Like, I feel like this isn't really, this is kind of like irrelevant. Am I crazy? Like, yeah, it's just like, there's a attached file. Yeah, I don't know. I'll bring him just in case. I think that he was sending her a picture of the food. Yeah, I think that he was sending her a picture of the food. Am I right? Oh, the next picture? Okay, let's see here. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what? Giant new knife you can borrow if you like. Wait, that's not... How do we know that's the picture? Like, guys, I really don't think this is like... Oh, man, like... This is 9:42, and this is 9:42. I see. Okay, so... I'll bring them just in case. Wait, what? Is the knife pick exhibit 9? I don't know. I'm just... Like, I don't even understand what's happening here. Like, I really don't. Like, this is so hard for me to even figure out what's happening at all. Read the ID on the left. Okay, so it's the 1084. Oh, this is 2 separate messages. Yeah, because you see how it says 10288? So it's on the next page. Guys, I'm like... I don't think this means anything. I don't. I don't think this really, like, this is not definitive. Or, like, you can't say, like, this proves or doesn't prove anything. Read the whole fucking thing again? Am I just reading this wrong? Like, I don't understand. So, like, yeah, I don't think I'm reading it wrong. Hey lady, I'm going to make us some dinner when I get back from the airport. Are you and Johnny Depp interested in joining us? So this is Josh asking Amber if her and Johnny Depp want to go and have dinner with them. Right? So we're confirmed on this one. I'm going to go down each line. Yes. And then she says, duh. He says, get the fuck out of here. That's awesome. No problem. We'll bring it over when it's ready. Okay. So clearly that means he's bringing over the food. Is that it? But Johnny is getting my tattoo tonight at the house. 9:30 would be perfect because it gives Johnny and I time to talk. Otherwise, known as me threatening his life if he misbehaves while I'm gone. I don't know what this means. Like, this is not... Like, there's... I don't understand what this means. Yeah, because this is not a... otherwise known, and, like, I'm guessing here. But it still doesn't make sense. I think 9:30-ish for dinner, probably. We'll keep an eye on him. I'm picking her up around 8 or so. Okay. Johnny and I have to have a little talk tonight when we get home. Probably till like 8, then we're cool. Rocky gets back in at 9:30. You guys want to come over after that and hang and eat and drink. And then she says, perfect. Okay, cool. Let's see here. I'll bring them just in case. She says, good man, huh? So pretty. Oh no, that'd be far too... Wait. But I don't even understand, like... I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense. I really don't understand any of this. Like, this doesn't... What? He's talking about the knives? He never mentioned the knives. When did he say knives? When did he say knives? I'll bring them. How would she know that they're knives if he never said that they were knives? Same timestamp? No, it wasn't. Read it. Look at what's being... Read it. It says 00278188. Is there anything here that says 88 at the end? You guys can't see, but the answer is no, it doesn't. It goes to 8, yeah, it's not there, man. Look at the timestamp on the right. Oh my God. You guys can't see because of my camera. So, if you look right here, it says 8-7. Do you understand? This says 8-7. Not the timestamps, not the codes. I understand that. I have a new giant knife. I have a giant new knife you can borrow if you like. And yes, it is the same timestamp, but it's a different message code. And that message code is not on here. 88 would have been the first one on the next page. That's correct. I'm a moron? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not. Like, there's not... I'm not. No. All right. I'm gonna put it in sub mode. We're gonna put it in sub mode. Please explain to me why I'm wrong. How am I wrong? It's way too speculative, yeah. If you read the messages in order, they are presented that they make no sense. They are in order, yeah. This makes literally 0 sense. You are not. There's like 6 messages at the same time. Yeah, And I don't even see this message until like the next thing. So like we're supposed to assume that this message was going to be right here instead. Like look at this, all of these messages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 11 would be the other one. 11 messages happened within 1 second. Like they're out of order. They could be in any order. So you think that all of these are in order, but these are not? Guys, I really am just like, I think I don't know what this is. You're not wrong. Yeah, none of this makes any sense. Like it doesn't, like none of the, if you assume context are speaking about the knives and then messages make sense to me. Yeah, you don't use it, you just show it to him. I just, apparently sub mode's on. I had to turn it on because like people are just like calling me stupid because I don't understand a context that doesn't exist. There's no definitive context that this exists. I understand that people might think that there is, but you have to make a massive, like 2 or 3 massive assumptions. You have to make a massive assumption that, number one, that these messages are not in chronological order. Because if they are, then they just literally make no sense. The second thing you have to assume is that the picture, the attached file, I am assuming based off what this person is linking, this is actually the attached file. And then the third thing you have to assume is that Josh is saying this to her in the context of show him the knife and he won't be violent towards you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you have to make 3 assumptions that are fucking huge. This is tremendous. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. And, okay. I read them backwards. You think that's what it could be? So like then he says, I have a giant knife you can borrow if you like. And then she says, wow, I guess I could reconsider. And then there's the picture of the knife, because that's the attached file or link. And it says, oh, Amber, you don't use it. You just show them to him. Oh, no, that'd be far too easy. Too pretty. Ha, ha, ha. Good, man. I'll bring them just in case. And then she says, perfect. $85 is missing? 85 is missing. Yeah, because it goes, it's like, it goes 80, 82, 83, 84, 86. Reading it backwards actually makes sense. Messages came in all at once and are out of sync. Does it not make sense? Reconsider. It's not backwards. Then why the fuck is the timestamp difference? I want to move on from this. This is really weird. Okay, anyway, yeah, this is really weird. Like, I can't understand this. I have no idea what's going on. I'm having a million people tell me a million different things. Nobody has any fucking idea what's going on. It's just fucking weird. I don't want to do this anymore. Let's move on and look at something else. And, oh yeah, I found this one too. So this is another picture that we need to see here. And let's see here. We're all speculating. Yeah, it's just too much speculation. People are just insulting me because I'm not taking their point of view. I don't want to do that. Anyway, let's see here. And then this is the handwriting comparison. Amber's love note to the red lipstick on the mirror. So we have, let's go ahead and open this image in a new tab. And so we have the H, and so you have the larger H on the left with the one on the bottom, and then this line here, and then the B with the larger B at the bottom as well. The A is different, and then there's an A as well. I think the A is, like, the longer, this one is longer, just like this one is. Yeah, I don't know. Spot on. Yeah, these seem like they're the same thing. And then look at the Y's as well. Let's see here. It's the same thing. Yeah. Let me go turn this off now. Okay, we should be fine. Check Twitter. Found a better source for the messages. Okay, well, let's look at this one for now. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is the same handwriting or not? Yeah, Cam's covering the H. Yeah, I understand that. There we go. Sorry, I can't make it any bigger, but that's about as good as it's gonna get. I feel like they do look the same. Like, in general, like the patterns, this Y being longer with this Y being longer, this part of the A being longer with this part of the A being longer, this bottom of the B being bigger and this bottom of the B being bigger, the way that this H is thicker on the left side as well. I feel like, yeah, this is pretty much the same exact thing. But let's see here. Inspector AsmonGold? Yeah, sure. The R looks different. I think that the... no, there's not an R. Yeah, there's not an R at all. Let me go back over here, and I'll look at this here. The A and the B and the A are different. The B and the A are different. You're right that the way that this one is made is different than this one, but I don't think that the A is necessarily different. I don't know. I mean, again, it's very, very hard to say. Let me look at the rest of this here. Okay, I'll look at a few more of these videos and see what other people say about this too. Give me 1 sec. I'm trying to pull all the rest of this. Okay. I don't really know if this is authentic or not, but we're going to see it right now. Okay.
Apart from anything, she's saying it came from here, yeah? So why isn't it the full length of her hair? Why is it just this much? If it come from here, from the root of her hair, that's not what it would look. It would be a long length. I mean, I know everyone's saying it's her dog's hair, but I think she's just trimmed a bit off the bottom, to be honest. Because if you look here, look here. I'm pointing at the screen rather than. If you look here, that's the end of her hair.
Yeah,
so it's like
clearly.
wispy there. They've come here, they've cut this here, and then they've tried to jag it up a bit. They're forgetting about the curliness that would have happened in the pull, the tension. Do you know what I mean? Apart from anything, she's saying it came from here.
That's a good argument.
So this is supposedly what?
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
First of all, it's in Amber's handwriting. But do you know how else we know it's Amber? There's a kiss. Right here. That exclamation mark has been marked with a kiss. Is that something Johnny's going to do? He's going to put a kiss there when he's in this much of a mood that he's written all of this. That was definitely Amber, and that kiss proves it.
No, because that kiss is only... The people use that with the X and the XX. The only people that communicate like that are people from the UK, and neither of them are from the UK. Amber came from Austin, Texas. Let me tell you something. Nobody here does that. I know what she's talking about, and that's completely fucking different. Yeah, I don't think she's dumb. I think that she's just assuming that the way that people communicate over there is the way people communicate all over there. Amber writes X and XX. Amber puts XX in her messages. Oh. Okay. It's pretty common in LA. I've never seen anybody do this except for in the UK before. XX Slim. X marks the spot. Okay. Do we think that an X for the bottom of an exclamation mark indicates that it was Amber? Or do you think that maybe it was just an X? I haven't seen it. It's not there. Well, of course, that's what I would think. Yeah, I've communicated with thousands of people online, and I've never seen that happen. Yeah, that I think that's pretty fair. I feel like most people would say that. Sure. Yeah, of course. An X for what? I think this is a really, really big reach, and I don't necessarily believe this one. Let me go back and look at the rest of this here. And I'll see what some of these other posts are. I'm just kind of going through everything. So let me go back over to here, and let's see if I can find one right here. And the fuck is this? God fucking damn it. Okay, what is this? God fucking damn it. This is so annoying. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open this one up right here. Exclamation point. Yeah, it's like maybe she does in her journal to Johnny. But that doesn't mean that just one X under an exclamation point, like it doesn't make, none of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to write that you're a fraud.
Is that something
it doesn't make sense. Why be a fraud with a kiss or like an X next to it to denote affection? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And like, yeah, I know crazy people don't make sense, and that's why they're fucking crazy. But still, let me go back and I'm going to look at this one here. Jennifer Howe opened up her home to Amber Heard's sister after she told her that she was scared of her and tried to protect her. And in return, Whitney tried to silence her and call her a liar in the press. And then the intimidation and threats began. What the fuck? The Sun's legal team about possibly getting involved and giving evidence to Johnny Depp's team. I was told the Sun there's no way this could be true, but I wanted to talk to you. No matter what, I love you. What the fuck? Like, chosen sister? Why the fuck do I have to discern? It's like I like just figuring out what's true is hard, but like figuring out, like trying to fucking like this crazy shit, man. Oh my god, this is nuts. Yeah, this is insane. LA speech? I don't know. I know people that live in LA and they don't even do that. This is nutty, man. Absolutely fucking nutty. I don't even know what the hell's going on. Yeah, you gotta decipher all of this shit. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I can't figure out half of this shit. I don't know what the fuck they're trying to say. Whitney, is that the therapist? I don't know. It's on YouTube. She beats up her sister. Yeah, I think so. The pieces can't be used because they can't be trusted. Yeah, I think so. Fucking cringy communication. Who talks like that? I don't know. Like here, I'll read you guys some of my last messages, right? These are my last messages I've had. Okay, so Zach messages me. He says, is everything okay? And I say, yeah, I think so. And then he says, okay, dude, let me know if you need anything. I'm just chilling. He says, what do you got going on Friday? And I said, they're going to cut down some branches for my house. And then he says, you're having people do it already. Like, this is just a normal conversation. Like, you can easily tell what's going on. Like, the entire time. Like, all of these. Yeah, you know exactly what this is. The other Zach, yeah. It's nuts, bro. Spend some time with normies, bro. They use texting. It's whack. You need to understand that. I guess so. I just didn't even know what the fuck it was, man. Really. Better show the source of the knife message. I don't think there's enough context that exists to really determine why that message happened. And that's really what it comes down to. But I will say with like a lot of these guys, etc., is that, yeah, I did see one of the X's. Okay. Let me see if I can find out the rest of this. Oh. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think we might have a little bit of a bit of information here. This is interesting. So, let's take Hunter's advice, baby. We got a long... So I think this is Johnny Depp talking, isn't it? I think this is Johnny Depp talking. I'm pretty sure it sounds like him. Yes? and then he has the X. So it was him writing. Okay, well, that settles it. All right, there's the X's. So we know, yeah, Hunter's advice. He's obviously probably talking about Hunter S. Thompson. Clearly a, I don't know, idol, like clearly, somebody he knew and respected to a degree. So that's clearly what it was. It's settled. Yeah, it's Johnny's writing. Like, again, I think it makes sense that would be Johnny's writing. You see what I'm saying? Because, like, whenever this happened, you have to remember, like, this is in the context of, like, him thinking that she was cheating on him, and then also it basically being all but proven that that's the case. It's like she's going there, she's taking guys over to the house late at night whenever he wasn't there, and this has happened over 20 or 30 times. I mean, guys, that's a lot of times. I mean, I'm pretty sure that any normal person would assume that's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's obviously like that's what's going to happen. Or Amber knew that Johnny Depp wrote like that, and then she wrote the X in order to set him up. I don't think so. But you have there is a precedent for that, though, because this message looks very similar to her writing, and she was passing it off as his writing. So yes, you're right, that could be the case. Now, is this something I would believe? Is this something I would say, like, oh yeah, this happened for sure? I don't know, but I think that it's certainly interesting. Yeah, it's probably a reach. Well, so here's the way that I look at, like, getting evidence for stuff and creating it's back. Okay, it's starting again. Sorry. The way I look at evidence is it's like it's not one point, it's like 20, and you kind of just put them all together and build up a foundation off of that. Okay, here we go. It's back. Sorry. We can't cover the fact Jack Sparrow can do wrong. Well, I mean, Johnny made mistakes. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's fucked up plenty of times. Absolutely. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Am I? Fuck. Where is it? Let me just, I guess, refresh this. See if I can get this to work now. No, this is a fucking... Okay. There it is. All right, here we go. We should be good now. Click the live button. It is live. It's live right now.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please
we
state
have
your
somebody
name
here
for the record?
Okay.
Whitney Enriquez.
And where do you live?
In Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am.
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay.
Very cute.
Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn. He's just over 2 months old.
Okay.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
Here we go.
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Okay. Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time. And Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know. And frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. And but very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right. As a foundation, if you want to lay a foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
that when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled, this one.
Thank you. Please
Okay,
continue.
all right, let's hear it.
If he was using or if he was drinking,
Yeah.
there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to
Right.
oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or
Camille,
the
they
other.
put her in jail.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, fun,
No, from
funny.
Murder Against
She
Amber
laughed
Heard a
a
couple
lot.
days ago.
She was just happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow.
Okay.
In hindsight, it was like watching a slow-motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be.
Okay.
Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition, and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
Okay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition, I'll sustain as to heart
Okay,
condition.
other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would see two very different people.
Uh-huh.
And people that knew her throughout the entirety of their relationship saw the same thing.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she
Sustain
make
the
about?
Okay.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very
and
subtle.
she said that.
you know.
I she's about
And then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this. Not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first, that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to health, her health?
Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, you know, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would like administer medication, and you know, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the
State the
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication, and from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, you know, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden, she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control.
Was to control, but paid for. I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. She lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often, fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones, or you know, whatever. And at some point, she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized. But there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions, so that. He almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, like, you know, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, you know, a completely different version. You know, he was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. His speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry, and he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore. Just, you know, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in, and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place, but as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke, and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke, and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, you know, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there, and he was wearing glasses. He had, you know, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred, and again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her, and, you know, everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician, so he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father's up to, and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point.
All right, next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen, and, you know, she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back, and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall.
Wash hands? Actually, I did.
I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, you know, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point.
Okay.
And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot, and he's saying these things about her. And at one point, she tries to come over to like check on him, and she kind of embraces him from behind, and he's just like, fuck off, and, you know, continues to say these things about her.
He's mad.
And again, we sat there forever, and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So, but he insisted that Amber come to, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was pretty, I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut, but again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. Okay. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver.
Right.
And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly, so I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched or, if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not often to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car.
Yeah.
And he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle.
Don't we have a picture of Amber holding the dog out the window?
He then made some joke about putting her in the microwave.
Yeah.
And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
So during the year 2013,
there it is.
What, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us.
Sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them.
Okay.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
He said that's bullshit. Yeah.
That's fine.
That's okay. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to take you to June 2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends.
Okay. Hicksville.
And yeah,
this
so
is
each one of
Amber's
us
sister.
had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme, so it was kind of fun to see, who was staying in which theme or whatever.
That's
cool. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time.
I
was just
could
like,
have
all right,
never guessed
fine.
this.
We're all here to have fun. And
How
that
could
night,
this have ever
we
happened?
sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms.
Yeah.
And then I drank
there.
too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I I had heard about something that had happened the night before, and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out.
Okay.
I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There
God
was
damn.
broken things. Things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to
That's right.
going to London?
That's right.
So
He's on the
September
loose.
2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it, and so that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and you know, it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or
with
it
Dad?
was either that night or the next night. I can't remember exactly, but at one point,
it is what it is.
Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. It missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew that they
Objection,
were.
Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
So
She's passed
you
out
can't tell us
80% of her
about it if
stories?
you weren't there.
Yeah, but she
So
knows what
what
happened.
happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not after to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain
Your
the
Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane.
Okay.
I left London. By the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards.
All right.
What, if
Let's
any,
do it.
involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
Okay.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
just go on. Just don't talk about what you weren't
Summoned,
party
that's right.
to. You got there. Please tell the jury.
You don't understand this.
Please tell the jury
Johnny's
what you
also
observed, what
a
happened when you
warlock.
were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was
That's right.
Was outside, and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and
James
just
Franco.
kept saying things. It was, you know, that she doesn't
Yes.
need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this.
Absolutely.
But eventually they did get him to leave the house.
Yes.
And Yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
Unfortunately, an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, you know, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet.
Jack Sparrow.
I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015.
I mean...
And at this time, were you living at the penthouse suites?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me. Sorry.
When approximately did you move into the penthouse suites?
I've had enough people, these rich people in their Fiji water,
I
man.
want to. I actually
ridiculous.
don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2000. I don't know, 14, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, you know, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were
So they're all
3,
part of
4,
Johnny's
and 5.
kingdom.
So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically, you had to cut through to get to one point to the other.
It's just funny.
So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
Overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please continue.
She said something.
She said overruled. It's okay for you to say what. Just
sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Your fucking brother? Wait.
Statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny.
That's not how it is here in Texas, guys.
So
Stop.
I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. It was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Please continue.
So I go to PH5 where Johnny.
Keep this in mind as she
Debbie
explains
and
everything that
Travis
happened.
We're all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well.
Yeah.
And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle, and then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. Of course, I'm cheating on her. You know, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So she is. It's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there. It's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying, you know,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
They're saying horrible things to one another. Fuck you. You know, he's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, you know, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another.
Jesus.
I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs. I was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name. Okay. So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who where is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and I are all in the little mezzanine area.
Okay.
And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking, or I'm standing up there, I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs. And that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And again, I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Okay.
And then he grabs, at that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after
Right.
Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand
Only
and
she's
was
gonna hit her
whacking her
sister.
repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw. Okay, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing, and he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room, and I just kept her there all night. The next day, I
Oh my
go,
God.
and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. The place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400?
Uh-huh.
Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Okay, and it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe, just
Objection, Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds. All right, you want to approach? We'll just take a look.
Bro, like, I don't know how, like, destroyed evidence, nice. It's just, like, sticks to the script. It's just crazy how, like, let me think about it. It's doing exactly how Amber told it during video deposition, same type of exaggerated gestures. Well, yeah, she probably watched Amber's story and she's telling the same story that Amber did. I think that makes sense, right? It's like, I mean, this is her sister. It makes sense that this is going to happen. Like, I'm curious to see if we're going to have any evidence for this, if there's going to be anybody who's, you know, actually saying, yeah, this is true or not. But we'll find out. Like that's what I'm ready to see. Like, it's like, let's see some evidence, because like all this stuff, like the guy's testimony, everything like that. It's like, yeah, some of it's like more or less believable, right? Because the guy is like removed from the situation now, so like it's more believable. Whereas like it's like her sister. So like that's what I think is weird. Everyone is against Johnny in his trial, lived free in his house, and had no problem with his behavior until he started kicking him out of there. Well, I think that it's actually a little bit more simple than that. I think that most of the people that lived in his house probably had no problem with it and still don't. These are just people that are Amber's friends. Like that's literally it. Yeah, they're just Amber's friends. That's all there is to it. The burden of proof falls on the plaintiff. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I think that if you can't allege something, you can never prove a negative. You can't prove like something didn't happen. But I think if you make an accusation and you say like, hey, you know, this never happened, and there's no evidence for it happening, and in fact there's evidence of the contrary, I think that's pretty substantial. You know what I mean? You offer contradicting evidence. Well, you do have contradicting evidence, right? You absolutely do. Yeah, you 100% have contradicting evidence. Yeah, she's satisfied with it. Well, yeah, she's glad that she's got somebody else there. Okay, here we go. Okay.
So this is, can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yes.
Thank you.
Let's see it.
So, Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Let's see it.
and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
Uh-huh.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here all of her clothes are on the floor.
Yeah, we saw these pictures before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've already seen these. They're like the clothes racks that are knocked over, etc. We know what this is.
To the next one, could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same. Clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it was a closet room. But these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
That's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
All right. So yeah, there's just a bunch of shit that's knocked
We'll go to
over.
the next one.
That's fine.
And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
More clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Okay, so we've seen that. So they swap frames and they don't have audio for this frame on OBS, so we can't hear what they're saying. Okay, good.
Same thing.
There we go.
Just
Yep.
More clothing racks that were toppled over.
Shit is fucked up.
All right. And we go to the next one.
Yeah, and what's this?
And this is the
totally
kitchen
fine.
area.
Oh,
This
there's
is
shit on the floor. I see now.
Taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass
Okay.
or something. Blue ceramic, broken.
Alrighty.
Okay, and if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help?
Yeah, it gives you an idea what's
depicted
going on.
there?
I still can't
More
tell what
Fiji
it was,
water.
maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue thing is, it was broken. It's what's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to
Basically, yes.
keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one.
Okay.
I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that
Okay, so there's
Johnny
no-
had accused
we don't
me
know.
of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Okay.
Yes, February 2016, she texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay.
No, I don't
I'm going
remember
to
if
take
I
you to
signed
April
one, she said.
21,
Yeah.
2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner.
Fuck that. I hated my 30th birthday.
And it was great. All
It was
of
the
her
worst
close
day
friends
ever.
were there, and everyone was having a
Fuck.
really good time. Everyone was having fun. Johnny showed up very, very late.
You're 30?
And he was drunk when
No.
he showed up.
I'm 31.
Amber was obviously upset about it, but there came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about
Some
Amber.
bullshit,
just
man.
funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. We had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass. We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
And I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. At some point we were talking about what was happening the next day, and so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
Where's the evidence? Oh,
I'm going to jump forward to talk about
maybe this happened.
Some statements that made the counterclaim. What, if any, observations did you make about how the statements, we're talking about the 3 statements that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Okay.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship.
Absolutely.
She has really, really tried her best to move past it.
Yes.
And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or...
Objection, Your Honor. It's non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
She was devastated.
That's
by
exactly
these.
what she said. That's exactly what Amber said.
To say that they're not true.
Integrity matters.
It devastated her. And also, we had just
Over
buried our
30
mother.
times.
So Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you. Please continue.
These statements devastated her. They devastated her because they weren't true, and
I bet
they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, here we go. All righty, boys. Let's do it. Let's see it. I'm
Good
ready.
afternoon, Ms. Enriquez. We haven't met before. My name's Rebecca Lecaros. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case. You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her?
Of course.
Aww.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other, for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
Big mistake.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
Of course.
And just like she protected and
Well,
cared for
thanks.
you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
All right.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
Oh, that makes I see now.
Called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr.
Great timing. Why the fuck is this happening? This is obviously fuck. I'm just gonna go ahead and move over to this one.
Yeah.
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No.
How about that?
He's very generous.
This is a
And
great
Rocky
guy.
Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too. Yes.
Okay.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
Oh,
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
That's the bald guy with the beard.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Yeah.
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope. I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yeah.
Yes, on occasion.
It's a good way to say
Because
it.
you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
That would make sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Of course.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards
Yes.
documentary set? And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So
he
he'd
was
been,
kind of
he'd
ignoring.
been fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
Okay.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp.
I
after all
did.
that?
Yes, I already
I
said that.
see. That's a good question, isn't it? Yeah. I guess it wasn't that bad.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably, over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her,
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
but you were joking about it.
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
Okay. Okay.
But that was alleged. That was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was.
I don't
there were
know.
injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions.
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase
Joe?
incident in March 2015.
Yeah.
You testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Medical
But
record.
you weren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No,
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
she was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
Okay.
You said she landed one, right?
That's what she said.
And then the next day, you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
Right.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring.
Okay.
I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
That seems.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
That makes it a little bit
Now,
more plausible.
after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you still loved him.
That's
course.
nice.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I
That's
was just
nice.
trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still loved Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
That's nice.
And you
Okay.
didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. Those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Okay.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
And she loved him.
Makes sense. Yeah, sure.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence, so we'll just show that to the witness. I've got this.
Okay, let's see
my
it.
approach,
Let's
Your
see
Honor.
it. There
I have
we
this
go.
in
Let's go.
Redacted and unredacted.
Okay.
Let's get it. Let's see it. Let's go with it. All right. What this is? Like, I don't know. Like, this is. Here's the thing, right? Is like. I'm gonna be real. I don't trust the sister, based off of those text messages. I don't. I don't trust the sister. Like, I'm not sure, right? And so, like, if we have evidence that corroborates what she's saying, then yeah, maybe I do. But you know, at this point, I feel like it's not really. There's not really a lot to believe. Oh, is Camille doing the questioning? Well, they take turns, right? I mean, this is how they practice and they get better at what they're doing. What if Johnny's drawing furry porn? Oh, he is. Yeah, he has been. Testimony is by far more believable than Amber's, though. Yeah, it's like I think so too. And it's really hard to say. Sister's never sober. How can you trust her? I mean, how can I trust her even though she's never sober? I mean, fucking Johnny Depp is never sober either. Amber Heard, it seems like it seems like everybody in this situation was on drugs. Do you see kind of like what I'm saying is like, yeah, there's different degrees of like not trusting or trusting somebody, but I think like in general, everybody was on drugs. Do you see kind of like what I'm saying? She's rarely not high. She's rarely high, not sober. Yeah, I know that. I see that. Let me see what you guys say. Sister's just adding what really happened to make Amber look more like a victim, even though she knows it's her sister that was cause of the issues. I feel like in general, what it seems like it is, Johnny Depp, as I said, who does he look up to? Keith Richards and Hunter S. Thompson. He's a fucking... That's what he does. He's a degenerate. That's what he does. It's just... It is what it is. Yeah, that's what he does.
Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, we can go to the third page, please.
Yeah, if you're only...
Do I have control of this or no?
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you. And we can go back to the,
doesn't mean
the
he's
first
an
page if
abuser.
you'd like, or we
Two
can take a
different
look at the
things.
unredacted version
I think
if we
they're
need to. But do
conflating
you
them. I
recognize
think
these
that's
as
unfair.
text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
Okay, let's see it.
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to
Uh-huh.
the third page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box
Where
from
they
the
at?
bottom there.
Where they
You
at?
texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Okay.
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at. Yes.
We see
So
that.
you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
All right.
Yeah, at that point, clearly I didn't.
You can take that down.
Oh.
Got it. All right. That makes sense. Sure. Yeah, she thought it was going to be okay. Her and Johnny were hanging
You
out.
wanted Miss Heard to stay with Mr. Depp, even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple.
I think that makes sense
again,
for her to say that.
Amber
They grew up in
was
an abusive household.
very much in love.
It was
so was
normalized
Johnny.
for them.
She's telling me that she wants something.
Yeah.
Whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening,
normal.
it wasn't my place. If my sister
Yep.
said that she still wanted to
Yep.
be with Johnny, and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah,
Well,
you
it's
didn't
not
want
that
to
simple.
contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how,
Okay.
or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her, though, right?
At that point,
She's being truthful.
I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was
I
just
think
trying
she
to
is.
support my
I
sister.
think she is so far. I super. Or at least with that.
You went to
statement.
Coachella with your sister for her
That's
30th
five
birthday
stars.
in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe, that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before?
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff.
Never mind, I withdraw that objection.
Okay, withdrawn. All right. You can answer the question, ma'am.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year, though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
We'll let him know. All right. That's nice.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
That's
and you
gonna
wanted them
unleash
to
the
reconcile,
beast.
didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there, despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before. It was very complicated. It was very nuanced.
Yeah.
You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other. They loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point.
Sure.
I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
You know who Jennifer Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
Okay.
And you worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell.
How
right?
about that?
May 2015? Yes.
Oh.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories. And that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think.
This
that
is
he
the
had asked you
text
to sign an
messages.
NDA, right?
Here we go.
Point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media.
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister?
That was the text messages. Yep. Chosen sister.
Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
Okay.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time.
She popped them
after
off.
he
Yep.
hit me.
Okay.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect?
I have no redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, she may be excused.
Is subject to recall? No.
Okay, all right.
Ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay? Thank you. All right.
Please
Our
take
next
a break.
witness, Your Honor, is another deposition designation.
Okay.
It's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one is about 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and, it's early, but why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, though?
Okay.
That way we can get everything
Thank God. That's good.
ready
I actually want to talk about this.
for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that
That's good.
deposition,
I'm
okay?
glad. Yeah, there we go.
We'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do
All
any
right,
outside
here we go.
research. Don't talk to anybody.
Let me show you guys how this works, what this is, and what we need to talk about, right? Because obviously this shit has, they went through all the comments that sister went through, it talked about, etc. Check your Twitter. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. Give me just like literally fucking 1 minute, and I want to get everything refreshed, and then we're going to look at this, okay? Check your Twitter. I don't know what the fuck this is. Let me go back and double check, and let's see here. And this is just some bullshit. I just don't really know, like, this is... Okay, all right. This is Jennifer Howell. So basically, this is what happened, and I don't necessarily know what exactly all this is, but let's go through this and let's talk about this sister. So here's the truth, is that I think that the sister might have omitted or not mentioned certain things that could have made Johnny Depp look better or her sister look worse. And why do I think that? Why do I think that the sister is a biased witness to the why do I think that she's obviously a biased witness, right? But why do I think that she is a biased witness to the point where she would basically claim false evidence? Here's something here. So this is Jennifer Howell, and this is something we looked at before. I didn't think it would have any relevance. Obviously, now it does. Jennifer Howell opened her home to Amber Heard's sister after she told her that she was scared of her and tried to protect her. In return, Whitney tried to silence her and then called her a liar to the press. So there's already a statement that she's made, and I'll go ahead and I'll get ready and show that too. Give me 1 second. And I'll pull this one up, put this one in there. There we go. And so this is more of her statements here, but let's go ahead and read this text message first, okay? Her sister is a victim too. Yeah, isn't there photo evidence or video evidence of of Amber Heard beating her sister? I never watched this. We're not going to watch it, but is there video evidence of this? I'm like 99% sure. Yes. Okay, so that is technically true. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. There it is. So let's go ahead and let's read what it says. So, this is, let's see here. This is Whitney. Love and miss you. Sorry for the delay. In the UK at the present, time difference is a bitch. What's new with you? So anyway, she messages her, and this is the gray is Whitney. The gray is Amber Heard's sister. Okay, just keep this in mind. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull this up. And can you guys read this? Is it too small? I'm going to go ahead and just make it a little bit bigger that way. I think that should be easier. And so then she says this on July 26th. Okay, I don't know what year this is, but I'm assuming it's semi-recent. It's better. Zoom a bit. I guess I'll do that. It takes me like 3 seconds to do that. Okay. So she says this. She says, hey, chosen sister. I'm so sorry for the late text. As you know, I'm in the UK for court. Can you please call me when you have a chance when you wake up? I've gotten some calls from, and let's go to the next one. And we're going to open this one, and I'll just open up all of them, okay? Just to make it easier. Okay, and last one right here. Okay, so this is the next message that, and again, this is from Amber Heard's sister to the girl that gave her basically a place to stay. Right? So this is it. Yes. Oh, chosen one. Exactly. Is this the Team Amber stream? Absolutely it is. Yeah, she did nothing wrong. Haven't you seen how cute she is? Didn't you see her cry? I mean, come on. Hey, chosen sister, I'm so sorry for this. Can you give me a call whenever you chance you wake up? I've gotten some calls from the Sun's legal team about you possibly getting involved with and giving evidence to Johnny Depp's team. I told the Sun that there was no way this could be true, but I wanted to talk to you. No matter what, I love you. So this is Amber Heard's sister, okay? So she was upset because she was concerned that this person, Jennifer, was it Jennifer? Jennifer Howell was going to give evidence to the authorities, basically, right? You are my chosen sister, and I love you with my entire heart. And this is Jennifer responding to Amber Heard's sister. I was served 2 subpoenas yesterday. I was questioned and just told them the truth as I know it. I would never lie in any court proceeding or anything else. My one and only concern in any of this is with you. I have a letter I have written to you, and I'm giving it to you tomorrow. I hope you know how much I love you, and protecting you is something I will always do now and always. I will do now and always. Okay. All right, so then this is what Amber Heard's sister responds to. Jen, this is Amber Heard's sister saying this. Jen, why wouldn't you talk to me first? Adam Waldman is a vindictive liar who is trying to bring down my family and willing to do anything to do so. He can and will use anything you say, good, quotes, or bad, to hurt us. And so let's see here. And Jen, there's no way you were served two subpoenas, just talked, and the rest of it is cut off. So it seems to me like she's obviously upset that any of the evidence, she's trying to persuade this person to not cooperate with the investigation. Now, in my opinion, I feel like usually whenever people don't want to cooperate with an investigation, it seems like they're probably lying. Talked about how Amber never said Johnny hit her during the staircase incident. She got security. She said security got in between them. I don't even know which one is which. I'd have to go back and look at it again. So it seems very obvious that that Amber Heard's sister, Whitney, is going to take. She's going to take Amber Heard's side when push comes to shove because that's her sister. I mean, the truth is, this makes sense. Sure, right? I mean, this is just what people are going to do. It is what it is. And of course, right? Yeah, of course this is going to happen. However, trying to dissuade somebody from cooperating and providing evidence, this indicates to me that she has the willingness to, what's the word for this? Like, not degrade, but she has the willingness to subvert. She has the willingness to subvert the law and to insert her own agenda instead. Right? She's willing to obfuscate the whole thing. And so let's see. Let's read this letter here. And this is actually this is her declaration. Let me go back and double check this. Has known Amber Heard for many years. Jennifer testified about Johnny risking his life at the hand of Amber Heard and about Amber abusing her sister. And so let's go ahead and look at this right here. And this, by the way, guys, was from 2 years ago. Okay. So this is her talking about the subpoena. I was recently subpoenaed into a court case to tell the truth, and I did so. Verdict came down on Monday, and the actual truth was destroyed by an unjust system. I share this now because I want to have faith in truth, dignity, and love in my integrity of ultimately winning. My heart has been broken during this process, and I have lost faith in so many people who have claimed to be moral and good, yet lack the integrity to tell the truth when it might be an inconvenience for them. I wonder who she's talking about. The same people who have contacted old employees of the charity and told them not to speak to attorneys and to dodge subpoenas have questioned my integrity for actually telling the truth whenever I was called to do so, and much more. Heartbreaking to lose faith in people. I write this as I'm trying to not lose faith in humanity and justice and in the greater good. I feel like my experience is a microcosm of what's actually playing out in this election. Truth and goodness will have to win in the end. I guess she's talking about 2020 election, hashtag praying. Okay. Well, basically, this is her saying, this is clearly the court case, and the verdict was in Amber Heard's favor, so it's very clear that she views Amber Heard as the abuser and Johnny Depp as the victim. Like, I think we can both kind of assume this is true. Like, you guys see where I'm coming from? You guys picking up what I'm putting down here? You seeing what I'm saying? Yeah, okay, absolutely. Isn't that a crime, right? I don't know what is and is not. I'm not going to get through that, and I'm not going to talk about that a whole lot because I'm not 100% sure. So yes, obviously this is the case. Now let's go back over. We're going to look at the rest of the pages on here, and we're going to see what else she said. Because obviously this is not the only thing. This was her declaration. Let me go back over here, and is this like 1, 2, 3? It's page, okay, this is page 2. I'm going to scan through a lot of this. I'm not really going to read it word for word. And so you guys can just go ahead and just watch along. Let's see here. Whitney worked for her for, I found it 22 years ago. I learned that she testified in court about the violent incident in 2015 on the stairs with Johnny Depp's penthouse. She testified that Johnny supposedly hit Amber and Whitney on the stairs at Johnny's downtown penthouse. Then Whitney said she had to go live with her employer, where she said she slept on the floor. I am that employer. This is not what I was told to be true. First, Whitney came to live in the guest room of, what's this here? Wait, where the fuck? The guest room of, my apartment. Okay, all right, yeah, now we're in order. Of my apartment in Wilshire Boulevard, not on the floor, but in my guest room. So she probably fucking put this out there because Whitney had to go out and act like she was living like a refugee. She's like, man, I'll let you sleep on a bed. Like, girl, I didn't make you sleep on a fucking floor. What do you mean? Second, when Whitney arrived, she was a mess. Whitney told me that she tried to stop her sister Amber from hitting and attacking Johnny on the stairs. Whitney said whenever she tried to intervene to stop Amber from going after Johnny, Amber nearly pushed Whitney down the stairs. She told me that she was worried Amber was going to kill Johnny. Really? That is very interesting. Where's the picture of the knife? I was going to try to pull up the picture of the knife. I can't find it anymore. Anyway, so yes, we've seen things like this before. And what's the rest of this? She told me that she endured that kind of abuse for her entire life, first from her father and then from Amber, who she said was extremely violent. She lived with me because she did not feel like she could go back to Eastern Columbia building. My father reminded this morning, I told them Whitney had moved in with me because she was terrified of her sister. So it actually had nothing to do really with fucking Johnny at all. While Whitney was living with me, she told me Johnny kept checking in to see how she was doing, and that he called her sis and she called him brother. So this is corroborated in the footage today as well. And so we've already seen that. We know that's true. At least it seems to be true. And Whitney said to me on multiple occasions, he did not seem to know why he was staying in the relationship, nor why he was putting up with Amber's abuse. Whitney shared with me the damage endured by both her and Amber as children and the injuries that she had suffered both physiologically and physically. Whitney was devastated during the time. And so this is all what they said. This was, and by the way, for people that don't know what this is Jennifer Howell's declaration, and I'm going to read what it says here, about like Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Right, this is like literally what she said in the court case. I don't know why Obama's there. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, so it shared me and everyone else that Amber freaked out, attacked Whitney, and threw a wine glass full of red wine at her in the elevator. What the fuck? While Amber and Johnny were in Australia, Whitney was in the office sitting in the black and white chairs near the kitchen and loudly proclaimed, "Oh my God, she's done it now. She's cut off his fucking finger." Remember that, boys? Remember that? Holy shit. Okay, so that's one. Where's number two? Okay, this one must be number two, right? That's 7. Okay, this is 8. Let's see if I can go through this. I knew Paige Heard, Amber and Whitney's mother. Paige shared with me a while ago. I was visiting Whitney that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla, or multiple Teslas. Not sure if it's one or more, but Amber found out that they were bugged. Okay. Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive, and that she was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos that they had created to... That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Holy shit. So it's like, no, you think about it with, like, from Elon's perspective, right? It's like this hot girl who's down to have threesomes with her other hot friend. Of course he's gonna give her a Tesla. I mean, of course. Like, I mean, duh. I mean, like, this is... this is fucking perfect. Like, it's like it just... You know, things just sometimes work out. And it's like, yeah, it just kind of worked out. Even Elon Musk, yeah, I mean, duh. Exactly. And he just didn't realize what it was. He wanted to destroy them. Amber wanted to keep them to have a baby. Paige told me that Johnny was either an angel or a saint compared to Elon, and she wished that Amber and Johnny would reconcile. Paige also told me the reason Johnny and Amber broke up was because Amber was violent and emotional and loved Johnny so much that she could not control it. Which, I mean, again, that kind of makes sense whenever she was being jealous and angry whenever Johnny wanted to spend time with his daughter. You see what I'm saying? This is a movie script? Yeah, it's nuts. And so, yeah. And she is just, I mean, yeah, just a wild animal. That's all there is to it. And I don't really think that it's unnatural or this is not unnecessary or weird that Amber Heard's sister would not necessarily consider physical violence as a red flag. They grew up, their dad was violent. The way she said it, it's not my place. That is I've heard so many fucking people explain how they approach domestic violence with people that they know as it's not my place. Have you guys ever had that happen? Yep, Sam, for you. Yeah, it's normal for her. Like, this has happened. And did she go on to stand? Yes, she did. And let's see back over here. Amber was violent, taken aback as the conversation occurred, and a divorce, and Hunter was only a few months old, and I was at Whitney's house. Whitney told me that Amber and Johnny were still in touch, and they were each other's true loves, or something to that exact sentiment. Whitney was still going through the emotions of having had a baby and all those ups and downs. I could not believe that Amber and Johnny's relationship was being discussed while Whitney was the one who needed to be the focal point and needed our support. So I think that makes a lot of sense right there, huh? It does. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Are you going to react to the Congress UFO discussion? Guys, they're not real. Like, there's no... I don't think aliens have visited us. Okay, we've got two bonus minutes. Okay, give me a second. All right, yeah, come on. Let's focus on one fucking bit of bullshit at a time, okay? And so let's see here. Oh, I didn't finish this. Amber got in legal trouble regarding smuggling dogs in Australia. Character reference about her charity work, and I did so. We had given her a humanitarian award. Well, everybody makes mistakes sometimes. It's understandable. I knew nothing about her personal life behind a closed door until I became close with Whitney. I think that makes sense. Yeah, she had no... Like, what else would she know other than she seemed to be nice? You know what I mean? I think that's completely fair. When Amber was in trouble with the Australian authorities, she asked me to write a letter. Okay, I saw that for sure. She volunteered for the charity. Yeah. Later on, when Amber and Johnny were divorcing, $7 million of the proceeds supposed to go to the charity, I learned that none of it would be directed to the Art of Elysium, which Amber had been closely associated with for years. And when she said... Amber had been so eager to use our name in the press during the divorce, when funds would mean so much to a small organization like hers, would Amber not direct those? Amber's publicist told me, so she donated to those other charities, basically. I'll unmute it in just a second. Basically, she's saying Amber wanted to donate to the ACLU and to whatever the other one was, the fucking children's hospital, because... that they were more well-known and she'd get more publicity for it. She did it as a PR move. Okay, here we go. What a surprise. I could have never expected that. How could anybody know this crazy change of events? Incredible. Was she not a witness? I don't know.
Are you next witness?
Maybe she will be.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Elizabeth Mars.
Mars.
Okay.
M-A-R-S?
M-A-R-Z.
M-A-R-Z. Thank you.
All right.
Please state your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015, 16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
I don't remember.
More than 4 times?
No.
Okay.
In 2015 and 16, do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you,
This
Ms.
is
Mars,
useful.
that you testified that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
Would you agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since Texas, when you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her? You would remember that, correct?
She would probably remember that, yeah.
And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks?
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes.
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building,
So
did
she
you
never
stay
even
in one
told
of
her?
the penthouses?
Yes.
And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2000?
It's from 1990.
To
Yeah.
assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the
Okay.
following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him.
Uh-huh.
So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night. It was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
Why?
No, she wouldn't wear makeup.
I mean,
But why?
I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Okay.
But other than that, she's usually barefaced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5
Uh-huh.
and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like it's coming from, we hear commotion and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Okay.
Did it sound like voices, or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That's
But
a
the
lot.
door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly open.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him.
Okay.
The bodyguards, yeah.
So Johnny opens the door.
Right.
He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards, with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was
Probably both.
very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole
Oh my
being
God.
really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me.
Yeah.
And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay.
Is that different than drunk?
No, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
He was, it was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and
Okay.
Yeah, combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry, and yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully.
He's pissed.
And rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very.
In his own house?
Yeah, it was intense.
Yeah.
So Mr. Depp comes through the door.
He's like the Kool-Aid man.
To Penthouse 5.
Yeah.
And you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here." Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then
did you?
You ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
Okay.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing, and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Okay.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his
He
energy,
was mad.
the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like, from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it was, it felt, yeah, combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was, you know, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, all right, that makes sense, sure.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Ms. Pennington, you came out of your hiding spot and then went to Ms. Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that correct?
Correct.
So who was in penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to penthouse 1?
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Okay.
Do you remember the first time you saw Ms. Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In penthouse 1?
Correct.
So
sure.
The first time you saw Ms. Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Ms. Heard?
Yeah, what'd she look like?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face.
Okay.
She had a red, swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Ms. Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
Okay.
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
So she doesn't know if the face was swollen from crying or not.
What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
All right, okay.
Okay, so let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled?
Mm-hmm.
The fuck does that mean?
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was
she was
animated?
upset. Messed.
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay. So visibly
Like
very
me.
upset means what? She was crying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said.
Okay.
I think everybody was just shaken up.
People were upset, all right.
So soon after you went into Penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to Penthouse 1.
I remember there was police officers in the hallway.
Okay. Was Ms. Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah.
So you were in Penthouse 1 when the police came.
Right.
How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
9 more, thanks for 5 steps, thank you.
Because they said the police are here. So I
Who
remember.
said that?
I don't remember.
Well, how do you not remember
Again,
that?
this is a very long time ago, so
I
the
guess-
specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember.
Yeah, it kind
I
of
just
makes
know,
sense.
knowing that the police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go?
Well,
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were
I've heard
in
that a lot.
their penthouse afterwards. In Johnny
Yeah, we've
Amber's.
heard that a lot,
At some point
man.
we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
At some point in the night, maybe after, before.
Yeah, sure.
I recall, I mean, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway.
It's a mega
I remember
spill?
that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of whatever happened.
Okay, so the police come, and you stayed in penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3, correct, where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face.
So
you
that
said it
was the
right side
wine.
of
That was the
face.
one we didn't see. Yeah.
You said it was, what, swollen and red?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay.
Okay.
So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just
The fuck?
on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Miss Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct, correct.
Sure.
And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Miss Heard, Mr. Drew, or Miss Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up.
She doesn't really remember hardly
Before
anything.
I remember that
Yeah.
knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Yeah, she doesn't remember anything.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall
Yeah.
Josh Drew cleaning up before you entered penthouse 3.
Remembers the narrative though? Not really.
What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Okay.
Recall who told you that penthouse
Sure.
3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember
Got it.
that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into penthouse 3,
Bro, I forget what happened
after
yesterday.
the police officers,
Well,
the
I
first
know,
set of
I
police
know.
officers came and left,
But she's like, if they don't know what happened, why are they talking about
you
it?
did not see
You see what I'm saying? Why are they talking about it? They don't know what happened.
silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks,
Candelabra.
broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing, broken in penthouse 5. I'm sorry, penthouse 3.
Okay.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this, but again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. Okay. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, I kind of, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness
I
firsthand
didn't
what?
firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber. But
Okay.
Do you recall testifying to that effect? That Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
So he was just walking out of the room.
Past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming.
Yeah, I think that would make sense. Sure.
That's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swinging a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure, I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Heard's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
Okay.
The right side of her face.
Do you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Miss Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Miss Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
I thought she said she was always wearing
some
makeup.
of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation?
Correct.
Okay, so she wouldn't
Talking
even
about
really
the loud
know.
voices,
Okay.
What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the
Her
screaming
lawyer did.
and
Okay.
yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
Okay.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
All right. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. I can understand that.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
Okay.
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open and Johnny came charging in.
Okay.
And screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling.
How is
and
everything
screamed, get your bitch out of here, as he
like larger
ran
than average
in my direction, and I was scared. It was very frightening, and
It's just funny.
scary and unexpected, and so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a Magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event
Has
when
this-
it happened on May 21,
Has this ever happened to you before?
Fear.
Yeah, no.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Just erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Okay. It's not very dangerous, though, is it? I feel like erratic behavior. What does that mean?
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two
bodyguards, right?
men.
Yeah.
What about Miss Heard?
No.
Okay.
What about Miss Pennington?
No.
Okay.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah. I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
Sorry, say again, why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
Okay.
And the he there is
Makes
who?
sense,
Johnny.
sure. Yeah, that's
What
understandable.
were you thinking when you were hiding in the communal exercise area?
I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared.
Okay.
And not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
That
And at
makes
some point,
sense,
did you leave
sure.
the area?
Yes.
And what prompted you to leave the area?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
That's nice.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
A hiding spot.
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And
I like her. I think this is...
Is he gone?
Yeah,
Maybe
she's
I was
all right.
thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
Yeah.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Oh my God.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse,
Simp?
who'd
Yeah,
you
sure.
see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
Ugh, why
When
the
you saw
fuck do
Miss
people
Heard
drink that?
After you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in
Ugh.
Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was
soda
all over the place. She
Like a
had
normal
a
person.
swollen face.
The fuck?
Looked like she had been crying, and
Oh.
yeah,
Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
no.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she'd been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She
Okay.
had markings on her face.
Were the
Right.
marks that she saw in Miss Heard's face after you came down from your
We can
hiding
fix her?
spot
Yeah, sure.
present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Miss Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Miss Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13.
Let's see it.
Miss Mars,
All right,
as
here
the
we
court
go.
reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these
Seems
marks
that
look
way.
like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to
Okay.
clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Ms. Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Ms. Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
Wait, broken frames. How do we know they're
this
broken?
Is Amber and Johnny's
What?
bed, and there's photographs on it.
Ain't nobody
So
ever
I
said
take it
that.
You've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Ms. Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
The
No, you
horse
don't
shit.
recall, or no, you didn't?
No.
This
I
horse shit.
Don't recall.
The next photo
Oh
on
my
the set
God,
is the picture
man.
of Ms. Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway. Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
Okay.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining
So that
on the
was
night of
there,
May
yeah.
21, 2016.
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you
What
arrived
you're saying
in
is
the
Amber's
afternoon?
best day in court. Do you agree?
I don't remember
Yeah,
seeing
this is
it, no.
this has
So
been the
when was
best
the
day
first
for
time
her
you
for
remember
sure.
seeing it?
Absolutely.
I
Without a
think
question.
when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into Raquel and
I mean, the
Josh's
other ones were
apartment.
really bad.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled.
I mean, this one
Not
was
this
just
one.
like okay.
You saw other wine get spilled?
So
I saw-
yeah,
as he was-
comparatively,
and
it's way
when
better.
he came in the apartment when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on a wall. Do you see that?
Yes, it was terrible for her.
It's in Amber
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also,
What the hell that mean?
distraught.
Okay.
Upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but seen her sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction
Okay.
that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
Okay. All right. What is this?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just
That was the guy from earlier.
trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really
All right.
trying to be like the man in the situation that was gonna like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember
Yeah.
like feeling safe with him.
Yep.
Like he was, it was
Yep.
like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember.
That's good.
And some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which
Oh my
bucket do the
God,
marks
I
that you
love
saw
it.
on Miss Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016
Yeah.
fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the
Mm-hmm.
things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
Okay. So now what?
All right. Your next witness?
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video, and I will say
Let's
that
see it.
that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then,
Okay.
then I come back.
Let's see it. All
Can
right.
you spell
Let's
it last
go.
name just for the
So that
recording?
girl didn't know anything. I feel.
Iglesias.
I feel like she didn't know anything. Yeah, like she was just like, yeah, I never
State
saw
your name
them.
and address for the record.
Okay, here we go, here we go, here we
My
go.
name is Melanie Iglesias. And Ms. Iglesias, what
Whoops,
is your
it's me first.
I'm a makeup artist. And
She's a
you, in
makeup
fact,
artist.
are a
Okay.
professional makeup artist, correct? Correct. When did you first meet Amber Heard?
Volume? I feel like volume's a little bit low.
April 2015. And what was the occasion?
Tribeca Film Festival in New York.
Okay.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
That's
Ms. Iglesias,
nice.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Is this more about...
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchen to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
Lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident. But it says, if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9.
Okay.
Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Yeah.
Well, it's a bed. It looks like, I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's a bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the
The
bedroom
knife
was
on the
upstairs.
bed, yeah.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing.
It's a knife on the
Do
bed.
you remember where the other property that you
Make a
saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
All right, and just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
And asked and answered.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
That's a good question. Why is that?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I came back to work.
And
This is when
when
she
you
said her face
arrived at
was
the
fucked up.
penthouse on December 16,
Okay.
please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like,
Yes, it's a
I don't know how, I
Yeah.
don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly, so she had a discoloration here, under both eyes, and on the bridge of the nose. And she had
Johnny
what I
Depp
would
said
call
that
a
happened.
split lip or something on the lip.
Yeah.
Like a
He literally
gash or
said that.
split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11.
It's extremely specific.
Do you
I don't know.
recognize this photo as
Yeah, like
being
this was
Amber
already.
Heard's head?
We already knew that.
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
Uh-huh.
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us, and I looked at it.
Okay.
Okay.
And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
Oh.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
This is Amber Heard.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
And were you just described
Okay.
what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yeah.
Yes.
And who
Right,
is that?
okay, sure.
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture, and maybe to try to move it along, is it Amber Heard?
Of course it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19, and do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015?
Okay.
Yes.
Sure, here we go.
You know, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier weight knitted. So we covered, you know, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer. One that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes, and although Amber always, you know, has a red lip, is one of her signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, you know, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
That would make sense.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22,
Okay.
Do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her, is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Right.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, you know, turn it on, that she, you know, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
That makes sense.
And
of course,
prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic, I think through waves of emotions, you know?
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or show.
Right.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's the penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at the penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's
the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, and they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together, and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue.
That's what she said.
Did I hear that correctly? I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said? So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness of blue undertone than a normal concealer.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection, vague.
Can you please describe for me?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, she used to have a concealer from a company called Clé de Peau.
Okay.
Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks.
Sure.
Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily, yes. Well, I mean daily, yes, as far as I know.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you feel confident in what you described?
Yeah, sure, of
that
course.
you saw that day
All that
of
makes
Amber
sense.
Heard's injuries? And I'm talking about December 16, 2015.
1,000%, without a doubt.
There it is.
Because I just don't remember, it's 5 years ago, I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence?
She's probably upset.
An area of different emotion, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce to anger to being really upset to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, but it just reminded me at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call, about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
Why is that?
But is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as client and Ms. Iglesias?
Okay.
What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
So we don't even know why she stopped dealing with her.
You thought he was lovely?
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, they cut that part out.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Okay.
Oh, yes. The entirety of your interactions. How many were there? Approximately.
5, maybe less than 10.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
So she didn't
And would
really
you
know.
describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Miss Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Miss Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Okay. All right.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Miss Heard?
No.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Miss Heard?
Correct.
Okay.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Miss Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
Right. So she doesn't really know what happened. Yeah.
And so any
sure.
injuries that you claim to have seen on Miss Heard, you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Right. Correct.
Yeah. She's guessing.
The only source of information that you have is Miss Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Who you stopped.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. That would make
So
sense.
fair to say that the only voice you heard was Miss Heard's, correct?
Right.
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Miss Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Miss Heard, other than the 3 that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half.
Yeah, she got no idea.
It was always some conflict.
Okay.
Some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind
That's
of problem,
fair.
some kind of, it always was a problem.
Yeah, that's fair.
Problematic. It was a very consuming.
This is Amber's witness.
It
was her makeup person.
It was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship. And hence, that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct, between Mr.
Correct.
Depp? I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Okay.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
Okay.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of the fight, if I can say so.
Yeah, sure.
I think,
she had no idea, basically.
You know, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of December, before December 15.
She didn't really know.
So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting into the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Okay.
Understanding, again, came from Miss Heard only, correct?
Well, Miss Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Okay.
Rocky, Retro Pennington, Ayo, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney.
Yeah, that was Io, I'm assuming.
Those were
Yeah.
the core group.
You said you spent
called
Thanksgiving
toilet? No.
with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward,
Why?
because Marilyn Manson was there?
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No. But it just was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So sitting, yeah, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an awkward evening.
Jesus.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Miss Heard having any type of
That's fucking good, man.
disagreement or fight
Wow.
that evening?
Disagreement, maybe, like a
He's shy,
disagreement.
yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I've heard he's a weirdo.
Well, I mean, there was,
Yeah.
it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things, and so I could tell that it was awkward.
Uh-huh.
It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while. Then everybody was at a table, so they was wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
Get him
And
as
you're
a
pretty
witness?
sure they
Yeah.
had a fight because Miss Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Miss Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Miss Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent. I have an independent recollection
I
of
wonder if we
going to
get
the
him in here.
penthouse
That'd be great.
before one of the incident.
Okay.
And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the fun incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th.
Sure.
Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights.
Got it.
And I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day.
Makes
It was
sense,
December
okay.
15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. Okay. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that day, that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
Okay.
I don't recall.
But you do remember Ms. Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you take any photographs of Ms. Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Miss Bredehoff showed you earlier today, but
we
there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as
okay, here we go.
Exhibits
here 14
through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone.
Sure.
I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Miss Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always likes to wash the face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner.
Sure.
You know, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face and start clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Miss Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on before when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I do not. I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean in front of me in her bathroom, but you know we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And you know, I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So, based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner, and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Miss Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
Okay, so yeah, it's like.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you described it as either a gash or a split lip.
How's she supposed to know? Medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury, but of course, I'm not a medical expert, no forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video, so it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen, and there was either a gash or a scab. No, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Sure. Yeah, sure, okay, that's fine.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever having a cold sore on her lips?
No.
No, okay. All right. So, yeah, she doesn't know.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling. Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration too. I recall mainly discoloration, like a.
So there's no like swelling on the eyes?
Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye. That was a little more.
I thought the other people said that's what happened.
Than the other.
The previous girl said that.
Swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
It seems very specific.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
Then maybe I was quoted. It's not my position to say how head-butted she was or anything. And maybe I misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
All right.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things.
It was a light
Samantha never
headbutt.
really comes up when we get ready. No.
It was a
But
head
just to
tap,
confirm,
like-
these injuries, right?
That's it.
That you saw on Miss
That's
Heard
it.
on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Well, how could she know? How could she possibly know?
And so any information you
Yeah.
have about how the cause of these injuries came from Miss Heard only.
Right.
From December 16, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard.
The professional
causing any
headbutter's
injuries.
opinion? Yeah.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on
Okay.
her face on December 16th.
Sure.
I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. Yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, you know,
So
with
she's done the
models
bruises
or
for special effects.
real life things, whatever it is. So
Okay.
yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, you know, try to bring the swelling down.
Like a ice.
Covering it up would be not really,
Can't do that.
would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th, do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
There's no way she's going to remember
You probably
that.
don't remember the brand, but
There's
do you
no
recall
way.
the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall?
No.
But you do have a specific recollection
Yeah.
of using a peach undertone concealer.
That's true.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear the Pool. And it's a specific shade, you know, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey from the same family, and I used that instead. And I think I also I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Sure.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically,
That's the
you
bruise
know,
kit thing, yeah.
as I know you read it before,
Yeah.
we had a red lip. It was not uncommon for her. We know she has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or a red lip, and I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there, and the red lips was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's not going to mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
Sure. Okay.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. So, a red lip.
Is that it?
It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show.
So her lips were swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash or cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall
Sure,
Miss
yeah,
Heard
makes
being
sense.
hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip, on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Miss Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Miss Heard was describing for you?
Yeah, yes. We talked a bit about it, yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I mean, you know, I think everybody was a little like,
Okay.
oh shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adia was behind her and I was in front of her, I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adia showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Miss Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it, correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Dep 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified
let's see it.
previously that you see, watching the video clip, right, you see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've
I see.
seen this
I've known
before.
that face. I know that face
Yeah.
so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are, and I can tell where the swollen lip is. Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Amber
Ms.
released from
Iglesias,
Aquaman
do you
2
mind
contract?
please identifying
Really?
for me, is this,
I'll find it.
does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see
gonna find it.
bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration.
I don't
can
see it
my
anywhere.
makeup,
Tag
so
me
I
in
see
it.
the discoloration
Yeah,
on the
tag
right
me in it.
eye,
I don't see
just
it.
right under. I see that little dent there, and also, I mean, this is a picture that is, you know, taking. This is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways. The light is one way, you know. But yes, there's better pictures that you can see. But if you give me the mouth, I will show you. But there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the
Okay.
swollen lip. So I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen. This here.
And when you're pointing, just for the record, you're
It's
pointing to
clickbait?
the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Of course
correct?
it is.
Correct. It's here.
There's no
Nothing,
code.
but
Okay,
as I
it's
said, there's
just
better
bullshit.
pictures. She's sideways.
Okay.
There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
It might be the same photograph.
yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
It would
Yes.
seem that way.
Okay. Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising
seem that
under
way,
her
yeah.
eyes?
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just under her eyes, under her right eyes, I can see the little gash right there.
Uh-huh.
And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, you know, the injury is showing through.
Okay.
Do you see any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not. No, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
Did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
Okay.
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was the fight. There was.
Okay. I feel like all this has already been defined.
I don't exactly recall the fight.
Like, we already know
there was
this.
a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's.
Yeah, we know all of this stuff.
I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
Yeah, this has had no
But you don't
information.
remember seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
Consistency? Yeah.
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
Trying to get conflicting statement. Yeah.
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night, and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone.
Okay.
And when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, "Keep
She's
my
biased.
phone."
No, she's biased.
So
Like,
if you contact
definitely.
me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone,
Okay.
and that's why I remember. That's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see those texts, she said, "I need my phone." And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
Of course you would think
And
that.
and that was based on what exactly, Ms.
Duh.
Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of her marriage.
I think you testified earlier that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, "Oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week"?
No.
So, do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this?
Well, I don't think she would even
in
know
preparation
this.
for the James
How would she
Corden,
even know that?
show?
Yeah.
Yes, she took arnica.
Oh.
And we had an arnica gel.
Okay.
And I always have arnica
So she
gel in my
she
kit
put
anyway.
a gel on.
And she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel.
Okay.
And some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
All right, there it is.
All right. Yes, Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment.
Let's see it.
Certainly.
Let's see it. All right. So let's talk about this while they're while they're fighting. So this is generally what I think, right? It's like just overall, I don't really, like, I feel like it's obvious. I guess to me, like, it's weird, right? That I think this is the only thing that really struck me as weird, is that the lady there said that Amber Heard, it looked like she got headbutted. How many people have you seen that got headbutted lightly? Do you see what I'm saying? And like with the with that show that she was on, I feel like the only thing that was really damning was the nose. Like, yeah, you can put makeup over a bruise. I mean, of course you can do that. You can put makeup over somebody's lips. Of course you can. It's the fucking nose. It's like the nose was broken. That's what really was different. And they had a bunch of other pictures. Yeah, it's very specific. Exactly. Amber lied to everyone, even their friends. Well, here's the thing, right? It's like, so this lady, she every interaction she had with Johnny Depp was positive. Everything was totally fine. She heard one side of an argument, and that was about it. So, like, she doesn't really know anything. Like, she's not a bad person because she's giving her side of the story, because she was only given one side of the story to begin with. It's not, she's just repeating what she was told. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's not bad or anything like that. Just, yeah, she's just repeating what she was told. And also, like, why would she have reason to doubt somebody like this? I mean, she had worked with her for years. This is what she's heard. I'm sure there's probably some dissonance. Oh, Johnny seems fine, but then this happens in the back. I don't really know. It seems very hard to be certain about one way or another. I think that's the way I see it. And 7 witnesses, $7 million. That's not how it works. I really don't think so. None of this can refute what Johnny already admitted. He accidentally hit her with his head. Yeah, like, and that's what I was about to get to, right? Is that Johnny Depp even said in his own fucking
All right, your
interview,
next witness.
whatever.
We're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
He already admitted that he accidentally hit her in the head.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he already said this. You see kind of what I'm saying? It's like, it's not a surprise.
Ms. Sexton, why don't you state your whole name for the record and your
Okay.
current address?
Here we go.
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017.
Okay, here we go.
There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015.
Right.
So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October.
Okay, well, she sounds like she knows what the fuck's going
So
on. All right, great.
I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in.
Yes.
It seems that way, yeah.
Indeed.
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
That's nice.
When was
Okay.
it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches.
Sure, okay, makes sense.
The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches.
Okay.
The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
All right, so she helped her with Aquaman. That makes sense. Sure.
TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
Listed there 2011.
Okay.
Yes.
I take it from what you
Aquaman
just
leaked?
described
Yeah,
that
sure.
although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Sure.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period? more than 100 times.
Easily, yes.
She saw her a lot. All right, that makes sense.
And when
Sure.
you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same
Got
answer
it.
for 300 times?
Yeah.
Let's get that
As I
reference
said, when I
Aquaman
would
concept.
see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When was the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career and really stretching herself as an actor.
Seems that way.
Which is why she started coaching so much at that time and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
That's fine.
We're looking at Section 1. Refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
Okay.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became,
here we go.
I would say, much darker as time went on. He was, like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms.
I like this.
The art overall changed. Like, everything got much darker in the
Yeah.
houses with, like, heavy, it was always a little, I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just, like, literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on.
I bet.
I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise.
Yeah.
And when I did,
Makes a lot of sense.
Happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could
He was
hear
not
him?
happy at all.
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like, I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting.
Okay.
Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe
what was
you
happening?
heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house.
Okay.
And then, like, I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety.
And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Hurd's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Hurd should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, did you ever hear him use any other language like that? About the kind of roles that Ms. Hurd was being offered? To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you recall hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Hurd should play.
As I said, he would be sitting. Initially, when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't
personal
super
attacks.
negative then.
Make fun of somebody's appearance, you're permabanned.
As it
it's
went
that
on,
simple.
he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of
None
shit.
of that bullshit.
All sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative.
Yeah,
if
you're
it was
just getting
something
a
he
permit.
didn't want her to do.
Like, I would never think of you again.
Number of roles that Ms. Hurd auditioned for change during the time that she was involved.
We don't do that here.
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension-filled, especially those last few months that they were together.
I would assume so.
And
Did they, was there withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Hurd was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions, and we couldn't work until we got her together.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished, because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe
Amber Heard's witness? Yeah, she's Amber Heard's witness.
Actually, not acting.
Yeah, she is.
When you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying.
Jesus.
That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting-wise, so
we can
which
tell.
a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting-wise, but it was a lot towards the end there. A lot of crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting, crying
That
is
is
very different.
that
unless
is an
somebody is
interesting,
working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
Okay, sure.
And during those sessions, particularly in the last year when you saw her crying so often, what was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. And her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling.
Okay.
And, so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time.
Yep. That's about right.
I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry, so I made my way out.
I would leave then too.
Her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out.
Most people do.
So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, sure.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, do you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December, I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents, but for now, Ms. Beckman, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw.
So drugs, yeah, of course.
And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things.
Okay.
Skin, like red marks on her skin, sorry, on her arms that I saw.
All right.
And then subsequently I would see like bruises that look like arms being grabbed or wrists.
Yeah.
Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration.
Not necessarily this, but yeah.
And in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks as we were having a lovely time. Johnny was playing guitar and singing, and then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober.
It was flour.
Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer, and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming, and a commotion. We didn't come out of our trailer, and then the quieting down, and everyone being like, "Oh, it's okay." The bodyguards, I heard them running over there, and then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night.
Okay.
And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber, and I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it.
Right.
And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day,
no one else has seen the fighting? No.
Can you describe for me what
Nobody's
the
seen
trailer
it. Except for
where
her sister.
Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was trying. He was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're gonna get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet, and he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again, and then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay
just
for
get
it.
it out of there. Just get it out of there.
And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
Okay.
I think you said, testified this earlier, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster that day?
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Okay.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean,
so there we
the
go.
only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms.
Okay.
I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder.
What could that be?
Everyone except for me was drinking.
Flour
and
or
different
sugar?
people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So I didn't keep track of that.
Salt. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it could be salt too.
Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
It seems that way. Yeah. How could she know?
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident.
Corn potato starch? Yeah, it could be that too. Corn starch.
Is the day of
Yep.
April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you, was Amber Heard's 70th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. And there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him, let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner, and that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down.
That's whenever he was doing drugs. Yeah, we heard about this.
And they,
yep.
Brandon, I don't remember his last name, it starts with an M, escorted him, kind of helped him stay stable. And we went to the table and we started dinner, and Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense, and he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story. And
I bet.
It got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I think I answered your question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
Yeah, he's fucking drunk. It makes
You said
sense.
you saw her later with a healing
Oh my
bruise.
God.
Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
Oh
on
my
her cheek.
God.
It was on her right cheek.
We know.
I think it was right. Yeah.
We
Long
know.
after the incident that you just discussed.
Oh
with the
my
cell
God.
phone, you saw Ms. Hurd in her face.
Yes.
It was a few days
Captain
later,
Jack
but I
Sparrow
don't.
was
I
method
couldn't tell you
acting. We get
exactly
it.
when. I mean,
We know
everyone
this.
heals a different way, right? I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber?
I don't understand how this is. Like, this has nothing to do with anything that he's done.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over to have. I went over. It was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August to have wine, have a glass of wine, and catch up. Because, like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we had physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Hurd in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Hurd mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to say, to talk to the attorneys about it.
When you say only to say to talk to the attorneys about it, specifically did
What
Ms.
does
Hurd
this
talk-
mean? Yeah.
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me, and I felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these two times that you met with
I got a lot to
Ms.
say
Hurd
here.
this
Like, I
year
got a
that
lot to
Ms. Hurd
say.
told
God
you
damn.
For the first time that
Like,
Mr.
I'm
Depp
ready.
had
I'm ready to pop off.
allegedly
Let's
raped
go.
her with a bottle in Australia?
Let's see it.
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then. Yeah.
Was it the first meeting that
I'm
you
ready.
had
I'm
with Ms.
ready.
Hurd in
I'm ready.
August
Just let me
this
go.
year that she mentioned that?
Let me go.
It was after, like, I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up, and then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry,
Okay.
we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything. And
Right.
Yeah, that's when it came out.
Makes sense, sure.
And
We
just
were
to
having a good
confirm,
cry.
Ms. Sexton, Ms. Hurd told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it before your deposition, your first deposition in this case in August of 2019?
Yes. It was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
But it was before you were formally deposed in this case.
I got a lot to talk about
I
after
believe
this.
it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
Oh man, I'm about to do this. We about to go in on this.
Really clear. This was the first time Ms. Hurd had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything.
Sure.
And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault.
Right.
The penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Hurd told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. And they didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States.
Makes sense, sure.
And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Hurd, can you tell me how many times you've
Let me
spent
pop off, please. Let me
maybe a
pop off.
significant amount of time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or smoke in order
that's
to
what he does.
go talk to people.
Sure.
Is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example,
Yeah, that's different. Okay.
Of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
Okay.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey, boss, let's take this to another room."
Yeah.
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house.
He's yelling. Okay.
And he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation.
Oh my God.
We were going to. We were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening, where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains.
Yeah.
In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him.
That's the guy that died, so we can't
"All right,
get
boss,
that.
let's take this to another place." Because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my next questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that instance?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there.
Okay.
I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area.
Okay.
And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
Again, he was mad.
Both at Sweetser and at the penthouse. When you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Okay, wow, it's a rerun.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Yep, there we go.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
All right.
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her.
Okay.
But I did not, so throwing himself at, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
So no.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweet sir, he came in through that hallway and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there and was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard like came in and scooped him up.
Got it.
Since the incident, you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Miss Bird.
Yeah.
Correct?
She was shaking and upset.
Okay. Sure.
It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Miss Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Miss Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her.
Okay.
I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her, correct?
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like, I would see things broken
Aftermath of
afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
Okay.
When Mr. Depp and Miss Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
When she told you that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger? Or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle? Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
She didn't say that he... She didn't indicate that he cut off, like went purposely to cut it.
Okay.
What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something, and then
at the same time.
he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Dude, I mean...
Do you recall Johnny ever saying something to you in a conversation with him later about his ability to pass insurance theft?
I remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party, so it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars, and he was talking about that it was... I said something about... He said he had to get up early to do a test, and I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of, like, concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test, and he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test, you can do this.
I bet he knows about that.
And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
That's fair.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day today, so have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
All righty, let's get to work. Let's get to work. So, number one. This is the big one. The acting coach says Amber Heard can't cry on command. And then she says, we had to cry together about things. Isn't that something? Wow. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, So what would that indicate if she's not really crying that well? Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Was that a fake cry and a real cry are different? Exactly. That's what I was saying. Bad actor confirmed. That's where I'm at. Totally different, man. You're being dumb, right? Don't get it? Just because she can't cry on command doesn't mean she can't cry in general? Exactly. which means that I think that the emotions that she was eliciting while she was on the stand were acted because she wasn't crying. I also think that they were acted and not authentic because nobody has been able to corroborate any of the evidence or any of the things that people have said. There is no medical record of this. There's nothing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that she was crying privately and she wasn't crying on the stand. And then the acting coach said she had trouble crying on command. So what would that indicate? It was a poorly acted performance. Do you see where I'm coming from here? Amber said Johnny cut his finger with a phone, and now they said bottle. Well, yeah. Here's the thing: is I feel like it's very obvious that it's like Johnny had like multiple medical records of this stuff happening. I know there are some people who are thinking, oh wow, well Johnny did X or Y thing. I think that the truth is Johnny is basically a degenerate drug addict, right? This is what he does. He's done this for years. And in my opinion, that's probably the way he likes it. He likes being a degenerate. He likes being a drug addict. It's great. This is what he's done his whole fucking life. All of his friends do it. Everybody around him does it. It is what it is, right? This is the way he lives his life. So I think the problem really is Amber might not have been okay with that. He's trying to get some wife that's just going to be okay with him acting in certain ways. She's popping off, getting pissed off about it. This creates a lot of dissonance, and things just degenerate from there. I do think that, I think Johnny is an asshole. I think Johnny probably has initiated some form of rude behavior towards her. I think that this is definitely true. But in my opinion, it seems like every single bit of evidence is that Amber Heard has initiated all of the physical confrontations and physical violence. It seems that way to me. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think so. And then also, like, you know, Johnny Depp getting darker and more unhappy over time. What does that indicate to me? Well, that probably indicates to me that he was getting abused, right? I mean, I think that's the way anybody would feel over time. Yeah, that's what it is. He gets violent when drunk. Well, it's very different. Like, getting violent and, like, trashing a place or something like that, in my opinion, is a completely different universe than getting violent and abusing somebody, especially in the way that Amber Heard said that she was abused. So I'm not saying that this is happening or not, but like whatever. I disagree. I think the drug thing is highly exaggerated and she's just a control freak who's abusive, trying to smear his name as much as possible. I don't know. I think that Johnny Depp is probably on drugs a lot. He's probably smoking weed and he's drinking all the time. Is he doing a million different drugs at the same time? I don't know. Maybe not. But I think that this is a guy who's very familiar with doing drugs and probably does them on a regular basis. I think we can admit we can probably admit on that. We can get together with that. I think that seems fair. Yeah, sure. Well, what this court case is even about? The op-ed. I think Amber's lost enough credibility for Johnny to win. Yeah, exactly. Trashing your place is self-destructive behavior. Yeah, but it's not hitting somebody. Depp lose, hardcore, sad but true. Doesn't matter what Amber did. Her word is more valuable than all potential evidence. I don't think so. I don't think anybody's taking what she's saying seriously. I feel like, ironically, today was one of the best days for Amber Heard's arguments and for her position, and it was because she wasn't talking. That was why it was good. Is because there was no performance, there was nothing. It was just like her friends telling people what had happened. And what is the commonality between all of these things is that all of her friends said that they never saw any of this and they never witnessed any of it at all, any physical confrontations whatsoever. They both abusing each other most likely. Well, to me, like, as I've said before, I think the person who initiates a physical conflict like that is the person who is in the wrong. I've said this multiple times, and I will stick by this. I think somebody who is starting and causing this stuff to happen is the person who is wrong. And anybody, it's like, if you retaliate, in my opinion, I think that's self-defense, so it's completely different. And what's funny is none of them are her friends still. I think that is an indicator, right? That is kind of weird that all of these people are all no longer friends with Amber Heard. That I think that is and again, it's not like this in itself proves anything. And this is kind of what I've said with the entire thing, right? Is that none of these people, none of these things individually, besides, like, I think like, what is, like, the really, really, really damning evidence? Well, I think the main one is the video and Johnny Depp's finger, because these are both quantifiable. You saw it. It is what it is. You see what I'm saying? And like audio recordings. Everything else besides that, this is all, in my opinion, different degrees of hearsay. Did this happen? Did it not happen? Nobody really knows. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, nobody really knows. Only his attorneys could rebuttal the witnesses and ask, why are you not friends with her? Well, it doesn't really matter why they're not friends with her. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of these things that kind of all come together. When are they going to ask about pooping on the bed? Well, they're not going to ask about that because these are Amber's witnesses. These are Amber's witnesses, and they're not Johnny Depp's witnesses. So these people are going to basically tell Amber's side of things. And, like, really, what are these witnesses there to do? And I think this is actually a very deceptive thing that people might not realize is what's happening, is that these witnesses are here to basically repeat the story that Amber told to them. And in almost all of these cases, like with the girl, the Raquel Pennington, with the guy, like every single one of them, none of them are actually bringing in any new information. They are just repeating the same story that Amber told all of them collectively, which is what would make sense. Now, the makeup artist saying that she remembers Amber Heard's face, etc., I think that was a little bit compelling. And as I said before, even Johnny Depp, whenever he was on the stand, said very clearly that he did accidentally, according to him, obviously he said this accidentally, he hit her head, he hit her head with his head, right? And she said that you headbutted me, etc. So even he admitted that this happened. It's not like this is a secret or anything like that. This clearly happened. Now, I think that, like, a lot of these cases, like, let me see here. Let me read some of these. This is the best piece of evidence that she had. Yeah, exactly. And, like, this was already established. People already know this. Toxic with abusive. Johnny was toxic but not abusive, unlike Amber. Yes, I think so. I think that's a good point. Oh, yeah, and then Johnny Depp being controlling. I think that it's probably a combination. I think that, like, with something like this, I've never been in a relationship like this before, but I feel like it's probably a vicious circle where the person is like cheating and, like, you know, kind of trying to break your boundaries, and then you start being more controlling, and then they start pushing back more, and it becomes like an arms race, you know? I think that's what happens. Also, it's not like Johnny Depp really was wrong. And that's really what it is, right? It's not like he was wrong. Even the guy who was her own witness said that he personally saw her, you know, bringing guys over to the house at least 30 times. That's what he said. This is at night whenever Johnny Depp was not home. Isn't that interesting? Now, is that 30 different people, or is that the same person 30 times? I think the answer is somewhere in the middle. But overall, it seems very obvious that these people are being brought over, probably not for tea. Okay? That's basically it. And Elon and James need to hit the stands. There's no shot that's going to happen, man. Yeah, all of them said they didn't have Amber Heard, only see the aftermath. Yeah, they only see the aftermath. And also, not only do they only see the aftermath, because, like, let's say there's a universe where they only saw the aftermath, but Amber Heard immediately went to seek medical treatment or something like this, right? But there's no evidence of that either. And there is already previous evidence of Amber Heard not only being a liar, but there's also evidence of her, being abusive. There's video evidence of this happening. And, like, if you watch any of the audio recordings of Amber Heard during the relationship, she sounds like a complete fucking psycho. Like, she sounds just like, as I said, she doesn't need to go to jail. She needs to go to church. Like, they need to get a fucking exorcism and get the demons out of this girl. Like, she's fucking psychotic, right? I mean, really, it's almost like it's unnerving to even hear it. So, yeah, that's what I would say. So she's 100%. Yeah, I think she's completely the aggressor. I absolutely think so. And, yeah, audio recording, she isn't aware of being recorded on. Yeah, she acts completely different. So that means that the way she's acting in these other cases or whatever. Witnesses contradicted each other. Well, of course they did, right? And like, this is just what's going to happen in general. But I don't really think it's a big deal that they contradicted each other as much as it's a big deal on what the overall outcome is. And then the sister, again, like, let's talk a little bit more about the sister. This is, again, like a huge statement about how, Jennifer Howell provided a place for Whitney, Amber's sister, to stay. And then Whitney got really mad because Jennifer provided a testimony, an authentic testimony. And by the way, there is no reason really for Whitney, as far as I know, to have any real relationship, Jennifer, to have any real relationship with Johnny Depp that is beneficial to her. And if anything, it would be the opposite, because she had an existing relationship with Amber Heard. And then also, to go back and to further bolster my opinion that Amber Heard is a narcissist that is doing this for attention, I want to go ahead and look at this one right here, where she's talking about why the money was donated. So Amber Heard had received an award from the Art of Elysium, and she had worked with them for a very long period of time. So all of the money would go to the ACLU and the LA Children's Hospital. Well, luckily for actually nobody, right? But you can't feel bad. Hopefully Jennifer doesn't feel bad, because nobody got any money to begin with, unless Elon was donating it. I asked Amber's publicist why, and when Amber had been so eager to use our name in the press during the divorce, and when the funds would mean so much to a small organization like ours, why would Amber direct all this money to these other two huge charities that she had not been associated with? Amber's publicist told me that they were more prominent charities with a more significant press reach and got international press. So 3 months later, a $250,000 donation came into our organization from an anonymous donator on behalf of Amber Heard. The funds did not come from Amber. I believe this donation came from Elon. So basically, that's the way I see it, right? And this was an anonymous private donation, him just doing what he thought was the right thing. So that's crazy that he would do that, right? That's absolutely insane. Rocket Man, yeah, exactly. So it's very obvious that whenever she was whenever she was looking at this divorce, I think this does indicate that she is doing this very, very mindfully, I guess, like, what's the way to say it? She is very mindful while doing this. The mindfulness of this is primarily focused around the optics of it. It's primarily focused around how it looks. So that's why she's doing it. Yeah, she's knowingly doing this in order to bolster and increase her image. And she had even released this statement, right? And I think this also sounds a little bit Machiavellian, right? Where she had even planned, and she acknowledged this. She even said this was the plan. But it's important to take this into consideration whenever you think about what her motives for other things are, is that she had planned, and she admitted and acknowledged this, that she had wanted to release the article at the same time that her ACLU partnership was beginning to, I guess, further increase her image. So this has clearly happened in many other cases. It's been very calculated, and she's planned it out publicly and privately, and she's even admitted some of this in itself. Isn't it very weird that all of her friends on cameras, or all Johnny Depp's friends, went in person? All of her friends were on camera. All of Johnny Depp's friends were in person. I do think that's a little bit weird. Yeah, sure. I think so. I think that there's a lot of things that are weird about this. I'll say that for sure. But it's very obvious that Amber Heard only took the $7 million instead of the $32 million that she claims that she was entitled to because of the optics of it. I think that Amber is not a person who cares about money. I think she's telling the truth. I think that Amber Heard is a person who cares about their own ego, and she cares about her own perception and how she's seen. She's even said this multiple times in her own testimonies that all I have is my word, right? This is all I have in my name. So what is her primary focus? Well, it's keeping her word and her name clean. That's really all it comes down to. Amber's countersuing to $100 million, though? Well, yeah, of course they're just going to go back and forth. The numbers don't really matter that much. But anyway, so Do you kind of see where I'm coming from? If she didn't care about the money, she would have donated it. Well, no, I disagree. Because there's not an opportunity cost. Because she already got the good press for saying she was going to donate it. Why would she donate it? She already got what she wanted out of it. Of course, it's like, so basically if she has to make a decision between ego and money, she'll choose ego. But with this, she didn't have to make that decision. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Because she already got the good press for saying that. I disagree. Why? Why am I wrong on that? Yeah, I'm saying, like, okay, so imagine it like this, okay? All right. I'll just do it like this. This is very easy. This is my understanding, okay? Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can figure out a way to explain this. It was a win-win. Yeah. Yeah, basically, let me see. Ego greater than money, right? Claim that you don't want money. Say you will donate the money, right? Then, you get a lot of press, equals ego wins. Then you don't donate. No one notices, and that's true. Nobody really did notice. You keep money because ego has already won. Do you see what I'm saying? Is that a good way for me to kind of explain my perspective on this? It's a double win. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that I'm wrong about this. Now maybe that's not true. And I'm not gonna really argue about this or say like, oh, guaranteed this is what it is. But this is just my opinion on what I think happened. That's all. Yeah, this is my opinion on what I think happened. I think that one thing that we do know is that she did not donate the money, and she already got the good press for it. So in her mind, it wasn't necessary to donate the money anymore because the donation had already served its goal. It had already served its goal of attracting positive press, so it was no longer necessary for her to follow through with it. And that's true, by the way. A lot of people were not talking about the fact that she didn't donate the money until this trial came up. This was not a big popular topic. People were not bringing this up. I had never heard about this before. So yeah, it actually worked. And so yeah, there you go. Maybe she prolonged donating the money to get even more press whenever she followed through. And that's also another possibility, is that she wasn't going to do that yet, and she wanted to do it so she could donate it and kind of double dip at the same time. Absolutely. And like, yeah, sure. She only pledged. Yeah, actually donating the money can be an ego boost as well, further cementing yourself as a good person, right? I don't think that, to be honest, that's too much psychology in there. I don't really know how to, I don't know how to even approach that or say what I think is true or not with there. Double dip theory is giving her too much credit. She ain't that smart. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of people that are, you know, I wouldn't really say sociopath, psychopath, but people that think like this, right? A lot of them are very cunning in how they make decisions that benefit them, because that's all they do. That's the thing that they have the most experience with, right? As soon as you can see it and you're looking at things through that lens, it becomes much less subversive, but at the same time you can still see it. So you can invest the money and donate in times, yeah, exactly, and make the money off of it. I think she's smart and well articulated. She's always been able to control the narrative. Well, I think that she's been able to control the narrative because of other people and not because of herself. And I think it's more nothing proves that more than today, where today people are saying that you know, today was Amber's best day in court, which ironically is the only day that Amber didn't fucking say anything. So I don't think that's even entirely true either. She's greedy and cunning. Remember how much you already took from Johnny? That depends, right? When you base your donation decision off a press appeal, I doubt she's going to follow through by donating her total net worth. That will probably not happen. And so anyway, a lot of this stuff has already happened. I feel like there are some like, what would be the, like, what is the most damning thing for Johnny Depp in this whole situation? What would you guys say? What makes him look the worst? I think probably just the sister. The sister, like, to me, the drug use, yeah, it's like the drug use and all of that. I feel like the headbutt, the messages, I think that the makeup artist, who, by the way, was employed by Amber Heard this whole time and had never seen any of this happen, her saying that it actually happened that way, I think that's it, drug and alcohol. See, like, in my mind, I feel like the drugs and alcohol component is, like, kind of irrelevant. Because there's a lot of people who do drugs and alcohol and never abuse anybody. And there's other people that abuse people and they never have drugs and alcohol. You know, it's a, now this is obviously a, I don't know, force multiplier, you could say. And it seems like whenever Johnny Depp gets drunk or high or whatever the fuck, you know, he goes on a rager, but it doesn't mean that that rager is focused on Amber on a physical level, right? He's not, you know, destroying, he's not hurting her. And there's no evidence of that either. Different types of abuse, though. Yeah, sure. I mean, you could argue that, but you don't really know, like, how a lot of this stuff started. And again, like, it's very hard to see in almost all of the cases where Amber Heard had her, whenever she had her witnesses come on, almost every single one of them said that there was never a situation where Johnny Depp was, like, I would say, like, probably the initiator of this. Almost all of them were Amber Heard and Johnny Depp arguing and them kind of being in the middle of it. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, and they also, the vast majority of domestic abuse happens under the influence of alcohol, though. You can't just ignore it. Well, I think that you can't ignore it, but you can't automatically assume that that's what happened. Does that make sense? So, like, I think that you would be right in a lot of cases, but with this case, I don't think that's necessarily true because of every single thing that's been indicated and all of the evidence that indicates the opposite. You seen testimony from Amber Heard's sister and his employer? Yes, I did see that. We looked at it earlier, and it very clearly made it sound like Amber Heard's sister was not only a liar, but it showed that she was more than willing to change and alter evidence, and even, I don't know about, like, witness tampering or something like this, but basically something to that effect, where she's obviously talking about this thing, she's being unhappy, that this other Jen decided to cooperate, based whether or not she got subpoenaed or not, she clearly cooperated with the investigation. And anything he can and will use against you, say good or bad, to hurt us. And so this is clearly, and also, like, I would say that sometimes whenever people, like, one time I had a girlfriend that always thought I was cheating on her, and then I found out that she was cheating on me. You guys ever had something like that happen? Yes, okay. So anyway, I think sometimes it's very enlightening to see what somebody is accusing the other person of doing. And sometimes it is more of a reflection of themselves than necessarily the other person. Do you guys see kind of what I'm saying? Now, obviously, it's projection. Yes, basically projection. So whenever she assumes that this is what Johnny Depp is going to do, is a vindictive liar. And also, again, I feel like the worst one probably was the first girl, like the one that everybody said was super boring. And I think that she was the one that was probably the worst. And also, I found it to be very odd that of like how she communicated to her boyfriend at the time, or fiance, or as I said, whatever, right? That Johnny Depp had pushed her, and then that guy got so mad, and then she says that Johnny Depp had never physically assaulted her, right? I feel like these two things are very, it's like an obvious inconsistency. If anyone does send your points to being disingenuous and everything is, if they agree with them, yeah, exactly. You see the police body cam footage? Yeah, exactly. Contracts Rocky's boyfriend's deposition. Police body cam footage is on YouTube. Shows no puddles of wine or any glass. Well, that's true. Yeah, I know that. Could be his drug and drinking abuse was his way of coping with the verbal abuse or escapism. And there's also that too, right? Is that, you know, Johnny Depp continues to drink and do more drugs because this girl that he's in love with is ruining his life. I mean, a lot of people do drugs to cope with trauma. They do drugs to cope with, you know, some form of really bad thing in their life. Now, there's some people that just do them because they think they're fun, and yeah, that's just what they like to do, right? And I think with Johnny Depp, it could probably be both. Yeah, that's probably what it is. He started doing drugs when he was abused as a child, so it does make sense his drug habit would pick up again after abuse. Yeah, I mean, I think so. So let me read some comments here, and then I'll talk about some other stuff, too. It's weird how first girl changed her appearance and mood 180, talking the same day. Well, she didn't. She did. Like, the girl had her lawyer there with her for the Johnny Depp deposition, and she did not have her lawyer there. It did not seem. It was not on camera. And there was no indication of the fact whenever she was with Amber Heard's deposition. So it seems very clear that, you know, there's a reason for that. And, yeah. Boswell's behavior while high changed after she started abusing him. And there's that, too. Yeah, sure. I feel like with a lot of types of domestic abuse situations that at least I've heard of, there's always escalation. There's always, like, you know, somebody makes a rude comment, then somebody yells at the other person, and the other person throws something at them. Then the other person after that throws, you know, something back at them and hits them. And then they hit each other, right? It's just like it happens. Sometimes there isn't. You're right. Sometimes there isn't. But I think that this is a commonality. Today turns the tide in Amber's favor, or at the end of the day, it's a bunch of people who said the same things on a single incident. Well, I think these are a bunch of people. Here's my honest opinion. Like, absurdities, thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. I appreciate that. My honest opinion with this whole topic is that I have, like, this has not changed my opinion at all. Because I knew that she had those injuries that had happened. She said that. Johnny Depp said that. Everybody knew that happened. Whether she covered it up with makeup or not. Like, I've had to have the times where I've, you know, kind of turned on whenever I was in, like, a really, really bad situation. And then I have to go live and I have to completely fucking, act different, right? And, like, that's it. Like, I've had to do that myself. And, like, I don't even want to talk about the examples why I've had to do that. But, you know, it happens. It does. And you just have to, it's like you've got to, you know, detach and just put on the show or do what you need to do, right? And that's it. And it's got to be hard. Of course it's hard. It's the same as anybody goes to work, right? You go to work, you interact with your employees. Obviously, streaming's different because you have thousands of people, like, you know, microanalyzing your movement. And, you know, you have to constantly be on. You can't just, like, take, like, 5 or 10 minutes to yourself, right? Streaming is, like, constant on, right? But I think a lot of you guys have probably had this same kind of thing happen before, right? You go to work, things are fucked in your real life, and you have to go to work, put on a smile, and do what you need to do. So maybe streaming, it's a little bit more pronounced, but I think a lot of people can relate to this in any regard, right? Yeah. Extremely taxing? It is. Of course it is. There's a lot of things that aren't. And so anyway, don't hire an outsider like an acting coach and tell her your personal life in detail, let alone a socialized bottle broken rape. Gardner worked 17 years for me and never even told them my name. She planned this since day one and fills outsiders with lies, useless lies, zero proof still. I think that it's a little bit more complicated than that with an acting coach, for sure. And also, it depends on the relationship that you have with that person. Like, for example, one of our mechanic that we had, my dad and I, he was a guy that used to work with my dad, and then he also did mechanic stuff on the side. We knew all about him. We talked to him pretty regularly. And it's the same thing with other people, too, right? It's not always... it's not always one or another, so I don't think that's necessarily the case. But what I do think that people should take away from this is that all of these people have corroborated a story that Amber Heard has told them. That is fundamentally what happened. All of these people have repeated a story that they have been told by Amber Heard. And I think that because you just keep hearing more and more and more of these people over and over, it starts to lend some sort of validity to it in your mind because you keep hearing different people saying the same thing. Well, of course they're going to say the same thing because they were told the same thing. But they also say the same thing whenever they're asked, was Johnny Depp abusive to her? Did you ever hit her? Is there anything like this happen? All of them say no. So no, I don't think that there's, in my opinion, like I'm a cold hard evidence kind of guy. And if I can't see evidence, I don't want to try to crystal ball predict the future with this, right? Try to read people's minds. I fucking hate doing this because you're always wrong. And it's like, so like whenever I see Johnny Depp's fingers gone, I wonder what happened, right? And also on top of that, then she says that he drew it. Like all of the weird stories that she says, because I would view all of these people, it's like you want to look at it as like a pyramid, right? And at the top of the pyramid, the witnesses that matter the most are Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So whenever she says something that happened, in my opinion, that contradicts or takes precedence over any of her other witnesses saying something else happened. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And so, yeah, they just think about enough. It's a reality, and that isn't how the world works. Well, that's just enough people think. That is, in a way, how the world works, unfortunately. You're kind of wrong about that, but I know what you're saying. They have to say no because they didn't see it happening with their own eyes. Almost all domestic abuse occurs behind closed doors. Does it appear behind what do you call it? No medical records at all? The police show up. There's never anything that happens with the police. No real pictures that can guaranteed indicate that. It's like, yes, there is always the case that you have to understand. We live in a world where almost anything is possible, and almost anything is possible. Is it possible that Amber Heard is telling the truth about the vast majority of what she's saying? Yes, it is. And do you want to know why we all know that's possible? It's because we have a trial. Because if everybody already knew what was going to happen, and that's the way the world worked, we wouldn't need trials. The reason why we have trials is because in a lot of these cases, we don't know what really happened, and we try to get as close to the truth as possible. And every single time, it's going to be it's not going to be 100% accurate. State of New York is required to arrest someone for 24 hours during domestic abuse call due to all murder-suicides over the years. I don't know. Aren't they trying to lay the foundation of a case of emotional abuse instead? I have no idea. I really have no idea. There are 3 stories to argument to hers and a truth. Yeah, exactly. Sure. The witnesses use the same abbreviations and terminology as well. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Sure, I think so. Max's father was hitting her, and trust me, you can easily see pictures of trauma weeks after it happened. Yeah, and that's another thing, right? Is like it's very easy to go and see, especially whenever you listen to Amber Heard's firsthand account of what happened, and then you look at other people who had been in similar situations, like the Rihanna case, that's the most popular one, and you see Johnny Depp, who's basically wearing brass knuckles with how many rings he has, and you see these other people, and they're just fucking, like, their face is just completely different. And Amber Heard has like a blemish on her face, or, you know, like some, you know, it looks like she hasn't slept in 40 hours, right? I mean, this is just, like, these are like way different, and there's like no skin tearing or anything like that. It's crazy. The black tape redaction is holding monopoly evidence. I don't know yet. Either Johnny's an Elden Lord or Amber's lying. Well, if Johnny was an Elden Lord, I think he'd also be able to do more damage, don't you think? And he didn't. Like, how does this happen? Like, yeah, it didn't bleed either. Yeah, exactly. None of them saw the bleeding. That's another good point. Good example is Christine Mack, domestic assault. Her face was changed permanently. Yeah. Will Johnny's witnesses be brought in? I will assume that will happen tomorrow. Absolutely. But yeah, closing thoughts on this. I feel like my opinion on this has not really changed at all. This has always been what I've said, is that I think that, you know, this definitely went both ways, but it was initiated by Amber Heard. Which I think, by the way, as I've said many times, makes her wrong and him not wrong. I don't think that you are equally wrong for responding to physical violence with physical violence. I don't think that makes you wrong at all. I don't think it's like it's a wash, or oh, they both did something wrong. No. If you have physical violence enacted on you, I think you are well within your right to defend yourself or even retaliate however you feel necessary. That's how I feel. Like, I live in Texas, okay? That's how we do things around here. Don't start nothing if you don't want nothing. That's it. So let's go over, I want to look at some other stuff, and then I want to talk about some stuff as well, right? And just kind of go over a bunch of stuff. I'll refresh this real quick, and we'll go from there. Damn, Majora got in a fight with Ranks. His hands got fucked up from that too, so shouldn't Johnny have had big injuries on his hands if he punched that hard with them? Yes, he should have. This is Mooney. I've been to watch Pirates of the Caribbean and the escape from the sadistic bitch from Atlantis. Yeah, that's about right. Fucking owned. Yeah, hopefully they get some more of Johnny's interviews. When you reviewed Mike Tyson's case, you said violence is never the answer, even if others hit you first. Violence is never the answer, even if others hit you first. If I remember right, I know you're trying to do like a but you said or gotcha thing. That's not what I said. Because if that was what I said, then I wouldn't have concluded that Mike Tyson was in the right. But I did. So you're obviously wrong. Of course there's more nuance to it. Yeah, of course. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to place blame on somebody for doing that. Yeah, I said that Mike Tyson, I didn't care Mike Tyson punched the guy in the face. That's what he gets. Probably the best day of his life. Got punched in the face by Mike Tyson. Who can say that? Twist my words. Yeah, exactly. Who's trying to gotcha? Yeah, just like stupid fucking comments like that. All right, here we go. Is this the same witness that swore under oath that he and Amber didn't do coke? Huh. That's an interesting shirt. That is a very interesting... Wow, look at that. That is crazy. Very, very interesting, gentlemen. I can't believe it. Wow. It looks a lot like... The more I see this, the more it looks like he probably did cocaine. You know? Like, it just... You know, it kind of just gives off that kind of vibe a little bit. I don't know. That's the way it seems to me. All right, let's look at the rest of this shit. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see here. Thought it was Quinn. Had to do a double take. Okay. According to his tweet, he took pics of Lily Rose Depp without Johnny's permission, used it as a campaign, and then twisted her words about her sexuality, which is wild. What the fuck? For reference, at the time, Lily Rose was 16, and at that time, and is Johnny's kid from his previous relationship. Amber's not her mother. Johnny, as far as I can tell, has been one of the celebrities very protective of his kids. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I was baffled by how easily they speak about drugs. That's what normal people do. All my friends do the same thing. Yeah, all my friends do the same thing. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not normal, but like, yeah, all of my friends act the same, they talk the same, it's about the same. Yeah, that's whatever. Let's see here, it's a groomer. I mean, she's 16 at the time. I think groomer is like one of those things that like I don't like saying about people because it's just like it's such a bad thing. I don't want to devalue it. But this is really bad. You see kind of what I'm saying? Yeah, it's really, really bad. Yeah, it's really bad. Let's see here. It seems like swearing under oath is most likely a pinky promise these times. Well, it will take time for them to work all that out. And, you know, these things take time. Justice takes a while, unfortunately. Asmon this past week. What is this? Good morning, sunshine. Well, this is too fucking true. I have to wake up at 7:30 in the fucking morning. I hate waking up at 7:30. I do. This is fucking awful. It's terrible. I wish they'd cut it shorter. Like, can we start at, like, I don't know, 10 or something? So I can do my intro and then watch it. Jesus. It's brutal. I gotta do it, right? That's what you gotta do. I was gonna watch the trial. It's what people want to see. But goddamn, it's fucking early. Yeah, exactly. Some good content, though. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. And I'll be very glad to get back to the normal content. I'll say that for sure. Although I've been enjoying this a lot. And I like doing this. I like kind of talking about stuff and just doing general commentary stuff. It's something I to be honest, enjoy a lot more than gaming. Yeah, that's the truth. Let me see here. Berserker nerfs and Lost Ark. Yeah, sure. Let me pull that up. There's some other stuff I want to watch instead. I want to look at instead. I'm just going to scroll down this. I want to look through like all the patch notes right now. I just want to see in general. Bots in Lost Ark. Where's the fucking Destined for Destruction release notes? So is this where Berserker gets nerfed? Vault and Raid comes out. Destroyer comes out. This bird comes out. Challenge Guardians, South Vern content, 1475. Thank God I spent a fucking bunch of money so where I could get that. Wild Wings Island, store updates, new cosmetics, general store updates, general updates and adjustments. Okay, let's see here. 5 warrior pre-made looks, 5 facial presets without facial hair. Okay. Quality of life, market, stronghold, general updates. Okay, front and back indicators, thank God. We've been waiting for that for a while. General balance. Okay, here we go. Berserker's not even on here. Skills that reduce damage to the player of the group are too efficient in PvP. So this is all PvP stuff. Class balance. Okay, here we go. Hellblade. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, so this is the Berserker nerf. So let's see what they nerfed. Chainsword. Okay, we know that. Hellblade. You can now use your movement spell while using Hellblade. Deadly Blow Tripod has been updated. It's now 50%. It used to be 100%. So, like, it was a lot more. This is actually a tremendous nerf on Hellblade. Not tremendous, but it's big. MP consumption, PvP and PvP damage reduced by 16%. It was never, like, a big cooldown. CDR reduced to 24 seconds. Okay. Fury meter reduced. Okay. Increased damage and attack power. Quick prep tripod. Red shotgun progress to level 5. Sword, flamestorm, 50%. Yeah, so this used to also be like 85% or like 100%. So they basically nerfed all the abilities. I think what they're trying to do here is they're trying to make it to where, oh, Berserker's technique. Crit damage has been increased. Mayhem has been decreased. Burst mode damage. What was it before? Your burst mode damage? Yeah, let me see here. 18, so it's 2%. Yeah, that's a lot. Done play Berserker's technique. No, I'm gonna just keep playing the same one. It's not that big of a deal. 18, but you're misreading. Well, wait, I'm reading it wrong. Outgoing damage is now... So it went from 6... I misread the nerfs? What did I misread? Wait, what did I misread? You can do Adrenphine potion can be used while in Berserk mode. Yeah, Burst mode, that's cool. Yeah, I see that. Can only receive 40% of healing effects, right? So now you have to use blue potions instead of green ones. It's an overall 6% nerf, but because you can use Adrenphine potions, it's actually a 24% buff. Our HP is below 50%. I'm confused. Mayhem attack power is at 318. So yeah, I understand. The actual nerf numbers are a percentage. You are always below 50% in Mayhem. Okay, with Mayhem, your HP is below. Scroll up and read it. I think that you guys are not understanding what like. I'm not gonna. Okay, let's go down here. So yeah, I know what I'm reading. Okay, so these are just a bunch of other nerfs and changes, things like that. Okay, all that makes sense. I think that really what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it to where Berserker's technique is the better one. Yeah, and so that seems fine. You just got the 1490 to compensate for the nerf? Yeah, exactly. And something you said was a nerf, it's because you're never not at 100%. Yeah, I understand the way the class works. I know, like, sometimes, honestly, guys, I just misspeak all the time. I have very bad dyslexia, so sometimes I'll read something in the wrong way. That's fine. It seems like they're trying to make Berserker's technique more usable. I think that's really what it is, because, and this is a good thing, it's bad that every single Berserker plays one type of build. There should be a place where you can play one or the other based off of what you enjoy doing. Like, both of these should be valid and a good play style. Yeah, so since you can use the potion, apparently it makes you even stronger. Mayhem damage significantly reduced, but you can now use Atropine, so Mayhem Burst to make up some damage is optional, but it's still poop. Technique is king right now in huge numbers, too. I don't know. I think in general, how much damage is this really going to reduce for me? Probably a bit, right? Yeah, sure. But, I mean, that's the way things go. I mean, yeah, that's just the way things fucking go, man. Anyway, let's go back over here, and we're going to go and look at a few other things, too. And moderation Amazon Game Studios disconnected from actual bands themselves. Players are nowhere near 4:15 going to bed today. Yeah, I know. Honed from 4:15 to 1 and 4:45 in one setting. What did it cost me? Probably everything. My entire life savings. Relic and Legend. Oh, I was wondering why all these Lost Ark posted. I was looking at the wrong thread. Okay, let's see here. Buying Final Fantasy was bad. This is the combat. No, I've seen this before, I think. True and real. Judge, jury, executioner. Seems that way. All right, it is what it... Guys, it is what it is, okay? Yeah, it is what it is. All right, so anyway, I was going to look at... there's a post today. Oh, my God. It actually works, too. And it was from, I think, Ludwig. Let me see if I can find it. This is the about gambling. Where is it? There it is. Twitch needs to stop gambling streamers. We're going to watch this. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. Here we go. Obviously, this has been a very popular topic for quite a while. Here we go. All right. Let's try it.
I'm going to tell you something that's going to shock all of you. I'm a gambling addict.
Wow.
I know. I haven't really talked about it much, but it's true and shocking. 5 years ago, it got so bad, I had $100 left in my bank account. And you know what I did with that 100? I gambled it on a Mario Party 4 minigame against Slime and lost. I panicked, didn't know what to do, so I asked for a double or nothing, knowing that if I lost the double or nothing, I would have zero way of paying the final 200, and I would have to embarrassingly walk away from the bet. Luckily, I won. I told Slime about that months later, and he forgave me, but it just shows how bad my gambling addiction got.
Right.
Honestly, there was no greater rush in my life than the opportunity to lose every last penny I had. I can't do that now because I have 15 employees, so you're welcome, Gallon, for not gambling your children's future college funds away. But I'm not the only streamer with that gambling issue.
That's true.
XQC has the same problem. Here's a clip of him on Pokey's podcast.
Off stream than on stream.
Yeah, I gamble every day. I lost 2 million.
Really?
I lost 1.85 million this month.
He lost $1.85 million off stream.
I don't know why this would, like, to me, I always find it to be very odd. I don't really, I never gamble. Like, I will, but not like where I can get money back. It's like, I like do like Lost Ark honing or something like this, right? I'm not actually gambling money where I can get the money back. Like, honing is not the same because there's literally never an outcome with honing where you get your return. You're not getting any money back no matter what. Doesn't matter if you one tap your plus 20 sword, you're not making any money.
Lost 100K in my poker event too. It got so bad that his dad called him on stream about how worried he was. It's a problem for him. But he's bringing the problem offline to the online realm because this week he went back to doing online gambling streams. This went on LSF. It went on.
I appreciate Ludwig putting his camera on the other side so I don't have to readjust mine. It's actually very, very nice of him to do. just generous for him to do this for me. Yeah, he knows he knows what it is.
An r/all. It was big news. Why? Because he's the biggest streamer in the world.
Yep.
And also, he said he wouldn't do it.
Like, what more can I do?
This is a clip from 10 months ago when he used to gamble online. Then there was a whole shitstorm about it. There was an H3H3
There's
podcast.
a clip about me.
And then he said this.
What am I going to do? You shouldn't gamble on stream. You shouldn't do it. We've known this. I said it.
Oh, what is that?
Don't do it. I'm sorry for doing it. I'm genuinely sorry that I gambled on stream. Okay?
He went back to doing it.
Yeah.
Now, he says he changed his mind and that he's not a hypocrite. He just no longer feels that way. He felt pressured back then. But understandably, after fans saw this for 5 hours today, a few of them
were
unhappy.
Mad. Yeah, they were unhappy. And that's always what it's going to be. Yeah, sure. And I could fix them. Well, there's no reason to there's no reason to do that. But like, it's just, this is what happens. People get pissed off, and that's all there is to it. Hold people accountable, LMFAO, you can't. You can't. How are you going to hold them accountable? Make a post on his Reddit? He just deletes the post. What are you going to do?
And this post, I think, speaks volumes. It's 3,000 upvoted, one of the top posts in his subreddit. And it basically says that I don't want to watch you anymore because what you are doing is making me sad. And I've been watching for like 4 years. And I don't know. I didn't think you would do this. And XQC replied in the
I can tolerate toxicity in games. It feels too far. Feel free to copy paste to this meme. I mean, like, but he had already gambled before. Gamba content is just so bad. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, didn't he do gambling stream, like, last year? I mean, it's not like this is the first time it's happened. Yeah, I mean, if this was the end of the line for you, like, what about the time that he did it before? This time is 10 times worse? No? Not really. Like, I would say this time is actually not as bad as last time. Because last time a lot of people weren't doing it, and now it's been much more normalized. It's way more normalized in society to have for stake to happen and all of that. Like, you have Drake tweeting about this constantly. You know, different sports events and sports teams are being sponsored by these gambling events. I would actually argue that it's become more normalized in the last year and not less normalized. That's still a dumb reason. Well, yeah, I'm not saying if it's a dumb reason or not. I'm saying that, like, it just seems odd to me that somebody would be upset about it here whenever it was actually, in my opinion, worse then.
Same fashion by doubling down and just saying, I don't give a shit. I am not a role model for you guys. If you don't like it, leave.
That's
Which,
smart.
you know, fair enough.
That's smart. That's what he should say. That's what I would say. That's what I say whenever people aren't happy with what I'm doing, and I think that's a good idea. People put too much pressure on streamers, and streamers are not going to just decide, hey, I'm going to just bow down to your pressure and do what you want. People are just going to say, well, fuck this. Like, I'm going to do what I want to do, and that's it. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to do what I want to do, and if people don't like it, it doesn't matter to me.
The only streamer doing this. But why would he do it? Why do this gambling online if people are going to get really, really mad at you? And I can only think of two good reasons. One, you're already addicted and doing it offline, so you might as well do it online.
There's three good reasons. Second one, you're going to use is money, Ludwig. Everybody knows that. But the third one is because it's great content. I know there's going to be people that say, oh, gambling is bad content. No, it's not. Gambling is not bad content. If it was bad content, it wouldn't be some of people's most popular streams. Whenever anybody gambles, their viewers go up tremendously. This is an objectively true statement that can be that can be confirmed through data. Like it's objectively true. It doesn't matter like, oh, it's boring, I don't like it. It doesn't matter what you like. Don't you understand? I'm not telling you that you're wrong for not liking it. I'm telling you that you're wrong for saying that it's not popular.
And two, if you do it sponsored, you're going to make a shit ton of money. Now, the main culprit of all the online gamblings is Stake. That is the main partner. And they sponsor Aiden Ross. They sponsor XQC. And they also sponsor Train. How much do
Yep.
they pay these people? I don't know how much they pay XQC.
A lot
but
of
because
money.
Aiden Ross leaked his DMs, we know they pay him at least $4 million a month.
Well, that's pretty fucking good, right? Because you do that for a whole year, and you've got over almost $50 million. That's a lot of money, yeah. So they're making, the thing is, yeah, they're paying him that much a month. I'm not even kidding. Now, I also think that Ludwig could be wrong in this number a little bit, because if I'm referring to the leaked DMs, I thought that this doesn't really matter, but like gambling sponsors pay a lot of money, but this is just my own commentary, is that if I remember correctly with this controversy, whenever Aiden Ross leaked those DMs, the person from Stake was actually talking about a package deal with him and a bunch of other people, and they would collectively be paid that much money, but this could have been something else in the past. I don't know.
Which is crazy. That is an insane amount of money. In a year, that is more than Ninja made on his Mixer deal.
Yeah.
That is more than Tom Brady makes
Yep.
on his NFL contract. It's a shit ton of money. It's
I can't believe that these gambling websites would be so generous to give these people and to give Aiden $4 million a year. I mean, he's just a kid starting out, and they wanted to help him out and just, really do him a favor, and you could say pay it forward. And so they gave him a $4 million a month contract. That's crazy.
it's hard to say no to that amount of money.
Of course.
Look, I'm not a high road guy. I'm not here to say that, oh, I am much better. I would never take a gambling sponsorship. But I don't know if that's because I have devout morals that I stand by to a T, or because I don't want the backlash of people to be mad at me. And
the reason why I'm not going to take a gambling sponsorship, or I really wouldn't want to, I have no plans on doing that, is if they offered me $20 million a month, I wouldn't do it. Like, I mean, it's not, there's no reason to do it. Who gives a fuck, right? I mean, I already have a lot of money. And the real reason why, here's the truth. And it's kind of an ego reason. It's because I plan to make content for the rest of my life. I'm not planning on retiring next year. I'm planning on continuing with my company and being successful with this for the rest of my life. So why would I sell out and damage my reputation? Do you see kind of what I'm saying? Now, I would also argue that like this becomes less important. So maybe in 5 years, maybe I could take a gambling sponsorship and nobody would care, because you'd go to McDonald's and Steak would be advertising on Happy Meals. And then it's like, oh, if you get mad at me, well, why aren't you getting mad at McDonald's? Well, I could see this happening, sure. But I'll cross that bridge whenever I get to it. It's not a joke, by the way. I mean, it's good to get kids into gambling early, right? Because it's the same reason why people try to indoctrinate kids in a religion, right? Is that you indoctrinate people into this early so their critical thinking isn't as fully developed, and it's easier to manipulate them and get them into the habit.
Like the audience I've cultivated and don't want to disappoint people.
Yeah, that's why it's better to get
I genuinely
kids into
don't know the
gambling.
answer to that question, which maybe is a problem that I have to deal with. But that's me being honest. Look, 64 out of the top 1,000 streamers have done a crypto gambling stream. All right, it's too tempting. I mean, look at the king himself, Trainwreck. He's on a 38-hour stream right now, gambling the entire way. And the gambling...
No, Ludwig, you don't understand. He's not gambling. He's gambling on 2 screens. And what he does, because honestly, guys, I'm going to expose myself. I watch Train, and I watch these guys, Raj. I watch XQC gamble all the time. I think it's funny. I'm just curious, right? It's just something you can have in the background where they're just talking. Yeah, it's kind of like the reason why I do it is because I don't know how many times I've been in a Discord call with like Train or like Greek or people like that, especially Train. And so it's just like I kind of am just listening in on the Discord call, if more than anything. It's not even stream almost. But yeah, it's like white noise. It's good. And so he's doing 2 gambles. And like usually what he does, my understanding is like whenever he hits a one of the duels, I think, then he'll play this one and try to go for the big money, because this is the one that I think he won $22 million on. So yeah, he's not gambling. He's gambling twice.
is
16
pretty
million?
liked.
Oh, sorry.
He is a top 11 streamer in the world.
There it is.
Okay, if you see this graph right here, his main success has come from gambling.
That's true.
People said a year ago that it would fall off and people would get bored of the gambling. No,
It does
he's
not
bigger
seem
than
that way.
ever. People like gambling content. They just like watching it.
That's right.
I have 3 stats for you guys.
They
the
do.
first one, over 60% of Americans have gambled in the past year. The second one.
That's crazy. 60% of people? I didn't know it was that common. I thought it was like maybe just a bit. But like that's a huge amount of fucking people. 60%. It's being normalized? Well, yeah, of course it's being normalized. And also, do you guys want to know the real reason why I wouldn't take a gambling sponsorship? I forgot to mention this. If I was willing to take a gambling sponsorship, I'd just make my own website for gambling. Obviously, they make way more money because they're paying streamers this much money. Like, I just make my own website and pay people myself. Yeah, I mean, like that's way better. Yeah, like you said yesterday. Yeah, of course.
Over 80% of Americans are okay with gambling. The third stat, this is a Swedish study. It studied about 2,100.
And that's the truth, right? Is that like a lot of people online don't like it. The face, man. I've got to move on.
Addicted gambling.
Okay, there we go. I can't pause on that fucking face and not just fucking say something about it, right? And so anyway, yeah, 80% of people are totally okay with this. So there are people that are outspoken and they're very angry about gambling. They see gambling and they get pissed off about it and they're really loud and angry, but they're not the majority of people. They're not. And I think that the truth is that like everybody wants to get rid of it, but 80% of America? Well, yeah, but Twitch is in America, and yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe in other countries it could be even more. Maybe it could be less. I think that, I don't know. I'd be curious to see. That's actually a very good statistic. I'd actually be curious to see is like what the different international sentiments are and not just American. Absolutely. The issue is marketing it to kids. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I mean, you have all the lottery tickets that are shown right there in the convenience store whenever kids go in there and see them. I don't think that's the issue. Lotteries are not interviewed, but they're advertised everywhere where kids can see them all over the world, or at least all over America here. Yeah, they can't buy them though. Well, you can't gamble on stake either unless you have a credit card, and you have to be over 18 to have a credit card, right? Like that's my understanding. Is like yeah, like I'm sure that they check if you're under 18. No, 16, not 18. You don't, not with crypto. You literally can as a minor? Wait, is that really true? So kids can make a stake account? If that's true, I had no idea about this. So you're telling me that like a kid can say that he can make a stake account? That's insane. Holy shit. Wow. No age verification on stake? You can, but you won't be able to take anything out? That's really bad. I did not know that at all. You won't be able to withdraw? How convenient. But you can deposit all you want. Yeah, I don't know how that's not illegal. Like, I know they check after a while. They have age verification. Let's see. It's very bad. That's also very bad. You always talk like things are in a certain way. It's okay. And that's what's okay. People have always said that gambling is bad. Well, that's clearly not true, though. Like, it's clearly that's not what the numbers say. Yeah, chat is lying. I think so. It's illegal in the U.S. Stake is offshore. I mean, this has been my opinion on the gambling streams, and I will reiterate what my opinion on the gambling streams is I will direct no animosity to any streamer who is taking advantage of gambling streams. But I do think that Twitch should remove gambling streams from the platform. I think that it puts them at a liability, especially in countries in Europe that have stricter gambling laws. And I think that it will be detrimental to Twitch in the long term. I don't really, I don't gamble myself. I'm not a fan of it. But again, I think people should be able to do what they want to do with their own money, generally, sure. But in terms of the streams, I'm not going to shit on anybody for doing that. But I do think that it's not healthy for the website. And it seems like it's a problem that's only going to get worse. Does that make sense? You can click yes on a porn site when it clicks 18 years or older. Yes. Yeah, of course you can. What about game sponsors with addictive loot box mechanics? Isn't it basically the same? I think that if you yes and no. I think like in an abstract yes, functionally no. Twitch has gambling. I know, that's my point. It's kind of moot statistics. Even buying one lottery ticket is including in gambling, and that's 80% agreeing. I don't know. I would consider buying lottery tickets gambling. I mean, absolutely. But yeah, that's my take on it. That's my opinion. I think that it puts Twitch in a very, very non-advantageous position. I think that it can stand to like really damage the website in a very tangible way, and I think it's a big problem. So yeah, that's generally what I think. Crypto exchanges require age verification. So Stake recently made new accounts require KYC verification to deposit. I think that regardless of that, and like maybe that's true, maybe that's not, right? I don't want to go back and forth with you guys and be like, oh well, they said this. Wait a minute, no, they actually said that. Like I don't want to do that because it's just fucking annoying. Because I'm listening to one group of people that have, as far as I know, like no credibility, and then there's another group of people that have equally no credibility telling me that the first group is wrong. You know, like I have no idea. Just Google it then. Yeah, I'll have to look it up and see for myself. Okay, here we go.
About 20% of them attempted suicide.
Yeah.
It's a problem. But I don't think the onus of whether you gamble or do not gamble should ever be on the streamer. I have a theory where I just feel like we shouldn't rely on humans to have the morality that we are looking for. They should not.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. This is something I've said many times, is that people will always choose personal gain over morality. This is just what's happened. And it's like you can get mad about this. You can say this is how it shouldn't be, but it is true.
Be the ethical person. It should be the platform. The platform is the one that should dictate what is okay and not okay, rather than hoping that thousands and thousands of people will all abide by loose guidelines that we all think people should abide by.
That we also don't all think people should abide by. There are some people, like I think in Islam, gambling is just simply against the law. You just can't gamble. And other places, like Las Vegas, it's completely okay. So everybody has different levels of morality, and that's like another problem where it's like, well, how, like, whose morality are you going to base this off of? You see what I'm saying? The platform's run by people too. They could say the exact same thing. I think that the collective group can always come to a more fair conclusion than an individual. I think that once you leave it up to an individual, especially without any actual accountability on them, they'll always do whatever is best for them.
Now, this is the current guidelines for Twitch on gambling, and it says, to prevent harm and scams created by questionable gambling services that sponsor content on Twitch, we will prohibit sharing links or referral codes. So if you ever tune into Trainwreck Stream, it will say, do not gamble, and anytime he wins, it'll say,
do not start. Gambling is entertainment and entertainment only. You won't break even.
Yeah, that's it. People scared to criticize XQC. No one had problems checking Trainwrecks. No, I think the opposite. I think people could gain a lot by shitting on XQC right now because there's a lot of like disgruntled viewers that might go watch them instead. And like obviously those disgruntled viewers will go and promote that person a lot on LSF because that's where they go. So I think that it's actually the opposite. I've said the same thing with Train, you know, or Rosh, right? I mean, it's got nothing to do really with who it is. I think if anything, it's the opposite. Dolo, thanks for 5 subs. I appreciate it.
Won't win. You won't do any of that.
This plays every time he does a big win, which, you know, okay, good job maybe stopping that a little bit. That's nice. But that's not going to stop people.
Well, if it did, then Stake would stop sponsoring him. It's obvious that it doesn't help. It's obvious. Because if it did, then they'd stop giving him money.
And I know that firsthand because I remember early on when I had my sponsored poker streams, I would do a little bit of blackjack offline. I would take my poker winnings and play blackjack with it. And one day I went up big. I spun up like 1K all the way to like $10,000. And that was a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. And I went and told Slime, and I was like, please don't gamble, because I know he has a gambling addiction himself.
Jesus
And he
Christ!
did it.
How does everybody have
the
this?
next day? I wanted to make my 10,000 into 20.
This is horrible.
And I lost all of it. I went from 10,000 to 0.
That's what you get.
And I went to tell Slime, and I said, dude, I lost everything. And he's like, it sucks, man. That same night, Slime, without telling me, put $500 onto the online casino to spin it up.
Because it's narcissism. People think that I'm special and I'm better and I'm going to be lucky, and that's what it is. I think that a lot of gambling is derived from narcissism. It's people that believe that they're going to be the lucky one. They're going to be the one that wins. I think that's a big fucking reason, man. It is. Like, people delude themselves into believing that. And I listened to a 100K buy-in poker stream where someone lost over $1 million. Maybe he did. And I think that, like, I don't know. I think poker is a lot different than slots. Like, I think I don't even consider poker gambling. I don't, because you have an outcome like roulette, slots, like rolling dice, this kind of stuff like that. Like, I consider that gambling. Like, that's hard gambling. Like, gambling on a poker game is, in my opinion, like, not really gambling, because you can have you have an impact on the outcome of the game. Does that make sense? Like you can change the outcome of the game in these other cases. It's soft gambling. Yeah, sure. I think it does exist on the spectrum. But I don't have a problem with poker gambling. I have no problem with it.
Seeing me lose, he did it.
Yeah.
And I asked him why. I was like, dude, I lost. Why would you put in money? He's like, I don't know, man. I just wanted to hit the dream one time. And that's it.
Of course.
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
The argument that people always make is, this is a bad influence for the kids.
It is.
The kids can't really
It
get their
absolutely
hands
is.
on a lot of money. Maybe there's an example of a kid getting his mom's card and buying Bitcoin and then putting it into stake.com and gambling. But I think the bigger problem are the gambling addicts, the addictive personalities, the people who know in their head that it is rigged, that this is mathematically meant to make me lose, but do not have the self-control to not gamble. And any slight trigger will send them over the edge. And you can say, well, then just don't watch the content. But it's fucking hard. It's fucking hard as a gambling addict, okay? A little thing can just make you just have the urge to bet. And it happens to me a lot. It happens to me a shit ton, but I try to avoid it because I have 15 employees and I don't want to.
It's not the streamer's fault. I don't really care about like whose fault it is, because at the end of the day, people do have to be responsible for what they do. You can't rely on other people to protect you from yourself. You can't rely on other people to have your best interests in mind. You can't rely on the government to protect you, right? You can't rely on anybody. So the truth is that even if you don't like this truth, is that you have to have your own personal responsibility, because gambling addicts, it's the same as drug addicts, right? I mean, like we see this with the Johnny Depp case. Like, cocaine's illegal. Marijuana in a lot of places is still illegal. Quaaludes, well, there's hardly any of them left, but that's still illegal, right? Taking all of the drugs that they're talking about, all of these are all illegal. So do you guys see kind of what I'm saying? Is like it's these people will still seek out gambling if it's illegal. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with it. It's hard to find it, dude. It's a disease way too underestimated. Imagine if being a gamer was harmful. Would you quit? I think being a gamer is harmful. I think that same as being a gambler isn't necessarily harmful. I think that these things exist on a spectrum. Would you say somebody who spends $200 every year whenever they go to Las Vegas with their friends for a bachelor party is a gambler? No, I would not consider them a gambler. A gambling addict, no. I think a gaming addict can be just as bad as a gambling addict. There are people that die from blood clots for sitting down too long. There are people who, don't do other things in their real life because of it. Like, people can get addicted to a lot of things and ruin their life with it very easily. It's nothing that's unique to gambling. It's just that gambling has a much stronger psychological pull, so it happens more often.
Let them all down and lose all their money. But it's scary. So I have a new rule, a new guideline that I think would solve gambling online and gambling on Twitch.
Here we go.
No sponsored gambling streams. It's a simple rule. Do not allow sponsored gambling streams because there's two major problems with it.
I think that's a generally good insight. I mean, yeah, that definitely would help. I mean, for sure. In my opinion, I don't really think that this is going to do anything because a lot of these people, like especially people overseas, they're probably still going to get money under the table. And then there's also going to be like a distinction between what is sponsored. Like is sponsored that they give you the money, is sponsored that, you know, it's like there's a lot of ways that you can get around this. And I think that gambling websites would be more relevant, or not relevant, be less reluctant to take advantage of those things.
One, you have people
Loopholes,
who are getting a shit ton of money. Millions and millions of dollars.
Like for example, like let's say, and like this would not hold up in a court of law, but there's no precedent to establish it as being wrong, as far as I know at least, is like what if they let you gamble, but any of the money that you made up to $3 million a month, you got that money back. But the money that you put in is not like that. You see kind of what I'm saying? You can put the money in there yourself. Basically find a loophole. Yeah, people are going to find loopholes very easily.
So they are gambling way more recklessly. I totally believe that Train is gambling with his own money, but he's also making so much fucking money that he's able to gamble $1 million and lose it in a day because he's going to get $10 million that month or some shit. And I don't think that should be allowed. I think it's too reckless. If Train lost $1 million and had zero sponsor, he couldn't do this forever. He couldn't do it for a year straight because after 10 months, he would have zero fucking dollars in his bank account. Now, I'm not saying I want Train to lose all his money, but at least that wouldn't make him gamble for 38 hours straight, knowing that he always has the fallback next month of the
I've said this before with the different gambling stuff, is that if you put money into a slot machine long enough, it doesn't matter the amount of money that you start with. The ending amount will be $0. If you do it enough times, you will end up with $0. It doesn't matter if you start with $10, $100, or $10 million. Pull it enough times, you will end up with $0.
Cash cow coming back in. That's the first problem. People gambling too much money because they're getting paid too much money.
Mm-hmm.
The second problem are streamers who use fake money to gamble.
Oh, like
I don't think XQC or Train are doing this, but I do know this happens because it was in a CoffeeZilla video.
People were accusing Rosh of doing this. I don't know if that's true or not.
This is the main culprit. Steve will do it. I'll just roll the clip.
If I started like putting my own money in this, I feel like I feel like if I just filled myself with 4,000, just like right. That's maybe. Like I feel like I could like, but also it could be dangerous. But I see it as there's no point in putting my body or your mind through that type of stress. Right? Mm-hmm. I don't need it.
Yeah, they give him money to gamble with.
In a sponsored gambling stream in Mexico where he lives part-time to do these sponsored gambling streams, he came to the realization that, gambling with your own money could be stressful and bad for your life. That's crazy. That's how do you find that out then? That's like showing up to a KKK rally and being like, I think
they're
racist here? Dude.
Oh, bro, like, never mind. Like, I thought this was just getting together with the boys. What's this cross? Like, I just like cosplay. Like, yeah, it's just, here's the thing, right, is that a lot of these guys, they're just going to do it. It's actually just so simple. They're going to do it because it makes them a lot of money. And, like, also, like, the sponsored gambling streams, like, as I said, I think that Ludwig is probably right, and this would really help out a lot. But I actually don't think this would solve what the core problem is. Because the core problem is that I think that these streams put the website at risk. I think it'll happen sooner than later that people will start talking about it. And it'll be much more pointed than with the with like girls and like, you know, wearing bikinis on stream and stuff. Like, nobody really cares about that. Who gives a fuck? But gambling, I think there are more people that have much stronger feelings about it. And it's also like more tangible, the damage that it does. Whereas like a girl in the bikini, That's not really what it is.
Oh, I just thought it was like costume day. That's crazy to me. It makes no damn sense. But that's my new rule. Twitch, if you're watching this, maybe consider it. I don't know. I think it's good. No sponsored gambling streams. That would stop everything. And it would stop.
You could also give them a % equity into a holding company that the gambling area would be a subsidiary. It would be a subsidiary of the gambling company. And then because you're giving them equity, you don't have to disclose ownership. You only have to disclose payment. So, like, I'm telling you guys, like, the reason why I don't gamble is because I am a scammer. I'm a scammer. I scammed people. I was scamming people. I was 5 years old. I was scamming people. I was trying to sell floating rocks. Like, I was trying to do everything that I possibly can. Like, I was just I was scamming people. I was like 12, 13, selling fireworks at middle school. Like, my dad let me do it, right? He taught me everything, you know? And like, so it's like I've got, you know, two, 3, 4 generations of this, right? And so that's it. You selling bathtub water? No, I'm not going to scam people that way. Some of us know better than others. Fuck you, McConnell. They sponsor millions a month. They make millions a month from them. That's true. Here we go.
Us from getting mad at a streamer for taking advantage of being able to make millions of dollars. Not that it's okay to do that, because they're obviously aware and know that they're getting the return from their viewers. But we don't have to look to our streamers to be the beacons of morality when the platform can deal with all of that. But
streamers will never be a beacon of morality, and neither will any individual person, because an ideal can transcend a human. Humans are fallible, greedy, lustful, evil creatures. But an ideal can exist independently from a person that is pure in itself. And that's why I've said never to idealize people, only idealize ideas. People idealize an individual, and then they experience dissonance. Remember, that individual has qualities that they dislike. Like, for example, I think that it's great to see somebody like Elon Musk. There are a lot of people that are very happy, and they think it's great how, you know, he's made a lot of, you know, improvements with like electric cars and shit like that. They think that's really cool, and they think that means they have to like everything he does. No, they don't. They can like and respect that while at the same time thinking something opposite for other behavior. You see kind of what I'm saying? And I think that's what kids need to be taught more. Tesla Motors, thanks, Elon. Can you please come on the stream after the thing, after the trial? Please, Elon, come on the stream.
I don't know. Let me know. Maybe I'm being too forgiving for streamers. But I guess I know how it is.
It doesn't matter if he's too forgiving, because even if you bully XQC or Train or Aiden Ross into not doing it, they'll just be replaced with somebody else tomorrow.
Anyway, thanks for watching. See you guys later. That's it. Have a good one.
Great
Goodbye.
video, Ludwig. I love these fucking videos. Ludwig's second channel videos are probably some of my favorite videos on the internet right now. I really like them a lot. They're short, sweet, to the point. He's got a lot of good ideas. I agree with pretty much all of them. I think they're fucking great. Make sure to give him a sub and give it a like. That way it helps the algorithm, etc. I'm going to subscribe to it myself. I thought it was really good. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty fair take, and yeah, I think it was great. And so anyway, Gideon Twitter. What's Gideon up to? I talked to him the other day. I gotta get back to him. Yeah, I don't know. What's he doing? XQC giving his take at the moment? I don't want to restream XQC's stream, man. Like, I'm gonna get off in just a little bit here. Y'all can watch him and see what he says. But I mean, it's like people always get in their feelings about that, right? Yeah, no VOD about trial day. It'll be over after this. What's this here? Was the stream is from Bobby? It'll be done afterwards, okay? Our message to his viewers. Well, thank you, Dragon. That was a long time ago. Yeah, I'm gonna chill out for a bit. W Gideon. What did he say, bro? Like, what the fuck did Gideon say? Like, okay, I gotta find out what this is. What the fuck is this? That's it? That's it. That's it. This is what he did. This is what he did. He's got, guess who? Guess who he got on there? He's got Aiden Ross. And then is this like a preacher or something like that? Like, what the hell is this? Oh my God. Says sup? What the hell are you doing here? What the hell is he doing? What the fuck is he doing here? Huh? This is bullshit. Yeah, it's a therapist? I don't know, man. Well, what's this here? Might be going broke? Bro, if Aiden Ross is going broke, like, Aiden Ross... Like, I was thinking about DMing Aiden. Like, I'd be like, bro, like, why aren't you making YouTube videos? What the fuck are you doing, right? Like, because, like, he had, like, Aiden Ross had, like, so much momentum, and, like, he can, like, all he needs to do is, like, collab with the same people that he did. Like, I mean, half of his friends were already banned off Twitch anyway, right? Just go and make YouTube videos. Like, he could get probably 1 million subs in a year, easily. Just... YouTube's a better place for his content. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's squandered his chance? No, he can come back. Aiden Ross is a good entertainer. Instead of doing full try maybe do days that are going to be juicy. We'll watch the whole thing for now. Keemstar cursed him. Do you cap at 3.5k or 1 point? I don't know about channel points. I have no idea. Is Permid? He's still suspended. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I hope that, I hope Gideon, you know, like, Gideon, I haven't watched his FurryCon video yet, but, like, he's actually come out with some really fire content. Like, I thought that one video he did was good. Like, I think that he's transitioned, he's made some, like, really good content that's, like, not really at the expense of other people. It's still funny, it still maybe pokes fun at things, but it's not pointed at somebody else, right? It's just good. And so, yeah, Aiden good, I'll take. Yeah, I think Aiden's a great entertainer. I think he is. Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's a good entertainer. Doesn't mean you like him. Doesn't mean I do like Aiden, right? I do. Because I watch Aiden Ross, and, like, I think, wow, that's AsmonGold from 10 years ago. Like, if you saw videos of me back then and everything, like, how I'd act with my friends and shit, like, yeah, it's the same shit, except for I would always wear a shirt. So I was embarrassed about how skinny I was. That's the only difference. Yeah, he's defending his action, needs to man up, gambling sucks, but he likes it. Well, it is what it is, right? I don't think he should have to defend himself or anything, right? He should just do what he wants to do. That's all it comes down to. I've been streaming now for like almost 10 hours. I'm gonna run some ads and just relax for a little while, guys. I'll probably talk a little bit more about this stuff in the outro and everything. I'm thinking on Saturday, if Dumbass is still in chat, maybe we start Elden Ring co-op. Maybe we start Elden Ring co-op. And yeah, we're gonna do Vaulton tomorrow. We're gonna watch the trial and we're gonna do Vaulton after that. And then we're gonna do Elden Ring maybe on Saturday and Sunday. I might take one of those days off because I've been on like constantly. I'd like to take a day off just to catch up on sleep, etc. But to be honest, last night was pretty good. So yeah, trial ends on 27th is hard stop, but it might end before then. You'll get invaded 24/7 in co-op? Maybe, but like I don't know. Did you see Viper React content video? He's made a lot of React content videos. Viper, I've talked to Dark Viper before. He's very much not a fan of React content. Oh, I forgot to mention, before I run ads, I have to run another ad. We still have some of the OTK store stuff. Where the fuck is it? Let me see if I can find it here. Let me see here. This is not it, right? Yeah, there we go. We still have some of the merch that we haven't sold. Now, a lot of the things that we still have for the merch store and everything, these are already like the larger and smaller sizes. So like maybe if you're really skinny, yeah, you can't skip this ad, huh? You like that? Yeah, so if you guys are really skinny or maybe really not skinny, you might want to take a look and see if you want to pick up some of the extras that we have laying around. We've got just a few more. And so we figured we'd just run it until, you know, we were able to sell a lot more of these things, guys. So, yeah, there you guys go. I just want to let you know, and I'll try to bring it up and remind people after this, too. But I'm going to run some ads and just relax and just kind of talk about this stuff a little bit more and everything like that. How big do the hoodies go? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd have to look and see what's left. Has Cassie been covering his Gambit since started streaming? Well, I don't know. It depends, right? Let me run some ads. Yeah, keep spamming. Doing cat a screenshot? I need to do that. I've just been busy doing other stuff. Yeah, I know I need to do that. So using Elden Ring multiplayer mod, seamless MP connections after death, and torrents available to everyone. We might do that. That's a good idea, Quicks. Can you DM me that on like Discord or on Twitter? Just like tag me and like whatever you want me to say, because I actually want to talk to you about that and make sure we have it set up. So yeah, there you go. Thanks, Fern. I appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot. Let me hit some ads. Show plant. Oh man, like the plant. I will show the plant. I feel like it's, I don't know what's wrong. Some of these like smaller ones, like these are not doing well. These leaves, they're dead leaves. And I feel really bad about it, but like these leaves here are doing well. And I've already watered it today, as you like, I mean, you can't really see, but like you can see how the color here is like darker black. And so it's very well watered. I don't know, like, do you think maybe it's, the pot is too small? I don't know. Like sunshine, no, it's right next to the window. I'm gonna try to water it regularly, and part of me thinks that it's just because I fucking forgot to water it 1 day or 2 days or something like that. And then it was kind of droopy, but before that it was fine. So I'm trying to just water it every single day and make sure that I'm like really attentive so nothing goes wrong. Pot size is important. Yeah, and like that's what I could do, is I could just get a bigger pot and then repot it. Might be fungi. That could be it. Oversaturated. I don't think it's oversaturated, because the first time that I saw any degradation or whatever you want to call it, the first time I saw that was after I didn't water it. Yellow means too much water. I don't know about that. No, the leaves were dead. Yeah, the leaves were dead. That's not what it was. XQC Tilton was on stream calling it content. It is content. Everything's content. The moment that you get personally attached to how you feel about something is the moment that you begin to lose. I think the best thing to do is to just not be attached to anything and view everything that happens on your stream as content, and view yourself as content as well. If you do that, I think that you're gonna be you're gonna have a much healthier relationship with streaming. Cut off dead leaves, plants wasting energy instead of focusing on regrowing new ones. Really? Should I do that? XQC just said gambling is content and he enjoys nothing we can do anymore. Good for him. Standing up for what he wants to do. Good. Don't let people bully you around and tell you what's right. Yeah, good for him. Can you publish the VOD, please? It will go live as soon as I end my stream, man. Rest has more energy to grow. Also, plants need some space for roots as the rest. Okay. Pull dead stuff to get a little bit bigger pot. All right, tomorrow, whenever we have a break, I'll do a pruning stream, okay? And I'll prune everything tomorrow in the morning. Have you seen V Rising? I'm gonna be honest. The game looks really good. I had a sponsorship for it. I turned it down. I might come crawling back. And if they're not going to pay me, I might play it anyway. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth. That's the truth. Yeah. Might happen. Why would you say that? Listen. I don't care. Why'd you turn it down? I just felt like I had a lot of other things going on at the time, and I didn't know if I wanted to invest into that. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, I mean, let's say I don't get that sponsorship now. Okay, I'll just get another one. Who cares? What do you think of New World State? I've wanted to log on and play New World for a number of days. I just haven't really done it because I've been so bored. Or not bored, busy, excuse me. Josh Traff Hayes had a discussion about the impact of you reacting to a stream that I posted on your Reddit. I think that Dark Viper has had a he's disliked React content for a long time, and I think that his dislike for React content is I think that it's generally authentic, because he and I had a conversation about it privately, and he was very we exchanged paragraph after paragraph about it, and You know, his opinion is that it's bad. My opinion is that it's not bad. I think that the evidence is on my side, but I think that it should be okay. I think it should be allowed, and I don't really want to argue whether it's fair use or not. I think you can make, I think it depends on the type of reaction, to be honest with you. But the truth is that, like, where do you draw the line at what's transformative and what's not? I think it depends on really who's doing that. He's done React for donations. It's okay. That's fine. Well, why he might think it's bad and still participate in it because it's beneficial to him. I don't mind that. Everybody does that. And so yeah. Anyway, so let me think of a way to say it. So like recently Maxor was like concerned that like our videos were gonna hurt his videos, and so we privated a lot of our videos because of that, because we didn't want him to feel that way. And so like I think that React content and the aversion to it's fair to be reactive to React content, and I think that people should be able to post React content, but the creator should be able to request that it be taken down. Does that make sense? So the way I handle this is very simple. If somebody asks me to take down a reaction, I will do it. The only exceptions in which I don't do it is if the reaction is directly criticizing something, or basically this person is upset that I'm going against what they're saying in a video. Does that make sense? Joe enjoyed his videos. He's fine with me doing the Twitch reacts, so you guys are good. He just doesn't want them on YouTube because he feels like the algorithm, it could hurt him in the algorithm. I don't feel like that's the case, but it's his decision because it's his channel and it's his content. So I like him a lot. I think he's a good guy and everything like that. We've had nothing but positive interactions with him, and so we'll continue to do that. And so yeah, that it's not a problem at all. Yeah, I've never, like, we never have bad interaction. Like, I think a lot of people, like, might assume that, like, the crazy, if it does not implicate you in any way, but if it's hurting or upsetting the other person, well, I guess, like, it depends on what the circumstance is. Like, if somebody has, like, a really bad take on something, and then I'm disagreeing with them, and they want me to unpublish my video, and I think that it's because that they are just mad that I'm disagreeing with them, then I think it's much more nuanced, right? Because then it becomes a review and not necessarily just a reaction, which I think falls under a stronger category of fair use. But in general, I just follow the rule that if somebody wants me to take down the video, I just do it. It's not a big deal. Does that make sense? Give me on Twitter, probably answers on an interview, online gambling. Thanks. Change the soil and fresh dirt. Maybe I'll do that. I don't really know how fresh dirt and soil works. But again, it's all up to other people, and that's kind of like, that's what I always do, is I leave it up to them, because I think that's what's fair, and that's what, in my mind, is the right thing to do. What do you think of San Antonio? I hate it, and I hate every single person that lives there. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I think I've been there like once. Seth didn't do Sam. No, I like Seth, and it's fine. It is what it is. X is digging a hole for himself right now. No, he's not digging a hole for himself. He just simply disagrees. It's that simple. He doesn't have the same opinion that other people have. Like, that's it. Rosh looks worried on his stream. There's too much bad attention for Twitch gambling. Maybe I should talk to Rosh and Train and X and, you know, have like a little Twitch town hall and talk about the whole thing. Because I'm kind of like I'm friends with like X, XQC and Train. I don't, Rosh and I are only friends through the fact that he thinks Wrath of the Lich King is the greatest game ever. I've never really talked to Rosh or anything like that before. So I like him. I think he's a likable guy. Yeah, that's about it. Obviously, Train and I have been friends for too long. Fucking like 7 years. Let's take on Gamba. I'll look at it. Where is it? Mistake on Gamba and streamer influence.
And I think Miskiff had a really good point the other day where he's talking about like everybody has a price, dude. Maybe like for the most part.
I don't want to argue whether everybody has a price or not. I think that's a silly argument. It serves no purpose other than for people to morally high road each other. And it doesn't really matter. Like, whereas I might think I don't have a price, if somebody offered me $50 million a month, maybe I would do it because I think that I could take the $50 million and use it for a greater good. You know, there's always going to be a justification.
So like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, true.
I don't think it's a good thing though. Like, I don't think it's a neutral thing. I really don't like it when content creators take the stance of it's not my moral responsibility to worry about what my audience is doing or whatever. I think it's kind of, I don't know. I don't like when content creators take that take because I do think
He's probably talking about me. That's what I've said before, is that it's not your moral responsibility for what people do. I think that, like, to a degree, it's kind of like I'm very much a, kind of a psycho, you know? Like, I kind of am, let's be honest. I understand that my opinion on most things is not going to be the most, you know, the most, like, normal thing. Like I am not an emotional person. I am not a empathetic person in a lot of ways, except to the extent that I can use people's emotion to get what I want out of them. This is just how I am. And so, of course, I'm going to think about it differently.
You're working in the industry of influence. And whether or not you want to accept that, motherfucker, you need to accept that.
Well, of course they're working in the industry of influence. It's just that whether the argument is not that whether you're impacting them or not, it's whether it's a bad thing to do or not, and also whether you care or not. Like, if I ever did a gambling stream, what I would say is that I know it can get people addicted to gambling, and I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because I like doing it, and it's fun for me, and I'm getting a lot of money, and that's good enough. That's it. I think that to the extent that I've always said this, right? To the extent that you justify bad decisions and you justify bad things, you delude yourself. You don't need to justify it. You're not accountable to anybody. You're your own person, and you can do whatever you want. And nobody can stop you. So just own that. It's one of the best things about being alive, is that you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Like, that's your motherfucking job. So you could just say you don't care about the way you influence your audience.
Yeah.
And then you could be valid.
Okay, my man. My man. There it is. Yeah, there it is. Laws and police against that? Yeah, exactly. And that's why you need the rules and everything like that. What's this? He's going to break it on his chest, isn't he? Oh, never mind. Okay. That's great. All right, let's see here. Doesn't see the problem being shown right now. Oh my God. This is just crazy. People are big mauled over this, huh? People are big mauled. This is nuts. I'll look at a few of these. I'll actually watch the Miskiff clip too. Let me see this. Okay, here we go.
There's no safeguards. what is wrong with you? And then you get the money in how?
Okay, what do you have to verify with the phone?
Okay, so even though it says 18 plus everywhere in the title, I'm sure that you told not to do it. Just because you can make an account, it dispels all the whatever. I don't
Here's
get it.
the thing.
I don't understand. What's the problem?
Is this automatically disproved itself at the very beginning? You need to be at least 16 in a lot of places to have a driver's license. And in order to identify these, like this is a motorcycle, what do you need to drive a motorcycle? Well, you need a driver's license. You see what I'm saying? So this automatically rules out any of the kids. I don't understand why people are being upset. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Let me look at the other one.
You're so fucking dumb, dude. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I understand I have influence. I try my best to fucking to say, don't do this, don't do that. Okay? Mother sucker. I literally go out of the way to tell you not to do it. You're so fucking dumb, dude. Okay.
You should just play the Trainwrecks video. Yeah, he should play the Trainwrecks video. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, play the Trainwrecks video. That's it. What's this here? Moral values in society built on egotistical nature, simply in almost everyone's best interest to condemn murder. That's why you mostly arrive at the conclusions that align with good morals. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, you're right about that. This is what Ms. Kiff said about it yesterday.
Doesn't say that. No one thinks gambling is good. Everyone thinks gambling is a bad thing.
Not if they win. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know what? Every time I've ever gambled, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have never gambled and lost money. I've never gambled and lost money. I have made money every single time. And with dice, it's even so it got so bad. It's like, so apparently my dad didn't really teach me how to do this, but apparently my grandfather was also really good at this. I can drop dice. I taught myself how to drop dice about 10 years ago. And I can hit a 20 because, to be fair, I didn't even learn how to drop dice for gambling. I learned how to do it for Dungeons and Dragons. And so I would drop a 20, I'd say like 1 out of 5 times. And so finally, Eric got mad at me. And he made it to where like Alec would have to roll my dice for me, because he'd watch, because I never really got good. Like I always was like kind of evident about how I would do it, is like because I would hold it like this, right, and you roll it, obviously, and so I did that, and I would just all the time, right, and so I couldn't even roll my own dice whenever we played Dungeons and Dragons. Did you gamble with World of Warcraft? Well, every single time I've made money with that. Like, every single time I've done death rolling, I've come out ahead. Yeah, I mean, of course. Like, because as soon as I learned that you could, because I watched this guy on YouTube. It was this, I can't even say his name, but it was like this black guy with like sunglasses, right? And he'd always wear like a hat, and he would make videos about stealing from places. And I used to watch his videos and everything, to see like different things like that he and like his friends would do. But like, anyway, I would watch this all the time, and like, so he started making a video on how to drop dice. I didn't even know you could really do this until I saw that video, and it's not Lucari, and then he did it, and then I looked at how he did it, then I started learning and teaching myself how to do it too. So yeah, I used to I mean, I've never lost whenever I'm gambling. It's because I never get emotionally tied to it. I don't really care. But again, it's also because I've just been lucky, period. I've been lucky, or I've been able to cheat effectively. Like, that's just the truth. Anytime I can cheat in gambling, I'll do it. I don't know how to fucking do anything with cards, though. Did you cheat in Warhammer? Yeah, I cheated in Warhammer. I draw 8 cards in Magic all the time. Yeah, and I could draw cards where people couldn't see that I was drawing. That's actually not true. Yeah, I could draw where people couldn't see that I was drawing 8. And like finally they'd make me put down my hand, and like Eric was the one who would catch me on this. He would separate them. He would be like, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's this one, Zach? And I'm like, I don't know. You know, sometimes they stick together. Yeah, that's what it is. People should cheat on Mizkif's show, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I meant to say. That's exactly what I meant, yeah. And so when you hit fake warrior, no honor. Just what you do, man. You stole from the bank on Monopoly? So, my friend Lowell and I, and he and I we were scamming people whenever we were like 8 years old. And like by the time that we were in middle school, like his dad was also a Vietnam vet, and so like we both had fireworks to sell at school, and so like we would do this. Like actually one time my mom caught Lowell with fireworks that we were going to sell and put in school, and she took them away from us because she was fucking pissed off that we were doing it. And so anyway, he and I we had a rule where like we had to put the money from the bank in Monopoly like three feet away. Like 3 feet away, empty out your pockets, check under the board, because every single time 500s would just show up. So that's actually a very good point. Yeah, it's like, yeah, because we would scam each other, and it was just like there was no way that you could ever get away from it because we were just not. Yeah, so we'd have to take our dads to have us buy us the fireworks. That's why.
XQC doesn't say that. No one thinks gambling is good.
I've just went off on a tangent, so like let me go back to the beginning.
XQC doesn't say that. No one thinks gambling is good. Everyone thinks gambling is a bad thing. It's not a good thing. You can't make an argument and say gambling is good. But I just think everyone has a fucking price at the end of the day.
Yep.
Including myself. I've already said that. If I got offered $20 million fucking dollars, do I think I'd take it realistically? 20,000. If I got paid $250 million a year,
it means $20 million a month.
I would be like question marking myself every second and being like, "What the fuck?"
Why am I?
And I'm sorry, I'm human. I'm not going to sugarcoat it and say that I would not, and I'm some moral god. I think everyone does have a price at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how high.
I don't think that the argument of everybody has a price even matters. I don't care. Somebody wants to say, "Oh, I would never do it." It's like, okay, fine. Like, okay. Yeah, it means nothing to me. What about charity gambling? Oh, that's the best part.
$20 million a month, I'm saying, chat. Not a year, a month.
That's a good amount. I like that. Sounds good to me.
XQC doesn't say that. No one thinks gambling is good. Everyone thinks gambling is a bad thing. It's not a good thing. You can't make an argument and say gambling is good. But I just think everyone has a fucking price at the end of the day, including myself. I've already said that. If I got offered $20 million fucking dollars, do I think I'd take it realistically?
It's funny to see everybody sucking up to XQC for this. So you might think that that's why I would do it. As I said, I think that it's a much more advantageous position to make him look bad, to convert his viewers to your viewers. I think that's actually a much more advantageous thing to do if you look at it from a Machiavellian perspective. But anyway, I always have a reason for everything that I do. Nothing happens on accident. Very rarely does it happen on accident. Yeah. Johnny Depp got 20 mil for massive movie? Yeah, sure. Earning millions a month doesn't even need the money. You don't need the money. Do you not need the money, or do you think he doesn't need the money? And what do you mean by need? Because I think a lot of people would say that you probably don't need a lot of the things that you have, but you would say that you do need them. It's silly. This for a while back said OTK has been offered ridiculous amounts for gamble sponsors and tips has declined them all. I don't know if he said that or not, so I don't really want to comment on what we did. I apologize, I can't give out juicy details, but, you know, it's the org and we have employees and everything like that, so I'm not going to make any comments on that. Sneeds Creed. Yeah. Sorry, I agree more with Hassan's take. What did Hassan say? I'm actually curious what he said. Yeah, what was Hassan's opinion on it? 3 in on New World? Yeah, actually, I might do one of the events with the devs. I'm not sure yet. I have to talk to some people that work at Amazon. Yeah, what did he say? Nothing smart, probably. Nothing smart. He's a socialist. Why? Shut up. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Consistent on being against gambling from the very start. Pretty pog. Great. Good for him. Yeah, good for him. Is Gamba not short-term gratification? Sometimes you only need short-term gratification. How many months do you need to make $20 million? I think most people only need a week. Are you for or against gambling? Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to reiterate what I think again. I bear no animosity towards streamers who participate in it. I think good for them. But I think that it's bad for Twitch on a macro level. It's the same reason that it would be bad for Twitch to have a porn section. It was the same reason I was against, like, the Indie Fox and Amarath, like, arms race. And like, yeah, it was good to watch, right? But it was not good for the website. I knew that it would lead the website to a bad place. And so, like, yeah, it's the same thing with, like, a porn section, right? Yeah, you really are boomer policing others? Really? You're mad about what my opinion is? Is my opinion making you upset? Is that right? Steak is very similar to Ludwig. All right, that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. Is it upsetting you? Yeah, listen, I don't even think my opinion's that crazy. Should it be on YouTube? I don't know, maybe. Like, all I'm saying is, like, should doesn't really matter. Like, I don't really care. Like, I am not a person who really cares about morals. It's just the truth. I don't really care. I just do whatever's beneficial to me. And I've been very open about this. I've always said this. I'm an animal. I'm an animal and a fiend. And so that's just how I am. So I think if you look at it logically, I don't think that it's good. I think that there are too many people out there that disagree with me in order for my opinion to have any value. Yeah. I'm proud of it. I don't really think it's proud of it. I think that the reason why I emphasize it a lot is because I think there's a lot of people who feel like I do, who feel shamed for feeling that way. And I don't think that you should ever apologize for who you are, as long as you're not hurting somebody. And I think that there's a lot of people that feel and they have things inside themselves that are not necessarily socially acceptable. And I think being more open about those kinds of things is good in a lot of ways. Yeah, so that's why. That's the reason why I've shown my, like, what kind of streamer would show that they're missing teeth? You know what I mean? Yeah, like, me? Yeah. It doesn't matter to me at all. What people see me as, because I am who I am, and that's it. I'm never going to apologize for it. That's it. I have dentures, I'm 33, just be who you are. That sucks, man. I'm like one step away from that. I don't know why, honestly. Anyway, let's look at this other stuff. I'll look at a few more.
And the juicy people lose loose because they follow your example.
Ban him.
Just
ban
stop,
him.
dude.
Just ban him. Just ban him.
People were mad at that at the beginning, at the very end of the title. Yes, and okay.
That sounds so stupid. Like being mad at the hashtag ad at the end of the title. Like it was like, I mean, let's be honest. It was obviously because, you know, it looks better if he's not doing that, right? But like still. Yeah. Yeah, you just ban that guy. Like just get him out of here. Like that's it. You couldn't see hashtag ad on mobile? Oh, well, yeah, of course, right? Because, like, the less people that know it's an ad, the more that they'll watch and think that it's authentic. Yeah, that's why. Like, if it was up to me, would I disclose if it was an ad, if people paid me or not? I think that I would. I'd have to disclose that. And the reason why I would disclose it, even if it wasn't required, is because I'm a game critic, effectively, right? Like but there's no cap. There's no kappa for this. Like I'm not arriving at this conclusion because I care. It's because it is not beneficial for me to do so. Because I can't give negative criticism for the game because of a non-disparagement clause in the contract. So I would have to only say positive things about the game, which a lot of people would think is weird, or omitting negative things. And without the context of it being a sponsor, people would judge me, would consider my judgment less important. And if my judgment on things is what the value of watching my stream is to a certain extent, it would devalue my stream. Like this is not like this is I am pure logic with this stuff. I think it out, and I do things in that way. Almost always. Sometimes I get beyond that. I get upset. I think everybody does, but I try so hard to not do that. All-Star patch notes? I already read them. There's an ad on YouTube video, then your whole video is an ad. Sun Tzu, I think Twitch is the same. Yeah, sure. My opinion will not be taken seriously. Exactly, yeah. But it's like, I can do an ad for like RuneScape or something like that, and people know it's an ad, and so they watch it with that context in mind. So they can just watch me enjoy the game and see what it seems like I do and I don't enjoy and base it off of that. You see what I'm saying? And so actually, like, putting a hashtag ad makes the experience more authentic for the audience because they can understand where you're coming from whenever you offer different types of feedback and criticism. At this point, the main streams are ads? Bro, I've doubled probably my streaming hours since I came back. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I have probably doubled my streaming hours. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to fucking hear about it, dude. And on top of that, I'm making custom YouTube videos. And on top of that, to be fair, Tips does basically everything. But I'm also involved with OTK and everything, right, too? Like, yeah, it's a lot. I think I take a day off, and I take a day off, and I'm only doing things, you know, involving my stream or something like that for like 10 hours a day. That's a day off. It's only 10 hours. And yeah, listen to we'll play New World. So I would actually just keep my second stream on while I was playing New World and just stream the meeting muted. And it would just be like a no audio fucking stream of me cutting down wood in New World. Yeah. Do work at 9:45 for the trial. I can't take it anymore. 9:40, bro. It's like 7:45 for me. It's actually earlier than that. Taking a day off, streaming on Zachariah all day. Well, I like streaming with no cam. To be honest, it's much more freeing for me. having to always be aware of like how you look on screen. I like doing it to an extent because I can make weird faces or say weird things or say things with a certain kind of flair whenever people see me. But it's also really nice to just turn off the fucking camera, lean back in a chair, and just talk. And also on top of that, we're gonna have VTuber, yeah. That's why whenever I said I'd be down to Iron Mouse, I really meant that. Yeah, I actually really meant that. I wasn't joking. Server first Vaults in tomorrow? No, probably not server first. I'm gonna just kind of hold off on doing it until the trial's over, then I'm gonna play it. I probably won't have time to get my second Berserker up to 415, guys, so we're probably not gonna have time to do normal and heroic Vault, and I'll probably do one, and then I'll do the other the next day. I might have to go offline a little bit earlier on Friday, because I have people coming over to do work on the house. But, it is what it is. That's why I wanted to start the Elden Ring thing on Saturday. Gravity, thanks for the 5 subs. I appreciate it, man. Thanks a lot. You can do both? Not really, because I need to give them instruction. I'm just gonna be honest. There's a bunch of dead trees on my property. And so I need to give them instruction and explain what I want done and how I want it done, and also other landscaping work that I need done as well. So it's not like yesterday, that's what I did, right? The guys were gonna just mow the lawn. I said, mow the lawn, don't mow over my plants, and that's it. Yeah, trees? No, it's okay. The trees will grow back. It'll be fine. They just need to be pruned heavily. People recognize you public locally or just online? People recognize me publicly a lot. This is the hair. It's not everywhere I go, I have 10 people come up to me, but if I go to Best Buy or something like that, there was one time it was 3 or 4 people there recognized me. I was like, oh my god, because I was there with Zach. As you know, you don't go into public. Oh no, I do. I usually go out and I get my own food. I don't order DoorDash or anything. I haven't been downtown a lot, and are you okay with people asking for pictures? I'm okay with people, whatever, it's not a big deal for me. It's not. Wearing Astro's headset? No, I'm wearing a Sennheiser Game 1 headset. Jason Momoa reacted to the cross-examination? Nah, I didn't see that, man. If you link it to me on Reddit, and post it on Reddit, and it gets upvoted, I'll watch it tomorrow in between the break or something like that. He thinks you're being polite to contact? Wait, she thinks you were being polite? Wait, what? What are you talking about? $360. What are you talking about, man? All those fake? He didn't react? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? I'm just confused. I don't know what's going on. Talking about Jason Momoa? No, he's been spamming this for a while. I just don't know why. It's just, it's weird. Did not do a video. AsmonGold, it's fake. Oh, really? Oh, I don't want to watch that. Don't. Man, I like Jason Momoa a lot. Don't fuck with him like that. He's great. Yeah, he's great. What do you mean, dude? Come on. What happened? Yeah, I don't know. Let's go regarding Iron Mouse. Oh, she thought you were being polite. Oh my god. Okay. You were talking about the VTuber avatar. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm more or less kind of ambivalent towards it, and I would probably do it if somebody pretty much did all the work for me. It's pretty much the truth. Time to take a rest. Yeah, I'm gonna lay down for a little bit. I'm gonna run a couple more ads and then I'm gonna go. Also, Hayden Christensen returning to Star Wars. My opinion is I think Hayden Christensen's portrayal of Anakin was S tier. I think it was totally good. Obviously, yeah, there were some moments that were not like perfect, but like I actually think that it was good, and I look forward to seeing him as you know, Darth Vader. I think he did a great job. Next, you see you calling out for bad takes on a stream. Why is he calling me out? I'm. What did I do? Yeah, what's he mad at? Like, I mean, I didn't. He's not. Yeah, I defended him. I said he's fine. Like, that's my boy. Like, I'm not gonna shit on him. Yeah. Cheshire Science stir up drama? Yeah, like, what the fuck? You see Howard Stern talking about Twitch? No, I'd be curious to hear what he has to say. Link it on Reddit and I'll look at it. Russian Lost Ark patch notes be on YouTube? I didn't really do much of a reaction for it. Yeah. People love drama? Yeah, I really hate I hate that stuff, guys. I really, really, really don't like that. Whenever people try to like bait interactions and like drama between streamers. Like I really, really don't like that. Have you seen anything about doing Bloodborne 60 FPS? Yeah, I'll have to watch the, I think it's Jesus on YouTube and see how he did it. And then maybe I could do it at some point. Hate Gaslighters? Yeah, I hate it too. Elden Ring tournament like he did with WoW Classic. I actually heard that was going to happen, and that's why I stopped doing it, or I stopped thinking about doing it. I'd love to do an Elden Ring PvP tournament. I think that like with an Elden Ring PvP tournament, just so you guys know, I will ban overpowered weapons because I think they make the tournament boring. Because people that don't use them will just lose, and people that do use them will just win. So I think diversity in the different builds is better. It's more interesting. Why'd you blame fat people? What's this here? Why'd I blame fat people earlier and you didn't move all day eating fast food, drinking Coke like you said they do? Why did I blame fat people earlier? Well, because I'm not fat, that's why. Because I don't eat fast food and drink, sit there all day. I usually walk to the store, and that's like over a mile away. And I also only really eat one meal a day. And I do think that like at 99 times out of 100, like being fat is your own fault. I don't make fun of people for being fat unless they make fun of my physical appearance. If somebody makes fun of my physical appearance, I will call you a fat fuck instantly. I will immediately be as hurtful as I possibly can be. But I will not do any of that if you do not insult me on my physical appearance. Yeah, I will be as mean as I possibly can be. Yeah, eye for an eye. I will only respond that way. I'll never call somebody like that. Make fun of people's hair. You can make fun of my hair. You can't make fun of like, unless it's like a streamer that like we know, like we're like the stream's like friends with them. Like it's different, but like I don't want to have it where like for example, like with Saiwo, for example, like I know him and like he knows me, but like he doesn't know the stream on the level that like maybe Rich does. Like, so like, or something like that, you know what I mean? So like, I don't want to put him in a position where he has to see mean comments about himself. This addiction ruins your body. It's just like you're addicted to your computer. I'm addicted to my computer. Are you addicted to putting stupid messages in chat? Because it seems like you are. Is that it? You know, you gonna do that again? Listen, if you're fat, I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. You're dirty looking, drag you. What's this here? Elden Ring boss? Why isn't addicted or always use a computer unless you're a boomer? He's just probably some guy who gets fucked. He got his feelings hurt because I said something that made him mad. He took it personally. Who cares? It doesn't matter what he thinks. That's the truth. I'll do one more ads. I'm gonna chill. They're contacting Riker for an interview as opinions to Diablo 4. I remember Riker used to make videos on Diablo 3. I would see his videos whenever I was making mine. I was like, ah, fuck, he made a video about this. I don't want to make it now. Yeah, sure. Maybe whenever it gets closer, I can do like some Allcraft episodes with him. Maybe. He still does, yeah. Honestly, you ugly as hell. I don't think I'm particularly attractive either, but it's the same thing as like I don't want people reminding me of that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna see a sexy cat girl made. I don't know. Hopefully soon. You've been demoted to my third monitor because I'm fat and you hurt my feelings. I didn't even say anything bad about being fat. I saw Jordan Peterson. He left Twitter because he said some girl was ugly and Hassan ratioed him. That's so fucking cringe, man. Like, I would have no problem if he was giving like an opinion on this in general, but like if you're gonna retweet somebody and then make fun of their appearance, and it's, by the way, I agree with them. I think that the fucking glorifying obesity is fucking disgusting. I didn't like that swimsuit article either. I thought it was gross. And I think that all these things do is it goes to mollify and validate insecure women by showing them people who they think that they're more attractive than. I think it's so obvious that that's the case because look at the response to the Hillary Duff thing whenever, I mean, she's fucking hot, right? And then she took a picture where she was pretty much naked. A lot of people got upset about that. A lot of women got upset about that. And then you look at this overweight woman who takes a picture in a bikini, and somehow they're all saying how brave and how beautiful she is. I think that I think it's disgusting, to be honest with you. I really do. I think it's absolutely disgusting. Not the way that she looks. Like it's not. I'm not attracted to that really, but I think it's disgusting how people validate it. And I think that they validate it like that because it makes it gives them somebody who they think they're better than that person. Yeah, they glorify it. Like it makes them feel secure because they know that they're above that person, or they feel like a person who's unattractive like they are is getting the attention that they feel like they want. I really dislike it. But Jordan Peterson's a bitch for leaving Twitter. What a pussy. It's a health condition, don't shame it, but why glorify it? For a lot of people, it's not a health condition, it's just simply a lack of control. A lot of people just are not good at controlling themselves, and they eat too much food. It's that simple. Yeah, it's literally that simple. There are some people that have a condition and it makes them overweight. And I don't agree with fat shaming. Now, I'll do that if somebody is rude to me immediately, as I said. But I don't think that making fun of somebody for being fat is a... You're not doing them any favors. Yeah, I think people always look for a justification to just be hostile to someone. Shouldn't be yeah, it's just weird. Is there a reason you don't work out? The only reason I wanted to work out is because I thought it would make me look physically more attractive, and I think more attractive people are perceived more positively, and so it would potentially increase the success of my stream. That's the only reason I would care, and I would never work out my legs because people can't see my legs on stream. Yes. That's the way my brain works. I have some weights over here. They're like 30-pound weights, like dumbbells, and I would curl them a lot, but I've just been lazy and I stopped doing it. Just do your neck? Yeah, sure. I've got to do shoulders and chest too. 15-pound for sure. 30's not that bad. I used to be able to do 40s, and I only weighed like 110 pounds or 120 then. Sure you can curl 30? Yeah, sure. A freaking chance? Yeah. Yeah. Show us? Oh my god. 30's good? Yeah. 30's plenty to do a lot of things? Yeah. 1 rep max. I'd usually do 10 at a time. Why not do it to make yourself feel better? You have a lot more energy. You want to know the truth? I'm ending a stream for 10 hours. I feel just fine. Like, I'm relaxed now. You know, I'm a little bit tired. I like to lay down and just chill for a bit. That's because I've been on stream for a long time, right? Like, I don't really get tired at all. Like, it's a problem because that's why I can't sleep, is because I don't really get tired. Energy changes with age? Yeah, I'm 31. And, no problem. Yeah, it doesn't affect me at all. Coffee just increased an update. Yeah, I saw that. I'll probably look at it soon. Do push-ups? I used to do push-ups. Johnny Depp seems gonna bring in Kate Moss following Amber's slip-up and mentioning her? No, I don't think so. 32? No, I'm 31. You have way more energy, trust me, plus health benefit. Maybe I could try it. I was thinking about, like, I watched Crusader, and, like, he'll work out in arena queues. Like, I remember one time he started doing bicep curls whenever he was in a CC chain. And I was like, man, maybe I should do that. Like, it's so fucking funny to see that shit, man. God, I played with him the other day, too. 10x recommended caffeine. I don't really know about that. I'm not sure. You believe in spirits or ghosts? No, that's just silly. I believe that they could exist. I don't believe that people have ever been able to pierce the veil to detect them, though. Is that a better answer? I don't know. I think so. Blue light is what keeps you from sleeping? Thanks. I'll hit up Valkyrie and see if she still has any reflect. Alright, one more set of ads. I gotta go. Thanks. Oh man. What a day today is. What a fucking day. Diablo 2, Resurrected. I haven't done a single fucking... I never played anything more than Act 1 of Diablo 2. Biggest hurdle you need to overcome to become a successful streamer? Honestly, whenever I first started streaming, I had already been making videos for years, and whenever I was started making videos, I had already been making other videos for years. So, like, it wasn't that hard for me to do because it was something that I had been doing for, like, at that point, like, over 10 years. Well, no, networking is the biggest. I never really networked with a lot of people. That was it. I mean, yeah, it's just, I didn't really network with a lot of people. I think that you don't really need to network if the content's good. Your networking was YouTube? Yeah, but, like, who did I really network with? Like, Heel versus Babyface and Belluer for a couple of videos? Like, nah, it's not a whole lot, you know? Rubius is big on YouTube, became big on Twitch. Yeah, there you go. Networked with McConnell, yeah. I wasn't even networking, are there? No, I don't really think so. When did you get on the internet for the first time? Like 1999, 2000. I know 2000 for sure, but it could have been 1999.
Bag a chaser. I mean, everybody does that, but at least I'm not gambling. I'm kidding. Anyway, well, I'm not kidding because I'm not doing that. Never will. But anyway, the ads. Yeah, there's a lot less ads here too. Twitch has a lot of ads, so that's the whole thing. Omega lol, guys. I don't want to say too much because a lot of them are my friends, but I'm not even joking. I opened up Twitch. I still use the site, all right? I switched to YouTube, but I still use it. A lot of my friends are there. I opened up the site, and the top 5 English streamers, 3 of them were just gambling. So when you have...
Was he including my Lost Ark honing stream? I wonder if he was. Like, I actually, like, knowing him, I think he might be fucking including my Lost Ark honing stream.
3 out of your top 5 English-speaking streamers doing that. It's, I don't know, man. I feel like Twitch, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. But, yeah. But that's really all I can say about that. I mean, I'm not trying to make it weird or anything. Bag a chaser.
Yep. Okay. Well, we pretty much saw all the clips about this. Bro, PUBG is so good. Some streamers do get the fake gambling balances from sponsors. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna watch this and I gotta go. Yeah, true.
I get more juice to the juice, okay? Then when I gamble, I gamble, and if it goes down and goes to nothing, it goes down and goes to nothing, and I keep nothing. But if I win and I get something or I stay flat, I keep those amounts.
Yeah.
Some of these deals are some bullshit like, oh, dude, I'm just gonna go, and it's gonna refill and. But if I win, I only keep a certain portion of it.
Yeah.
Right? So literally, the whole point of Gamba is high risk, high reward, with the house having an edge. High risk, high reward. These deals, they cut to the risk and they cut to the reward and make it a stagnant promotional dog shit that shows something that is not real. It's a fantasy. It's fake.
I think that we need some ethics in gambling
not
too.
even close to the same thing.
People get bored of the gambling. No, he's bigger than ever. People like gambling constantly.
True. That's right. Yeah, we need some real ethics in this. We need some fucking ethics in this gambling. Like, if you're gonna lose your fucking money, you're gonna lose the whole goddamn thing. Oh my god. Alright, boys, I'll see y'all later. Hopefully you guys have fun. Let's see. I know who we gonna host. Okay. Alright, yeah. Yeah. Alright, boys, I'll see y'all later tomorrow morning. Early as a motherfucker. Peace!